So let's start off a review by asking a few questions. What is the purpose of licensing law?
To make sure the public is not being defrauded.
Well, it's to protect the public
Okay.
from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople, right? Who makes the laws? Any laws?
Politician.
Politician.
All right. So what do we call real estate licensing law? It's also known as?
Rec.
Real estate.
Rec.
The real estate license.
Of the agency.
Title 45, Chapter 15.
Administrative code.
No, administrative code is the additional rules and regulations that the Real Estate Commission is allowed to create that's based off of the law.
Law of the agency.
Listen.
Law of the agency.
So, no, licensing law is known as Title 45, Chapter
Title 45.
15.
Chapter
Title
15.
45, Chapter 15. Sometimes, and then the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission that are based off the laws are called the Administrative Code or Title 11, Chapter 5. Recall that? All right. So the laws could also sometimes be referred to as the New Jersey statutes. Let's see. What are the 4 license types, highest to lowest?
Broker.
Broker,
Person.
broker, salesperson, and referral.
Broker,
Agent.
broker, salesperson, and referral
And
agent,
referral.
or that long acronym, you know, what it officially is, you know, salesperson licensed with a referral agency. Okay, correct. And which one of those license types are not required to complete CE in order to renew their licenses?
Referral agent.
Referral.
Referral agent.
Correct. All right. So when does everybody have to renew their license by?
June
30 or
30th
you-
of
30th.
odd years.
June 30th of odd year.
Odd year.
All right. And if you don't, then when does your license expire?
License.
2 years.
On the first, right? Now, your license really becomes inactive on the first.
Inactive.
Say expired because you didn't renew it. But you could still reactivate it, right?
Yes.
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 Within 2 years.
2 years or
Mhm.
1 term to reactivate that license, correct? All right. Now, before you could renew your license, you need to complete continuing education classes. How much CE do you need to finish?
12 credits.
12.
12 credits. And do you know what the breakdown is of the types of credits?
6 and
4
6.
at
6 core, 6 selective. Out of those 6, 2 has to be the ethics, and the other 4 could also be ethics or something else.
Okay.
And
Okay, so we have to have 6 core topics and, well, actually, we need to have 6 hours in core topics, 2 of which have to be in ethics, okay?
right.
The remaining 6 can be in any topic, any approved class, whether it's ethics, electives, or core topics. And when do they need to be completed by?
April.
April 30th
Of the odd year. So 2 months.
of the odd year.
So 2 months before license renewal or April 30th of the odd year, you need to complete your CE by, or otherwise what happens?
$200 fine.
You have to
Processing
pay
fee.
$100 processing fee, right? And you still need to complete the CE before you can renew your license, okay? Let me see. Who else is exempt from taking CE other than the referral agents?
attorney.
What's that?
Attorneys,
Attorney.
No,
insurance
Veterans.
agents.
no.
Veteran.
Hold on a second. We're talking about for your real estate license.
Oh.
Who is exempt from taking the CE requirement for your real estate license to renew your real estate license? Who else is exempt other than referral agents?
Veterans.
Veteran.
Veterans with
Brokers with over 40 years of experience.
Brokers with 40 years experience as brokers, correct. Brokers with 40 years experience as brokers. All right. What does it mean to be a realtor or realtor associate?
It's part of that NAR.
Mayor,
member
You're
of
a member
NAR.
of NAR, the National Association of Realtors, correct. So you're a member of NAR, National Association of Realtors. Do they have anything to do with state licensing?
No.
no,
No, it's a trade organization. It has nothing to do with your licensing. What is, are we allowed to sell mobile homes?
Only
No.
if there is no access.
On-
in the
Yes.
Permanent.
Resale.
Only if it's fixated to the ground.
No, only we can resell it, not the.
Resale. They can't be new.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
okay,
not
I
new.
heard two things. I heard what she was getting to. One person, I'm not sure who that was talking, but yes, we're allowed to resell mobile homes because we're not licensed as motor
Not initial.
We can't sell new mobile homes, but we
No.
can resell them. Now, somebody was also mentioning, I'm not sure who that was talking about if you remove the axles and permanently fix it to a foundation,
Then it becomes a real estate.
then it's not considered a mobile home anymore. It's considered real estate. Okay.
It's real estate.
Don't confuse the two though, because then it's no longer considered a motor vehicle if it no longer has axles. Okay. If it's permanently affixed to a foundation, it is then considered real estate. All right. And we got a lot of them in New Jersey too. And a lot of them, you may not even notice when you walk into these houses that they're mobile homes. Some of them are really nice. You know, you get these double wides that are put together in a lot of these senior communities and stuff. They're put together pretty nice, actually. Okay. Who is exempt from having a real estate license to sell real estate?
Veterans.
No.
veterans,
No.
Attorneys.
For sale by
Attorneys.
owner.
Lawyers.
For sale by owners are, who else?
Anyone that's not making a profit out of it?
Banks that own houses.
So basically for sale by owner.
Anyone that has been involved with
trustee.
government.
Attorneys, executors.
A trustee,
who are not
the
banks.
lawyer with the.
Okay, so anybody who is,
insurance companies, banks and trust companies, attorneys, executors, and trustees,
so basically,
owners handling their own property.
a lot of those fall under for sale by owners, like the banks and trust companies. They basically, that's when they own the property. As far as attorneys, trustees, executors and stuff, those are people who are operating under the order of a court, then they can. Or attorneys who are operating in their normal practice of law. But an attorney that wants to engage in the brokerage business and getting buyers and sellers and stuff, don't they got to get a license like you and I?
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
Yes.
Okay, so when they get a license, in order to renew their license, are they exempt from CE?
No.
No.
Oh.
What about an attorney? What's required to get your broker's license?
3 years.
3
3
years
years of full-time.
Full-time.
experience. What's full time?
40 hours.
40 hours.
Involved with another part-time job.
40 hours a week.
Must be present in the
Not-
office.
Hold on, we're mixing them up.
Not have.
40 hours a week between the hours
Between
of,
the hours of 10 a.m. and 8 p.m.
and
And.
and
not
no
more than
other
20 jobs.
job.
No other job.
No other job.
you can have another job. It just-
Not more than 24 hours.
it can't be more than 25 hours a week.
More than 25 hours.
Okay. And so if you're a full-time salesperson for 3 years, you also got to take some additional classes, don't you, to get your broker's license?
150
Yes.
hours.
You got to take 150 hours of classes, and it consists of 3 modules. What are those 3 modules?
90 hours general broker
90 hours
pre-licensing,
for topics. Okay.
30-hour pre-licensing course of broker ethics and law,
Ethics and agency
and
law.
30 hours of
30
pre-licensing
hours.
course office management.
Management.
Okay, so 90 hours of core topics, 30 hours of ethics agency law, and 30 hours of office management. And then you got to take an exam, pass that, get fingerprinted again. And then how much does a broker need to pay in order to get their license as a broker?
270,
270 initially. And then to renew it?
200.
200.
Okay. Now, so can an attorney get their broker's license? Do they got to do anything different than a real estate agent, than your typical salesperson?
No.
No. Same requirement for them. They need to be full-time salesperson for 3 years. They need to take those broker's classes. They need to pass a state exam, and then they could get their license. Okay. Let's see. Who else is, who's exempt from the 3-year full-time requirement to get their broker's license?
Veteran.
Veterans.
Not every veteran, honorably discharged veterans with service-connected wounds or disabilities, right? And who can get a waiver for the education requirement to get your salesperson's license?
Veteran.
Licensed broker from another state.
Licensed brokers from another state.
Your citizen had it.
An attorney.
Someone who's been a broker for
Attorney.
over 40 years and do not
Hold on a second.
have
Someone,
any more
Wait.
education.
The question was, who could get an education waiver to get your salesperson's license? Okay.
someone who has taken equivalent college.
All right. Someone who majored in real estate in college, an
Yes.
attorney. We also heard, what else did we hear? Somebody licensed as a broker in another state. Somebody
New
who's,
Jersey broker within the last 5 years.
if they had a broker's license in the last 5 years, they basically let it expire. They could come back to get their license. They could get a waiver for the education, just take the exam.
And someone who took equivalent pre-licensing course in another state,
Another
at least 5 hours.
Correct. So somebody else who took 75-hour course in another state recently, they could apply for the waiver in New Jersey. All right. Can an unlicensed person make copies of keys for company listings?
No.
No.
Yes,
Yes, they can.
yes,
Can they pick up keys?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
yes,
Can they put signs on properties without a license?
Yes.
yes,
Yes.
Can they deliver contracts?
No.
Yes.
Yes,
yes.
yes.
They can deliver, yes.
Can't
They
explain
just can't explain them.
Correct. Because they can't talk about the contracts, the transactions with people outside the brokerage firm. All right. Let's see. What is full-time once you are a supervising licensee, a broker?
Monday to Friday. To be present at the office.
Physically present in the office at least 5 days a week during normal business hours. Is that what you meant to say?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not done.
And not otherwise employed.
And not otherwise employed. You can't have another job because you're supposed to be supervising. All right. Now keep in mind, these are your answers you need to know for exams. Are there exceptions to this? Are there workarounds for this? Yeah. Look, I'm here teaching you guys, you know, but if I got somebody else with a broker's license managing the office in my absence, it's fine. Right? Or broker salesperson's license, right? Because who could manage an office? Somebody with a broker type license, broker or broker salespersons, right? Okay. Let me see, Renato, let me see what he said. Do you have to log in every time for the Zoom link? Yeah. Log in every time with your Zoom. Make sure that you're logged into your account, but you could just click on that email confirmation link that they sent you, and that should get you guys back into Zoom every morning, right? Is that what most of you guys do?
Yes.
Yeah. And just
Yeah, I didn't see that link
Yeah.
that you speaking of.
because you're well, after you created the registered for the class, they sent you a confirmation link, right? That confirmation link gets you into this meeting. You just got to click on that link.
No, there was actually on the bottom, if you scroll down, there it says join a meeting. I didn't see the link.
That's after you're okay. So that's after you're already logged in. See, the thing is, if you just log in, you could see the meetings that you are scheduled for, or that you could attend.
Yeah.
So that's another way to do it. That's probably the best way, because that way you could also confirm that you're logged in, you know. And that's if you guys downloaded the Zoom app and installed that Zoom app. You know, some of you may be operating off of a browser extension, you know, but that's not exactly the most stable either. Okay.
I'll take a look. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so let's see what else. What other questions we have? Can a corporation engage in the brokerage business? What's required for a corporation to engage in the brokerage business?
They should employ a broker.
They need a broker. Boom. Simple, stupid stuff, right? They need somebody with a broker's license, and that person will become the broker of record for the corporation, right? All right. What happens if the broker dies or becomes mentally or physically incapacitated? Who can take over for that broker?
Broker salesperson.
Salesperson with
A broker
experience.
person. And if there's
Any
somebody with a broker,
salesperson that has 3 years of least.
only if there's nobody with a broker salesperson's license. First, they check to see if there's somebody there with a broker salesperson's license. If there isn't, then it would be a salesperson with, like you were saying, 3 years full-time experience requirement, who has not chosen to go get their broker's license yet. However, they meet the requirement. And then what can they do?
Take a test and
Until they complete the course.
Broker's exam.
They can request a temporary broker's license, which would be good for how long?
1 year.
1 year.
1 year. It'll be good for 1 year. So they can request a temporary broker's license, which will be good for 1 year. And in that year's time, they got to make it legitimate. Take the classes, take the exams, etc. They get fingerprinted, do everything that's required to actually get the broker's license. All right. How long do you have to get your real estate license once you pass the school exam?
1 year.
1 year.
1 year is a year is a year is a year, not a day
Yeah.
more, right?
yeah.
All right. What is the purpose of the guarantee fund?
To reimburse members of the public who have been wronged, robbed.
Okay, so reimburse members of the public who have been robbed or wronged financially by the broker or one of their licensed or unlicensed assistants, right? All right, so what's the maximum payout from the guarantee fund?
20,000.
20,000 per
Per-
offense. Okay, so where does the guarantee fund get its money from?
The fee that we pay
From
at the when we get our license.
Okay, so when you get your license, how much do you pay into the guarantee fund as a salesperson?
Salesperson,
$10.
$10.
20 for broker.
At 20 for brokers. Okay. And how long does somebody have to file a claim against the guarantee fund?
6 years.
6 years, right? And what happens if there is a payout from the guarantee fund?
The agent license is revoked.
The license is revoked. Your license is revoked. Correct. All right. With rental referral agencies, how often do you need to check to see if a property's still available, if a unit's still available?
Every day.
Every day.
Every.
If it's advertised, then every day. If it's not, then 3
Advertise
days.
every day.
3 days.
There you go. If it's advertised every day, if it's
Every
simply
day.
listed every 3.
Every 3
It's
days.
every 3 days.
Correct. Okay. All right. So And if your clients give you how much in money, do you got to report it to the IRS?
$10,000.
$10,000.
$10 and more.
And
$1,000 or more. Okay. And if your clients give you over how much money, do we got to put it in the escrow account?
$25 or more.
$25 or more. Mhm. Can a salesperson ever have an office in their house?
No.
No.
No. Only a broker can have an office in their house. But tell me about it. There's certain
It has to be a separate entrance.
Only.
you got to have a
Separate
separate.
entrance.
There should be a sign.
Has to be labeled licensed broker.
Okay, so they have to have a separate entrance that's visible from the street.
Mhm.
Then they have to have a sign. What does that sign have to have on it?
Real estate.
The broker's
Broker.
name and the
Broker.
words licensed real estate broker.
Licensed real estate broker.
Okay. So can the office ever be in a broker salesperson's house?
No.
No. Only the broker of records allowed to have the office in their house. Who can manage a branch office?
Broker,
Broker salesperson.
Broker or broker salesperson, somebody with a broker type license. And when your clients give you money, what do you need to do with it right away?
Give it to your broker right
Give
away.
it to the broker.
How long does your broker have to put that money into the escrow account?
5 days.
5 days.
5 days. 5 days from when?
The
From
moment you
The
get the
moment
check.
they receive it.
So the moment they receive it from you?
No, the moment they
No,
get
the
it.
moment they receive it from the client.
From the
From
customer.
buyer.
So the moment
From the
that the
client.
salesperson took that money from the person that gave it to them, they have 5 days to put it into the escrow account from then. They have to make their escrow book entries and then deposit it in the escrow account within 5 days. Correct. And if that money that's already in the escrow account should become a commission, how soon does the broker have to take it out of the bank account?
5 days.
5 days.
5 days. And if they don't, what are they? And if they don't, what do they call that?
Commingling.
Commingling. What is commingling?
It's mixing your personal.
Mixing their funds with
Okay,
customer.
it's when the broker mixes their funds in the escrow account with their client's money. Anything wrong with that?
Yes, it's illegal.
Yeah.
It's illegal.
It's illegal. It's illegal. Okay. How about this one? They don't have it listed here. It's somewhere in the back of the book, though. You guys know what it's called when the broker or the agent spends the client's money other than theft? There's a fancy word for it. You're not getting it on exams or anything, but just throwing it out there. Conversion. Because when you're spending your client's money, you're converting it to your own. So they came up with a fancy word for it, conversion. All right. You don't need to write that down. You don't need to study that. Okay. I think that's where we left off, right? Last thing we were talking about was escrow accounts. Let me,
Yes.
let me pull up the slideshow. Yeah, okay. Yep. Last thing we were talking about here was the escrow book stuff. Okay. Oh, hey, yeah, we'll leave it at that. Okay, so trust account. All right, so continuing with the trust account, the escrow account, anytime your clients give you more than $25 or more, you got to put it in the escrow account. Now, if they give you that money to help you with the marketing fees for maybe they want certain advertising and marketing done, and they're going to help you out with those advertising costs, you got to give them accounting within 90 days of how those funds are being utilized as well. All right. Where does that say that in the book? In advanced fees on the top of page 17. You see that? It says when your client gives you $25 or more, you got to put it in the escrow account. And then if they're helping you, if that money is for assisting with advertising costs, you have to give them accounting within 90 days of how those funds are being utilized. Now, most clients are not going to be giving you money to help you with advertising costs. Okay, this may be only in certain instances, like when you're dealing with maybe a builder, perhaps. They have funds allocated for specifically for maybe they want billboards up and they want certain kinds of advertising done. If that's the case, if they got an advertising budget and they're going to be sharing some of that money with you so that you could do some of those advertising tasks, then you got to give them that accounting within 90 days. All right. But it's not of your typical client. Typical clients are not going to pay you to do your advertising and then pay you a commission on top of it, right? So cash deposits, anytime your clients give you $10,000 or more, you need to report it to the IRS, right? Can you accept checks from your client?
No personal checks.
Okay.
No
Yes,
personal
yes, you
check.
can. Yes, you can. Do not confuse my advice with what you're allowed to do. Okay.
Oh,
I advised you not to do that because there's, checks can bounce and all kinds of things like that. I advised you, my advice to you is always try to get a bank manager's check or certified funds from your clients. However, are you allowed to take checks from your clients? Yes, you are. Okay. So don't confuse the advice that I give you in this class with what you're allowed to do. So this is why I'm revisiting that again. All right. I just want to make sure that you guys understand that you can accept cash from clients. You can accept checks from clients. I suggest that you don't, and I gave you a laundry list of reasons why you shouldn't. Because if you get $10,000 or more, you got to report it to the IRS. If they give you any counterfeit money, you're going to have issues there being responsible for that. And in addition, you're going to get a visit from the Secret Service, perhaps, because they're the ones that investigate the counterfeiting of money. There's a whole lot of reasons why not to. Same thing with accepting personal checks or money orders. Can you accept them? Sure you can. I advise that you should not, though. All right. So just don't mix my advice with what you can and can't do, though. Okay. Just try and give you some practical advice when actually working in the field versus what you need to study for exams. All right. Good. All right. Withdrawals must never be made to cash. Okay, so if the broker takes the money out of the escrow account and they're going to refund it back to the person, it always has to be written out to a person's name. You can't have a check made out to cash. And your broker should know that, but you got to know this too for some reason. It's going to be an exam question, perhaps on a state exam. You know why? Because if you have a check made out to cash, anyone can cash it. It's as good as finding the money on the street. Right. All right. So here's some tips, reasons not to accept cash. Okay. If you get robbed, counterfeit cash, you need to report to the IRS. Holly suggests certified check or bank manager checks only. Make sure return deposits are returned to the person who gave the deposit. And avoid personal checks and money orders. Although they are allowed, okay? These are only tips, okay? Okay, record keeping. Brokers must keep all, okay, by the way, let's add this in your notes somewhere or here in a book, we can make a notation under this. Let's go to where it says cash deposits and withdrawals first, and let's highlight any cash deposit of $10,000 or more must be reported to the IRS. Okay. Then under permanent records, let's highlight every broker must keep records of trust account activity for at least 6 years. And then after that, you're going to write, let me dictate it first, and then you can start where you're writing. Except for unaccepted offers and expired listings, which must be kept for 6 months. except for unaccepted offers and expired listings, which must be kept for 6 months.
Can you repeat that again?
Except for unaccepted offers and expired listings, which must be kept for 6 months. See, this is the easy definition. Just like, let me see, we got it here. Except for the following, which need to be kept for 6 months. You see on the slide in front of us, unaccepted offers to purchase and expired listings that never had offers accepted, that later fell through. These need to be kept for 6 months. Okay. So this way, it's a simple way to remember it. Brokers must keep all records for 6 years, except for unaccepted offers and expired listings, which must be kept for 6 months. However, expired listings, let me stipulate that never had offers accepted on them. Okay, you don't need to write that down. They're not going to get that deep into the dirt and the exam questions, into the details. But look, if you had a listing that at one point was under contract and the deal fell apart and then it went back on the market and then it expired, you still need to keep those listings now for 6 years though, because it was under contract at one point. Anytime it's under contract, even if the transaction falls through, you need to keep it because that offer had been accepted. You see unaccepted offers to purchase or lease. Okay, but if there was an offer that was accepted and the transaction fell through, broker still needs to keep those documents for 6 years. All right, so all records, contracts, listing agreements belong to the brokerage. The salesperson must not remove them from the office. When they leave that brokerage, they can't try to take those listings with them because those listings, you are an extension of your broker. Okay, any business that you get actually belongs to the broker. Aren't you doing business in the name of the broker under which you're employed? So any listings that you get, they're not your listings, they're the broker's listings because you got those listings for the company that you were working for, right? So if you quit and leave, you can't take those listings with you. Keep that in mind. That record keeping, you need to know that for exams. Okay. All right.
Can the client pull the deal from the broker?
Oh, you mean, can you try to get slick and go to the client and ask them to pull the deal because you're going to move to a different brokerage and then take it and then relist it with them somewhere else?
Possibly.
Your broker will probably file a formal complaint against you because it's kind of obvious.
Okay.
Okay. It's actually against licensing law to solicit the business of another broker, let alone steal their business. All right. I know you did all the work to get that client and all, but when you were working for that broker. You got that client for the broker because you were employed with that broker. You leave that broker, that client stays behind. The broker will assign another agent to finish that transaction with that client. And when that transaction closes, you may still get paid a commission. You just won't get paid the full commission because that other agent's going to have to get paid something to finish the transaction. And you can't finish it because you no longer work with that broker. Make sense? We're going to go over that in a little more detail when we get to your employment agreements. All right. Under regulations and documents, we got the sales contracts here. Highlight every person who signs a listing contract, sales contract, or lease should immediately receive a duplicate original of the document. That is, licensees must provide multiple original copies for the party signatures. That's what a duplicate original is. It's not a copy, it's multiple originals. Wet signatures, multiple originals. Okay. Now, when Governor Christie was the governor still, shortly before he left office, he signed into law that digital signatures are now allowed on real estate contracts. Prior to that, they were not allowed, even though some agents were adopting them early because they had the technology. Oh, they got their iPad or whatever it is, right? And there's software there that you could do digital signatures. Listen, guys, you got to be careful when adopting technology. Don't go out there adopting the latest technology because it's available. If the law did not catch up and allow it, you are jeopardizing your client. You're putting your client's position at risk. Because if a lawsuit wants to come about and somebody wants to sue because you violated the terms of the contract that they signed, well, if you signed it by digital signatures and digital signatures were not legal at the time, you don't have a contract. You follow? So don't be so quick to adopt the latest technologies without first checking to see if they're legal. And here's your good rule of thumb, especially in New Jersey, the most regulated state in the land, the nanny state, okay? Assume whatever you're doing is illegal until you prove otherwise. That's some good advice for you, all right? Even with advertising, you know, anything that you do, assume that you're breaking the law until you prove otherwise, all right? You go ask your broker, hell, call the real estate commission and ask them if you're allowed to do this or that, you know? But ask your broker's advice first, okay? But digital signatures are now allowed in New Jersey. So how do we give a duplicate original to our clients if they never had an original, if they're only digital? Then you just print out another copy. It'll have the barcode at the bottom, the digital signature, okay? All right. Commissions are negotiable between the client and the broker. Licensees can prepare contracts only for 1 to 4 family homes and single building residential lots. This slide is going in order with what's in the book here too, by the way. Licensees can prepare contracts only for 1 to 4 family homes and single building residential lots, because anything else is considered commercial real estate, and contracts for commercial real estate need to be prepared by attorneys. All right. Agents would start the process of selling or leasing commercial real estate by writing a non-binding intent to purchase or lease, which is also referred to as a term sheet, because that's all you're doing is you're gathering all the terms that are to be added to the contract, and the parties sign off on it, that they agree to it, and then you hand it off to an attorney who will be preparing the actual contract. Okay. All right. You see here it says, as seller, you have the right to individually reach an agreement on any fee, commission, or other valuable consideration with any broker. No fee, commission, or other consideration has been fixed by any governmental authority or trade association or multiple listing service. This is when you're dealing, you got to put that disclosure in any contract where basically there was no listing, when you were dealing directly with a for sale by owner, for example. All right, because you didn't have all the listing disclosures and contracts with that person, you have to put this disclosure in the contract. So right to the side of that in your book, FSBO offers, page 51. You could also put this little cross-reference there. Let's go to page 51 for a second. On page 51, you see where it says antitrust laws? I want you guys to write next to that, Sherman Antitrust Act. S-H-E-R-M-A-N. Sherman Antitrust Act. Next to antitrust laws. It's going to be here in the paragraph too, but I want you writing it next to the title. This little disclosure that we have to put on the for sale by owner contracts because we didn't have listing agreements with them that says, as seller, you have the right to individually reach an agreement on any fee, commission, or other valuable consideration with any broker. No fee, commission, or other consideration has been fixed by any governmental authority, trade association, or multiple listing service. That's basically a disclosure saying that we don't engage in an illegal practice under state and federal law called price fixing. Okay, so let's continue reading here on page 51, okay, under this Sherman Antitrust Act. So the real estate industry is subject to federal and state antitrust laws. Most common antitrust violations that occur in real estate are price fixing and allocation of markets, okay? Price fixing and allocation of markets. Highlight, illegal price fixing occurs when brokers conspire to set prices for the services they perform rather than letting those prices be established through competition in the open market. Continue highlighting, real estate licensees must disassociate themselves immediately from the slightest discussion of commission rates with any member of a competing firm. All right. So in the first thing that you highlighted there, it says illegal price fixing. I also want you to underline the term price fixing. You will get this on exams. You need to understand this. You will get questions about it, the term of price fixing. They also may not use the term in some questions. Sometimes they may just paint the scenario. So you also really need to understand what price fixing is and allocation of markets. Okay, so what is price fixing? Well, price fixing is, say that I'm teaching this class to you and pretend that we're all licensed already. And so if we're teaching a class to a bunch of licensed people and I start talking about, hey, listen, nobody here charge less than 12% commission. And if I get everybody on board and everybody agrees not to charge less than 12% commission, basically what are we doing? We're making it impossible for the public to list a property for less than 12%, to find an agent who will take their listing for less than 12%. So what is that doing? I know that's a ridiculous number, but I'm just throwing a ridiculous number out there. I'm not telling you guys to engage in illegal price fixing. But if you're already licensed, you're not supposed to be talking with other licensees about the fees that you charge the public. It can be construed, it can be misconstrued as us colluding with each other. Colluding means that we're working with each other or scheming with each other to try to set or fix an industry standard on pricing, the prices that we charge the public for the services that we perform, okay? It's good for us, bad for the public. It's anti-competition, all right? If we compete, that drives our prices down of the fees that we charge for the public, and it's better for the public because it lowers our prices, but it's, you know, bad for us, good for the public, all right? So there's federal laws against this, and these federal laws have been around for a very, very long time. And they do not apply only to real estate. Anybody ever see that series on, I think it was a History Channel, History Channel or Discovery Channel? It was a series about, I think it was The Men Who Made America or The Men Who Built America or something like that it was called. It was all about all these super rich, you know, the Rockefellers and all those people, how they were the titans of industry, some that controlled the oil industries, some that controlled the railroads and all that. And a lot of them did it through monopolies. They would buy out the competition. They would price them out of the market and drive them out of business. This is how a lot of these uber rich, you know, Rockefellers and all these people got even richer, okay? They basically squashed out competition. A lot of them bought out a lot of the different businesses. Now they owned a bunch of different business entities all in the same industry. So they would they would have all of their companies set the pricing and work their pricing the same. But when they're the majority in the industry, that means that the public cannot shop for better prices elsewhere. All right. Kind of like the cable industry today, right? Cable TV. But you could see even them, the markets are taking their natural forces against them, because now we're starting to see this stuff streaming stuff online. You know, you had first, then satellite became a competition for them, even though it seemed like there's still not much competition for the TV industry there. It's starting to build up a little bit. We're starting to see some, as technology moves along, they're getting a little bit. By the way, continuing on, if we allocation of customers or markets would be, for an example, this is also part of this covered under the Sherman Antitrust Act. When an allocation of markets would be, if we're the two major companies, we're both working for the two major companies in town, and we agree to work with each other, and I say, hey, listen, how about I get all the business on this side of Main Street and you get all the business on that side of Main Street? Or I will take all the listings above 350,000 and we'll direct all the listings for properties valued under 350,000 to you if you agree to do the same. Okay. Basically, we're working with each other to divvy up the market share. Okay. That's called allocation of markets. So you could do it geographically or by price or whatever. That's allocation of markets. You're supposed to be trying to get all the business away from the competition. You're not supposed to be working with them on how you're going to split up the business, right? So this is why they say real estate licensees must disassociate themselves immediately from the slightest discussion of commission rates with the competition. Okay. Go down to the last paragraph under this section on page 51. And it says the penalties for such acts are severe. Under the Sherman Antitrust Act, highlight Sherman Antitrust Act. People who fix prices or allocate markets may be found guilty of a misdemeanor, punishable by a maximum $1 million fine and 10 years in prison. That's a hell of a misdemeanor. Now that's for an individual, but say that I'm teaching you guys in a school, or you're going to an MLS organization, or any kind of other big group or business or company is engaging in price fixing or trying to teach people to engage in price fixing. The fine is actually $100 million and 10 years in prison. And it's still a misdemeanor. Hell of a misdemeanor, huh? A lot of dough. 10 years in prison? Jeez. Some rapist out there to get less than that. Yeah. Don't mess with people's money, then they'll throw you in jail, right? Okay, so let's go back to page 17. Okay, everybody back at 17? All right, so written offers must be forwarded or presented to owners within 24 hours. So you get an offer in writing, you got to present that offer within 24 hours. You know what a verbal offer is? Nothing. It's called fishing. A verbal offer, hey, do you think your client will accept this? Well, what about this? Or what about that? You know, it's fishing. Okay, a verbal offer don't mean squat, right? So written offers need to be presented within 24 hours, even though the Realtors Code of Ethics will train you otherwise. See, this is the law. The Realtors Code of Ethics, however, for the Realtors organization says, oh, you need to present written offers too. But you know what? Written offers fishing, and especially around here, you get a lot of BS that you got to deal with from people when they're doing that fishing. I've had agents before and some cheap people before say, oh, let's put an offer in for this amount. And then they try to change it by $1,000 increments, you know, and I'm like, are you for real? You know what I tell my clients? If I got a listing and somebody's going to be fishing and playing games like this, making super low ball offers and trying to fish by making offers of $1,000 increments and such, I'm going to advise my client, the seller, and I'm going to tell him, listen, this person's playing games. They're cheap. They're cheap. It's cheapness. They think it's negotiation. It's cheapness. All right. And what it boils down to is, what do you think is going to happen after the home inspections happen? You think they're not going to try to get you down on price even more? You think they're not going to try to renegotiate the whole contract? This person's a pain in the ass, and it ain't going to get any better. Once they think that they got you in this transaction for so long and so deep in, and they get the inspections done, and at every step of the way, this person's always going to be looking to get more out of the deal. They're not looking to be fair and equitable in this transaction. They're looking to get the best deal and to get one over on you. Okay. There's a lot of people out there like that. Okay. Look, in some cultures, negotiation is a standard thing. You know, they don't think anything about it because, hey, it's you know, you go to the marketplace, you got to negotiate, you know. Some people, it's just in some cultures, it's just a standard thing. You know, hey, it's negotiations. Hey, we always negotiate and renegotiate. Well, now, this is a contract. You got a contract signed, okay? You abide by the contract. You want to start trying to renegotiate, we could kill the contract too. Okay, we don't need to renegotiate. We could kill the deal with you and accept an offer somewhere else. And I won't think twice about that, because you know how you win in negotiations? You don't be afraid to walk away from the deal. Okay, you guys should read some books. You know, some of the Robert Kiyosaki or the Art of the Deal by Trump. You know, these things are pretty good. Or take some of these classes for teaching you negotiation tactics. You guys are going to need to learn how to do negotiations, because negotiations is not just crossing your arms and saying no. Okay, you need to have some kind of a strategy when you go into it. You need to know the principles of negotiation. All right, there's some classes you could actually take out there. Even the Realtors Association offers some classes that you could take, but there's plenty of books out there that you guys can read about it too, and they're pretty good ones. Okay, you can learn some solid stuff, and I suggest you do, to try to better yourselves, to become professionals at what you do. All right. Let's see. So let's see. Written offers must be forwarded, presented to owners within 24 hours. All listings must be entered into the MLS within 48 hours. 2 exam questions there. Hint, hint. Wink, wink. Nod, nod. Okay. Under the disclosure on page 17, for that one for the Sherman Antitrust Act, the disclosure for the for sale by owners, I want you to highlight that first sentence. It says licensees can prepare sales contracts only for 1 to 4 family homes and single residential lots. Okay. Then the next paragraph, it says the commission requires, we're going to highlight this. The commission requires that all sales contracts prepared by licensees contain an attorney review clause, giving the buyer and seller the right to consult an attorney who may disapprove of the contract within 3 business days after delivery of the signed contract to both parties. All right. I don't know if you guys recall, yesterday I spoke about this a little bit. Once both parties sign a contract and they're given their duplicate original, their original copies of the fully executed contract, it's been signed by all parties. If you don't have an attorney start attorney review within 3 days, 3 business days, the contract becomes legally binding the way it is, the way it's been written. So if you don't have an attorney start attorney review or cancel the contract or make changes to it within 3 days, the contract becomes legally binding as it is. And that's basically what this little disclosure says. All right, I'll go to the next paragraph. All written offers, which is what we just read in the slideshow, so we're going to highlight this. All written offers must be forwarded to the sellers within 24 hours, and at time of listing, owners of property must be furnished with a copy of the Attorney General's memorandum regarding the New Jersey law against discrimination, or the LAD. Okay, we didn't get into that yet, but we're going to highlight it anyway. The LAD, we're going to talk about that in chapter 4. That's when we're talking about discrimination and other disclosures. But the Attorney General's memorandum, who is the Attorney General? Not the person's name, but the position. The Attorney General is the highest law enforcement officer in the state. Okay, so the Attorney General's office, the State Attorney General's office, they put out a form, which we call a memorandum. It's a document, memorandum, or which is a fancy word for notice. Okay, they put out a notice or memorandum that we have to give to owners of property that list their property for sale or lease. Anytime we get a listing that says that they cannot discriminate, and it lists all the protected classes, so we cannot discriminate against people. And then they put out the protected classes so that we know what discrimination is. Okay, discrimination is more than a black and white thing, as we're going to learn about when we get to chapter 4. There's a lot of different types of discrimination out there. Okay, so we need to supply this to the owners of property at the time that we get the listing, the Attorney General's memorandum, which talks about the LAD, the New Jersey laws against discrimination, as well as the federal anti-discriminatory laws. All right, basically we're telling them, hey, whether you use us or not, you can't discriminate. But the law requires us as real estate agents to provide you with this disclosure to inform you about those laws that you can't discriminate. Now, buyers and sellers, they're free to discriminate to their heart's content. You could choose where you want to live, who you want to live next to, right? But sellers or landlords cannot discriminate on who they're going to sell or rent to. If you're offering a property for sale or rent, you cannot. Buyers and renters, however, they could choose where they want to live. We have that freedom, okay? Provided that you got the money to pay for it, you know. I mean, not everybody can afford to live in Beverly Hills, right? Let's see. All listings must be entered into the MLS within 48 hours, unless directed not to by the owner. But then we need a CYA form. You know what that stands for, right? Cover your butt. We need a CYA form there called the Waiver of Broker Cooperation, then signed by the owner. Because licensing law requires us as licensees to put the listings in the MLS within
48 hours.
48 hours. MLS is the multiple listing system or service. Now I kind of refer to it as a system these days because it's instead of a service, it's more of a system, computer system, that anytime you get a listing, licensing law requires licensees to share their listings with each other. They call that broker cooperation. We're required to cooperate with each other to try to sell each other's listings, okay? Because when we cooperate with each other in that way and not having secret pocket listings, it works better for the public. If I get a listing and a property for sale, if I keep it to myself, what are the odds of me finding the buyer or renter for this property versus thousands of agents out there I could be sharing it with, you know? I think the last version of this book, I don't think this version says it. Yeah, this version of the book didn't say it. The last version of the book at the beginning, it said that in New Jersey, there's about 78,000 licensees in the state. All right. Wait, actually, did they say it in this book? Hold on. It would be in chapter 1. Nope, they don't mention any numbers there anymore. Okay, whatever. So they say there's about 78,000 licensees in the state, right? So that's not a lot of competition, is it? Now, considering that most of them are not actively working, some of them are just hanging their licenses as referral agents or just hanging them and not doing any work. When you look at it, about half of them are actually only registered as realtors. members of the Realtors Association. But if I am the only one showing the listing that I have versus me sharing that listing with all those other licensees out there who may be working with 1 or 2 clients themselves, doesn't that greatly increase the odds of me selling that listing for that seller and at a higher price? Yeah. So this is why we got to work in the best interest of our clients. We can't put our own personal best interest above our clients. We always got to keep our clients' interest first. Okay. 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 Yeah. Put me to sleep here. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So this slide actually has a lot of exam information on it. Everything from a duplicate original to negotiations of commissions to the kinds of properties that licensees can prepare contracts for, to when offers need to be presented, to when listings need to be put in the MLS, to the document that needs to be given to owners at time of listing, and who can direct the licensee not to put listings in the MLS, and then how do we get them to do it, how do we, when we don't put a listing in the MLS, that we need to get that CYA form signed, because licensing law requires us to put the listing in the MLS unless who directs us not to? The owner. So then we need to get them to sign a form that directs us not to. We need to get it in writing. Everything that we do should be in writing. And then buyers and sellers, landlords and tenants can choose whether or not to incur the cost of hiring a lawyer. You know that you don't need a lawyer in a real estate transaction? That's your choice. But don't you go telling the public that. Because the law requires that if somebody's not going to use a lawyer, we have an obligation to inform them that they have a right to hire one. So we shouldn't be advising them that they don't need one. We should be advising them that they have a right to hire one. See, years ago, actually, in a lot of states, they don't use the lawyers in real estate transactions unless there's a problem. Actually, the southern part of New Jersey works the same way, but that's kind of like another state as well anyway, right? Southern part of New Jersey, they even follow different sports teams and such, right? They're all, what, Philadelphia?
True. Yeah.
But they're like another state anyway down there. But so they do things, even today, they still do things differently. They do things like other states do in the southern part of New Jersey than we do in the north central part of Jersey, where what happens is we have attorney review. In the southern part of New Jersey, they don't. The agent takes a more active role in the transaction. They do the negotiations through those term sheets, right? They make those non-binding intents to purchase or lease. They negotiate the wording and the terms that are going to be added to the contract before the contract's written up. And then the contract is written up and everybody signs it. And that's it. See, here in the north central part of Jersey, we actually kind of do things ass backwards. Let me explain that. What we do here is we actually, when we make an offer on a property, we're not putting together these term sheets going back and forth negotiating the wording. What we actually do is we have the client sign the actual contract from the beginning. And then once a contract's been signed by everyone, we can't go back and make changes to it. That's practicing law without a license. So what we got to do is we put together the offer and then we send it off to attorneys to make changes later. So isn't that kind of backwards what we're doing up here? Yeah, it is. So years ago in southern part of New Jersey, there was an agent that said, hey, you know what? Why don't I advertise what I'm doing differently than a lot of other agents? And so he put together like a postcard, a mailing that said, hey, when you hire me as your agent, I take a more active role in the real estate transaction. I could save you the costs incurred by hiring an attorney. Ooh. Now that landed in an attorney's mailbox. And an attorney was like, whoa, 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 wait a minute. This guy's trying to take money out of our pockets here. But what he's saying is not wrong. You don't need to hire an attorney. But we got to put an end to this. We can't have agents, because next thing you know, we're going to have a lot of agents out there spreading out this information that is true, but we don't want the public to know that. So how can we put an end to this? How can we smush this? The attorney had an idea. Who creates a lot of these laws? Politicians create.
Politicians.
But wait a minute. Who writes the laws? They get attorneys to write them up. So even though some politicians are attorneys, not all of them are, okay? They got attorney friends. So this guy, this attorney, went to politicians with a proposal for a law, explaining how there's a lot of real estate agents out there and it's starting to spread. They're putting their clients at risk by telling them that they don't need an attorney in the real estate transaction. And that's putting them at a legal risk there when purchasing real estate. So there should be a law in place that protects consumers by requiring that professionals in the real estate industry have an obligation to inform people that they have a right to hire an attorney instead of telling them that they don't need one. Oh, tricky. You see what they're doing here? And thus, a law was born and a new disclosure for us called the Opinion 26 Notice. Okay. On school exam, they simply refer to it as the notice. On state exam, it's the Opinion 26 Notice. This is another note. This is another document. You need to know it. You need to put it in your notes. You need to study it. It will be on exams. This document must be the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees, and it must be used when there is no attorney being used in the transaction as well, because we have to inform people the risks involved. Hold on one second. Let me see. This thing says go to page 174. What's on page 170? Oh, okay. So on page 174 in the book, it's probably going to be one of the Opinion 26 Notice. Yep. Go to page 174 to take a look at this document while I actually pull one up and put one on screen, okay? So page 174, you see it just says notice. I want you to write the words Opinion 26 above that, okay? Because it's actually called the Opinion 26 Notice. And I'm going to open up one and put it up on screen for you as well so we can see it on screen. I can have it in the recording here and not just in the book. Okay. So above where it says notice here, I want you guys to write Opinion 26 Notice above it. Here. I'll even try to do that right here. Hello. Da, 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 da. Oh, that's annotations. We don't want to make annotation. We want to add text. And so right above it, I want you guys to write Opinion 26 Notice. Or Opinion 26, it already says notice there. There we go. It used to say Opinion 26 on this form. I don't know, at one point in time they removed that where they don't say that anymore, but it should. This is the Opinion 26 Notice. All right. Now let's look and see what it says here on this form. It says to buyer and seller. Now listen, we're supposed to give this to anybody who we prepare contracts for. And what kind of properties can we prepare contracts for?
1 to
Rest-
4 family house
It's 1
and
to
a
4
single lot building.
1 to 4 family homes and single buildable lots, right? Because anything else is considered commercial, and in commercial real estate, you already have an attorney involved in the transaction because those contracts have to be prepared by attorneys. So this will only be used by the contracts that we prepare. Wait, do we only prepare sales contracts for 1 to 4 families, or do we also prepare leases? We do, okay? We prepare leases as well.
Too.
So this
Yes, so-
opinion 26 notice needs to be the cover page for purchase contracts as well as leases that are prepared by us, okay? Even though most people don't use attorneys for leases, residential leases, we still need to have it there, okay? Because the law requires us for all contracts prepared by licensees, okay? Nah, real estate agents are not going to be replaced. We're still going to be needed out there. Still need those humans. Okay. Okay, so the law requires real estate brokers to give you the following information before you sign this contract. It requires us to tell you that you must read it all before you sign, and the purpose is to help you in the purchase or sale. And then there's a list here. See this number 1? This is this number 1 section. This is what we refer to as a disclosure of agency relationships. This is what that looks like. It says, as a real estate broker, I represent, and then we're going to check off who our agency is representing in this transaction. You know, remember, you're a representative of the agency. So who is the agency representing in this transaction as of now? The seller, not the buyer, not the seller. Well, if you're preparing this contract, you're representing the, at this point, the buyer, not the seller, unless you're representing both parties in the transaction, okay? Your agency is representing both parties in the transaction, or neither the seller or buyer. Okay, so that's number 1. This is what a disclosure of agency relationships looks like. You just checking a box, okay? Telling who you're representing and who your agency is representing in the transaction. All right, then it says, you will not get any legal advice unless you have your own lawyer. Neither I or anyone from the title company can give legal advice to the buyer or seller. If you don't hire a lawyer, nobody will represent you in those legal matters now or at closing, and neither I or the title company will represent you in those matters. Ooh, scary. Doesn't it sound like you're trying to scare us a little bit now? The contract is the most important part of the transaction. It determines your rights, your risks, and your obligations, and signing it's a very big step. A lawyer would help your feeble minds understand it better. Now, I know it doesn't say that, but it kind of is, right? You see what I'm getting at? They're kind of like doing a little bit of a fear-mongering in this document, trying to convince you, you really need a lawyer, all right? So the contract becomes final and binding unless your lawyer cancels it within the following 3 business days. If you do not have a lawyer, you cannot change or cancel the contract. Wait, what's this word? Unless. Oh, wait. So you can change or cancel the contract if the other party also agrees to it. So neither can the real estate broker or title company change or cancel the contract. But what they don't tell you, a lot of times title companies have attorneys working for them already. Boom, so they can, okay? See, this is a big fear-mongering document that some attorney passed into law requiring that we inform the public that you have to use an attorney, all right? Now, listen, so don't try to buck the system here, okay? Chances are the agent on the other side, the buyer or seller on the other side of the transaction is going to have an attorney. So don't go telling your client that you don't need one, you could do this without an attorney, because if the other side has an attorney, they're going to be a little bit at a disadvantage then, okay? So just ask them right off the bat, you know, who you using as your attorney in the transaction, tell them whoever they use in the transaction, just make sure they specialize in real estate, because there's a lot of different types of attorneys out there. You've got litigation attorneys, you got all kinds of attorneys out there, and not all attorneys, you know, there's specializations, just like doctors, right? You wouldn't go to a brain surgeon to work on your heart or vice versa, right? there's specialties. And even though every attorney took a real estate 101 class, it's a specialty. Real estate attorneys, you're going to notice, are a lot more mild-mannered than litigation attorneys. What are litigation attorneys? Litigation is like a fancy word for argue. They like to argue. It's my way or the highway, That's a litigation attorney, You're going to find they're very aggressive people. But real estate attorneys, they're a little bit more laid back with it because they know that their job is not to get it their way or the highway. It's because their client wants that house. They know their client wants that house. It's just to try to negotiate the most favorable terms for the wording that's to be entered into the contract, but not at the detriment of their client not getting the property, okay? So real estate attorneys are best for real estate transactions. Even though any attorney can do it, listen, I've had a client that I told this to once before, and I've had a lot of clients where I had issues with attorneys. But anyway, there was one issue that one time that they said, oh, no, there's this guy we know. He's a good friend. We know he's an attorney. He'll help. He said he'll help us in the transaction. Now, this guy, I think he was a litigation attorney of some sorts. And he was like, when we got into the actual contracts of it, I called him up to let him know that I've got a contract for him that we just, your client signed it. And he's like, oh yeah, that's right. They told me that that they were going to be buying a house. So I guess they found the property. And I was like, yeah, we found them a property. So we want to start the attorney review. I need to send this over. The guy actually mumbled under his breath. I actually heard him saying it out loud. He was like, I guess I got to dust off my old real estate books and see how this process works again. Can you imagine an attorney? He's like, you gotta dust off his law books to see how that real estate process works, his notes, so that he could do the transaction for them. Wow, that just gives you a little bit of, it's a specialty, it's a niche, and a niche. If they don't do it on a regular basis, they could be jeopardizing their client's interest there. All right. Anyway, you could see that this document, what it is. Okay. By the way, you see on this form, when it comes down to the signature lines at the end, there's 2 lines for sellers to sign, 2 lines for buyers to sign, and date. And then it says selling broker. Who is this, the selling broker? This is actually, I'm right. I see how I have it written down here. This is actually the buyer's agent's signature. The buyer's agent is actually the selling broker. The terminology is weird because when you see selling broker, you're thinking, isn't that the agent that's representing the seller? No, it's the agent who brings about the buyer to sell the property. Okay. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just trying to explain it, okay? This is the terminology, the way that it's used here, and it may be used that way on exams. Unless they say listing broker. Listing broker is working with the seller. But the selling broker is actually the buyer's agent. Okay? I know. I know. You don't got to tell me. I know. Don't complain. I know. Okay, I'm just here to get the message across that you guys understand. The selling, if it's listed as the selling broker is actually the buyer's agent, the one that brings about the sale. So that's why we call them the selling broker.
Does the broker have to sign for that, or can the agent sign for it?
The agent will usually be able to sign for it because your brokers, you sign an employment agreement with your broker, and your broker gives authorization to their agents to be representatives of the broker. So for listings and stuff like this in these transactions, you'll be signing these listing agreements. You'll be signing that unless you got a broker that wants they're an Uber control freak and they want to sign everything and see everything, but I don't see that happening. All right. So let me close this out now. We're done with this. All right. All right. So that was the opinion 26 notice. I just wanted to show it to you. It's not, instead of just talking about these documents, I like to actually show them to you so that you could see what they look like. The waiver of broker cooperation agreement. You know what? Let me see if I got one of those on hand. Whoops, sorry. Let me see if I got one of those on hand as well. I know I got one here, but it's called something else. Sorry, just bear with me 1 second while I try to find this. Okay, by signing a waiver of broker cooperation, it's never in the listing, it's never in the owner's best interest. Okay, but
No, I meant the broker's best interest.
Yeah,
And this is a higher value property.
yeah, it's always in the broker's best interest to do that because they're gonna definitely get both ends of the deal
Right, yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
if they could find a buyer. That's
Right.
it's a big if, right?
Right,
I mean, so I can't even really say that it's always in the broker's best interest because who says that they're going to find a buyer? It's a gamble though that they're willing to take. Now, this is why it should only be this document, the waiver of broker cooperation, should only be presented to the owner when they specifically ask for us not to put it in the MLS.
Okay,
We have an obligation to share listings with other agencies. And if we put and how do we do that? We put it in the MLS, which all the agents would have access to then. And then they could search the property and then they could show it. So like if I get a buyer, I tell them part of my script when I get a buyer is I tell them, hey, listen, I could show you any property that's out there. It doesn't matter what company listed it. I have access to it through the MLS. You know, so you don't have to go running through to the listing agents from this company and that company and having to give all your information again and again, repeating yourself just to find out if a property is available or know the price. I could be your point man. You know, you just come to me and you tell me the property, you find a listing or an address, you let me know. I'll get you the information about it. I could get you the information on any property that's out there. Okay. The only properties that's an exception to is if it's an exclusive listing where they did not put it in the MLS and the owner signed the waiver of broker cooperation. And then that means that they're not cooperating with other brokers and you have to only go to the listing agency for that. Okay. But those are far and few in between. And usually when that's happening, it should be only at the owner's request, but unfortunately sometimes you get some unscrupulous agents out there that are greedy and they want to get that listing and hog it all to themselves. All right, thinking that they're going to get both ends of the deal. Okay, look, I had a situation where that happened one time with a commercial property that I wanted to buy with a couple of people, and I called up. It was a listing, and I saw the sign. I saw the sign and it said exclusive broker on the sign. If you see a sign that says exclusive broker, you know it's an exclusive listing. Okay. So I called up to get information about it. And I guess the way I was asking the questions, the agent sensed that I was an agent. And she's like, "Are you an agent?" I was like, "Yes, I am." And then this is the attitude I got. She's like, "Well," I mean, I could practically hear her neck doing that rubber neck thing going on, right? She was like, "Well, this is an exclusive listing." She's like, we're not cooperating with other brokers. And no, I did not convince the owner. This was the owner's request. So if your client wants to see the property, they could contact me directly, but we're not cooperating with other brokers. Click. You know, I was like, what? I'm like, first of all, even though I'm a licensee, I was the one that was looking to buy the damn property. She just shot herself in the foot. I was calling her, you know? So some of these agents aren't too bright either. Yeah, they get that attitude. Whatever. Anyway, that ended up being for a property that was where was that? That was in Islin on Route 27. There was a Catholic church owned a property over there with the school, and they were trying to sell that property for a while. So I tried making an inquiry in that. It was listed and it said exclusive broker on it. And that property ended up being listed for quite a while too. I think they eventually ended up leasing it out when a careless janitor at one of the Edison schools was smoking a cigar in the school and burnt it down. I don't know if you guys recall that happening. They ended up renting that building for a long term until their school can get rebuilt. But whatever.
I live right by that school.
Oh, you do? Yeah, yeah. I was interested in that, and for a couple of people, we were looking into getting it, but whatever. She literally didn't want to cooperate with anybody, even if you're an agent that's looking to buy it, so whatever, screw her. Anyway, so that agent knows who she is. So that's the waiver of broker cooperation agreement. All right, so let's get back here to the slideshow. And okay, so by the way, so this slide has a lot of information. Basically, everything on this slide you need to study. Okay, this is what slide number 9 of chapter 2. Study everything on it. All these things on exams. You're welcome, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah. I got no problem telling you guys what's on exams. I mean, I know you got to study a lot of stuff still, so I'll tell you what's on exams, at least stuff I know that's on exams. All right. Broker business relationships. Okay. So remember, how do we disclose agency relationships? We check off a box. Remember on the opinion 26 notice? Check off, our agency represents the seller, not the buyer not the seller, both the seller and the buyer, or neither. Okay. Because nothing in the law says that an agent has to work in an agency capacity. They could also work as what we call a transaction broker, which is merely the manager of a transaction. Okay. When you work as an agent, you see the word agent after. You could work as a seller's agent, buyer's agent, or disclosed dual agent. That's when your agency is representing both parties in the transaction. When you're working in an agency capacity, that means that your agency and you as the agent has a fiduciary obligation to your client. This is a fiduciary duty or fiduciary obligation. These are the legal responsibilities that we owe the person that we're working with and representing, okay? But nothing in the law says that a salesperson has to work in an agency capacity. We could work as a transaction broker who does the same thing in the transaction that an agent does, except they don't have those legal obligations, those what we call fiduciary duties to the person that we're working with, all right? So they do the same stuff in the transaction, they just cannot be held legally liable for certain things. See, when I work with people, I always represent my clients, okay? I always represent my client's interests. So I take on certain fiduciary duties or legal responsibilities that I would owe to them, which we're going to learn about all your fiduciary duties in chapter 3, the next chapter. But it's important just to understand that we have certain legal obligations, and those legal obligations are called fiduciary duties. And the person that you're representing is called a client. And if you're working with somebody as a transaction broker, you're just being the manager of the transaction without having legal obligations to the person you're working with. They are your customer. They're not a client. Clients is someone you owe fiduciary duties to. You have legal responsibilities to. A customer, you do not. Who could be a customer to you? It could be anybody that walks in the front door. They're just asking questions. You're not representing them yet. You have no legal responsibilities to them. Or another agent's client. Who are they to you? They're a customer. You don't have any legal responsibilities to them. you only need to treat them fairly and honestly. So what's the difference between a client and a customer? A client is somebody you're representing as their agent, and you have fiduciary duties to them. A customer is someone you only need to treat fairly and honestly, and you're not representing as an agent. Okay? We'll get into that a little bit deeper in chapter 3. All right, let's get caught up on our highlights, okay? On page 18, let's highlight the thing about that opinion 26 notice we went over at the top of the page. We're going to highlight on the second line, notice must be attached as the cover page to any contract of sale prepared by licensees. And at the end of that line, write opinion 26 notice. Page 174. So write opinion 26 notice, page 174. All right. Now, if a real estate broker is also licensed as an insurance broker, mention of the buyer's purchase of insurance from that broker, if included in the sales contract, must be confirmed separately in writing, not less than 5 days before the actual closing of title. I'm just going to underline it with my pen, not less than 5 days before the actual closing. All right. And I'm going to put an asterisk next to that paragraph. I don't know if that's on exam or not, but we're seeing a lot of these, you know, the real estate brokerages, they're like these one-stop shops where, you know, you could get real estate, insurance, mortgage, everything under one roof. They call them these one-stop shops, you know, for your convenience. But the thing is, when you're doing that, you're getting all the services from one broker there, one company. They usually have custom sales contracts, you'll notice. And sometimes in those custom sales contracts they have, it's a checkbox that you could just check the box that you're getting the mortgage through them. You just check the box that you're getting the homeowner's insurance and the title insurance from them. So the law says, because you get some people that could be unscrupulous and just be like, hey, I'm going to check this box and we're going to make some extra money. Okay. So the law says that not just checking that box, but it also needs to be confirmed separately on a separate document that the person is not obligated to get the service from you. However, they still choose to. You got to have them basically sign a document like that separately so that you can't just get away with just having them check a box and now they're getting their insurance through you, right? And how soon does that need to be given to them? Not less than 5 days before closing, which that's not much time. Should be at the time, within 5 days of them signing the contract is what it should be. Okay, other documents. The broker must keep copies of all unaccepted offers for how long?
6 months.
6 months.
6 months.
6 months.
Right. And everything else is 6 years, right? So unaccepted offers and expired listings are 6 months. Everything else is 6 years. So we're going to highlight the broker must keep copies of all unaccepted offers to purchase for 6 months from the date of the initial offer. All copies of contracts of sale and listing agreements must be kept for 6 years. They go on to say, you know, all the other brokers' bills must be kept for 6 years too. Their escrow records, the commissions they pay to the agents, the rent, the electric, everything. The broker needs to keep all those bills, everything, all those documents for 6 years. The next paragraph, it says all records and files must be available for inspection at any time by the commission, and they always remain the property of the broker, meaning that you as the agent cannot take them out of the office. Highlight salespeople may not remove anything from the broker's files if they leave the broker. not only the broker's policy that I told you that's common, it's also the law. Okay, broker business relationships. Let's go over the slide. You could put a highlighted box around this first paragraph under broker business relationships. On the side of it, write CIS form. CIS form. Page 43, 44.
I missed that, Victor. Where to write CIS form?
Okay, so where it says broker business relationships in the book, to the left of that, that first paragraph, put a highlighted box around. And then to the left of it, write CIS form, page 43, 44. Because what they're describing there in this paragraph is the CIS disclosure form that we have to give to people. Now, I have a slide about this that basically breaks down the details. Instead of reading it all, we're just going to look at the slide. And you made your notes, you highlighted it. We're going to just look now from the slideshow. So the CIS statement, the CIS form, it's the first document you give to anyone you intend to do business with. It's only required for residential property, though. Okay. So what does it do? It's a disclosure of agency relationships describing how your agency intends to work with or represent somebody in that transaction. It's the first document given to anyone you intend to do business with. It's required for residential transactions only. The seller, you give it to sellers, buyers, landlords, and tenants. It's required before any discussion of the motivation or financial situation is initiated in the transaction. Why? Well, before you start asking people probing questions about why they're moving and what their finances are, don't you think that they would want to know who you're representing in that transaction if you're representing them or the other party? That's why. They don't want you asking all kinds of probing questions of somebody without first disclosing who you're representing. Okay? Because you could take advantage of them that way, right? So you got to be informed. You got to be an informed consumer. They got to inform you who that agent is representing before they could start asking you all these questions. Kind of like a cop. Let's look at this. If you're being questioned for a crime, shouldn't they read you your rights first? Right? If you're being questioned for as a suspect, right? They should inform you of your rights first. So over here, shouldn't they inform you of, that any information you tell them can be held against you, used against you, kind of like a cop does, right? So it's the same thing that we do, so that we can't use that financial information against them. Oh, I'm looking for a house. I'm in urgent need of buying. I can go up to this much. And if you're really representing the seller in that transaction, that's not a good idea to start disclosing all that information up front to that agent then, would it be? But we need to know who that agent's representing. So this is why the law, licensing law, requires you as an agent, the first thing before you start asking any questions, probing about their motivation or financial situation, to disclose who your agency is representing in that transaction. And the way we do that is we have to supply them the CIS form, the Consumer Information Statement. It's CIS, not CSIs. Okay, CSI is a TV show. Okay, CIS, Consumer Information Statement. Okay. This will always be on exams. You need to know this form as well. It's on page 43, 44. Let me see if I could pull one up on screen as well. Damn, I don't have a lot of these forms over here. Consumer Information Statement. Why don't I have these? Just bear with me 1 second. Wow. Nope. Okay, I gotta get some of these things for the classes. CIS form. Waiver. All right. So we'll use the one that's in the book for now because I don't have one of these handy. This is consumer information statement. So let's look at the one that's in the book on page 70. What was it? 74, 43 and 44. There's nothing fancy about this form, the consumer information statement. By the way, though, the text seems kind of small, doesn't it? The law requires that the text in this book is too small. The law requires that the CIS form has to be a minimum of a 12-point font size. So the size of the font on this form in this book is too small because it's shrunk down to fit within the margins of the page. But it's basically a definition sheet. It informs consumers that we have to give this document to them and why. And then it talks about the different ways that our agency can work with them. As a seller's agent only, a buyer's agent only, a disclosed dual agent, or a transaction broker, because there's nothing in the law that says that we have to work with somebody in an agency capacity. Okay. And it describes what the pros and cons are of both. Basically boils down to this. We can't put the interest of one party above the other, okay? And especially if you're working as a disclosed dual agent, because that means your agency is representing both parties in the transaction, even if you, as the particular agent, are not. You could have another agent representing the seller and you're representing the buyer, but you're both working for the same company. Guess what? You're both working as dual agents. But undisclosed dual agency is illegal. So we must disclose the fact that our agency is representing both parties in the transaction. Even though you, as the agent, never met the seller, the agency is representing both parties in that transaction, and therefore we have an obligation to disclose that relationship between the parties. Now, if you go to page 44, down the bottom, sticking this form in somebody's face and trying to get them to sign it first thing before you start talking to them about their motivations to move and their finances and stuff, they may recoil a little bit and be like, whoa, 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 I'm not signing any contracts. What are you sticking in front of my face here? Okay. You could refer them to this last paragraph down the bottom left of page 44. It says, put a highlighted box around it as well. It says, you may obtain legal advice about these business relationships from your own lawyer. This statement is not a contract and is provided for informational purposes only. So look, it says right there, it's not a contract. I'm just required to give it to you. The law requires me to give it to you. So why do you need to sign it? Well, let's look on the right side of the page at the top and also highlight this. Acknowledgement of receipt of the CIS. I'm just asking you to sign this so I could show my broker that I've given it to you because the law requires me to, and my broker requires me to get it signed. Otherwise, I can't work with you, okay? Blame your broker. They're not going to have a problem with it, okay? And then if you look, it says, here's where you have the buyer or renter sign, buyer, seller, renter, landlord sign. So let's look at it from the seller's perspective, okay? We are going to, it says, by signing this consumer information statement, I acknowledge that I received this statement from, and then you're going to put your name, or actually your brokerage's name over here. Prior to discussing my motivation for selling or leasing my property, okay? Then you're going to go down halfway down that page where it says declaration of business relationships. That's where you put your name. as an authorized representative of the name of your brokerage. Intend as of this time to work with you as if this is the seller, I always select seller's agent and disclose dual agent if the opportunity arises, instead of just selecting seller, because here's the options: seller's agent only, buyer's agent only, seller's agent and disclose dual agent if the opportunity arises, buyer's agent and disclose dual agent if the opportunity arises, transaction broker, or seller's agent on properties for which this firm is acting as the seller's agent, and a transaction broker on other properties, meaning that you basically never represent them buyers. Okay. Now, if you have them sign the seller, if you have them check off, if you check off and have them sign seller's agent and disclose dual agent if the opportunity arises, or buyer's agent and disclose dual agent if the opportunity arises, you must also get them to sign an informed consent to dual agency agreement. So what I did is I made a little bracket around those two options, and I wrote, like in the margin on the form, I wrote, have them sign a DDA, disclose dual agency agreement. And a sample one can be found on page 47. So I wrote, have them sign a disclose dual agency agreement if you select any of those options on that form. Now the sample, there's actually 4 versions of disclosed dual agent agreements. Okay. There's a sample one on page 47. I believe that one is for a seller. You have one for a seller, one for a buyer, one for a tenant, one for a landlord. There's 4 versions of that form. And let me see if in my notes here, if I have the disclosed dual agency agreements. Yes, I do. I got them all. So the one in the book on page 47, is this one right here that you see on screen. You got to put the property address down there. It talks over the pros and cons of it, and then this is where you put the name of your name of your brokerage. You have the seller sign it. You put all the brokerage information there, and then you as a salesperson sign it. And then you have it dated as well from when everybody signed it. Okay. See, this is the one for the seller. It says informed consent to dual agency seller. There's also, I told you there's 4 versions of that form. Let me pull up another one. Look, there's one for a buyer as well. As I open it. Here's the one for the buyer. You see it says buyer under it. It basically looks kind of like the same form, but it's directed towards the buyer, talks from the buyer's perspective. And you fill it out the same way, right? It looks pretty much like the same form, except it is listed, one for the seller, one for the buyer, one for a tenant, one for a landlord. Okay? That's if your agency is representing both parties in the transaction. All right. Now, where do I get these forms from? Where did I get these forms from? Well, you see down here, ziplogix.com. Well, you're going to have to sign up for it if you go through that. But, I got my brokerage information there. You can see that that's where I got it from. But if we actually, if we go to the class links page.
I have a question in regard to dual agency.
Uh-huh.
So when you hire, for example, you hire a salesperson and they're saying dual. So if the seller signs that agreement, then he also is
dual agent.
The person is also working for the buyer. So what,
no.
How is it working?
No. It means the agency is.
Oh, okay, their agency.
Okay, look, I'm a broker. let's say that you work for me. All right. And then let's see, let's say you work for me, and then let me see, I got Omar underneath you here. So let's say Omar works for me as well. So we got two people that are both working for the same company, for the same broker, which is I, right? And you're working with, are you working with the buyer or seller? Pick one.
The seller.
Okay, you're working with the seller. So you got the listing, all right? So our agency has the listing, right? We're all under that same roof, the same agency umbrella. Omar got a buyer. Omar never met the seller. They never been to the property before. Hell, they barely know you. He just started at the office, okay? But nonetheless, you're both working for me. You're both working under the same agency roof, the same agency umbrella, right? The same company. So the agency is representing both parties in that transaction. Whether you met the other person or not, the agency is, okay? So it's not necessarily who you're representing. It's not all about you, okay? It's who the agency is representing in the transaction. All right?
Yes, and I understand. So so how is that working in the best interest for the seller if you're representing both, and then let's say a buyer wants to negotiate in price, and seller has a certain price that wants to, and how is that?
Well, you as the agent, really, we got two different agents here. You're probably not going to be colluding with each other, working on scheming on the pricing in the background. All right. That would probably become more of a problem if you are both the selling agent and the listing agent. If you brought the buyer, if you personally are working with,
he's the broker.
But
you were the broker, you're doing it.
Yep. I'm the broker. You're my agent, and you got a listing, and you also got the buyer for your own listing. Okay. What do you do in the negotiations of that? Well, the only difference there is you got to keep your mouth shut. If the seller told you they're willing to accept a lower price, or the buyer said that they're willing to pay a higher price, you cannot help with the negotiations. All you could say is, how much are you willing to offer? I'm going to do a CMA for you. You could see what the property value is. I cannot suggest the price here. You're going to have to suggest the price for the offer that you want to make, because I cannot put one party's interest above the other when we're working as a dual agent. That's the only difference.
Right, but how many are out there actually practicing that?
Well, hopefully they are. Look, if you cannot stay neutral and treat people fairly, and not keep your mouth shut when somebody tells you something, if you're not good at keeping secrets, I don't suggest that you work as a dual agent. Okay? Because look, if you're an agent and working in an agency capacity, you have fiduciary duties, legal obligations. And one of those legal obligations is confidentiality. Anything that your client tells you in confidence, you got to keep your mouth shut about it. Because if you do disclose it, you're opening yourself up for lawsuits.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you could work as a transaction broker and work with both people in the transaction and not be representing either one of them. And you could open your mouth and talk all you want if you think it's going to make the deal happen. And you won't be held financially or legally obligated to either party because you weren't representing anybody. You're not held to those fiduciary legal responsibilities.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, before you started taking this class and before I started informing you about this buyer's agent, seller's agent, disclosed dual agent, transaction broker, have you ever heard of any of these? So most of the public hasn't, so they don't know the difference. They just know they got an agent.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know that there's actually meaning to working as an agent or a transaction broker, right? You're their real estate agent, okay? So it's just terminology to them. It doesn't have any significant meaning when in fact it does. If you're a seller's agent, buyer's agent, disclosed dual agent, you have legal obligations to that person. If you're just working as a transaction broker, you don't, okay? And so it's not a bad idea when you're working with somebody when you begin working with them as a buyer or seller, inform them of what extra you're doing for them. Listen, I'm working with you as an agent. See, I could work with you as a transaction broker, but when I work with you as an agent, I have certain legal responsibilities to you that I have to abide by. I have what we call fiduciary duties. And if I violate these duties, I could be held legally and financially liable to you. Okay. So I have to put my client's best interests first. But I can't, if our agency's representing two parties, I can't put one person's interest above the other. I have to remain neutral in that situation. And as long as you explain that to people, they usually don't have a problem with it. But as long as you can actually do what you're supposed to be doing. Okay?
Got it. Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question on behalf of the example.
Uh-huh.
If she discloses as she's representing the seller and discloses like an issue of the house to the dual agent, to
No,
the
no.
one.
Hold on. We're required by law to disclose any known problems, any known issues. We cannot keep them. See,
Okay.
that once again, we also got to treat people fairly and honestly. We can't lie to them or not disclose known problems. The law requires us. Look, if the person's not working with a real estate agent or a licensee of any kind, they still have an obligation. The seller has an obligation to disclose any known problems, any known issues with the house to the buyer. Okay. So whether they're using an agent or not, they have that obligation. So when we're in place, you being a real estate professional, you should know this, and you have an obligation to disclose any potential or any problems, any known issues, any known problems with that house. You must disclose them to any potential buyer or renter.
Okay. Got it. Thanks.
If you keep that confidential, you're violating the law. Okay? All right, so look, in this links, damn it. Okay, in this links file, the Word document that we have in our shared transaction folder, I got a couple links here for you guys. All of these are to the contract form system. When you guys become members of the Realtors Association, you're actually going to become members of 3. You're going to join whichever local that your broker is a member of, and they're going to sign you up for the state and NAR, National Association of Realtors. There's some links here. Well, that's NJ Realtors. Okay, so I actually own this link. I actually created this one. It's a shortcut to the contract form system. Here's the one that goes to the Realtors Association contract form system, but actually not. It goes to their website, and then you got to click through a little bit to get to it. I made a direct link right here. I just bought this domain, and I just pointed it directly to it. So here, let's open up a web browser, and I'll show you what it does. So, give me one sec. Oh, wait, let me make sure I don't have my. I got my VPN on. Sometimes I won't find links with this browser. Freaking Microsoft. Oh no, it's a matter of www in front of it. Okay. So look, I'm okay. So my link is actually just forwarding directly to this longer one. And then you scroll down, you see here, it says log into Zip Forms Plus. You click on it, and it takes you to your login screen. and you log in, and then you get access to a realtor's contract form system, which has access, it gives you access to all these forms and documents, and it's included in your dues. You could send contracts for digital signatures, which by the way are a pain in the butt to set up, and it gets you to this contract form system. Let's see. You could see where all the forms are just by clicking on View Forms. You could set up transactions for particular clients. You see all these form names down here on the right-hand side. All right. You actually got a form list of different types for different agencies, different forms. But let's see. Let's go with NJAR. That's New Jersey Association of Realtors. Here's all the contract forms from them. Remember the CIS form I was talking to you about here? Let's see. I could download one from here, the CIS form. If I click on it, I could just add it to a current transaction, or I can just print a blank form or preview a form. Here, let's preview a form. And you see it pulls it up. And then you could set up digital signatures and email them to people and all that stuff, or you could print them. All right. This is your contract form system. And it's included with your dues. All right. So I got all those links available for you in the links folder. I create shortcuts to them, and then that goes to here. I got links to a lot of things. This is the NRDS, the National Realtor Database System database search for your Realtor ID. You guys will get a Realtor ID card sent to you in the mail, and you could, if you ever forget what your Realtor ID, not your license number, but your Realtor member of NAR membership number is, you could go here and to this website and look it up. And you could also set, when you guys become members of the Realtor Association, you're going to get magazines from NAR, as well as your local state Association of Realtors, New Jersey Association of Realtors, and NAR has real estate magazines that they send out to us with all kinds of industry information and articles and ideas and tips and all kinds of things about our seminars and training events and all kinds of other information that's interesting for us. Articles for real estate agents. It's magazines for real estate agents. It's included in your dues. But they're going to get sent out to your broker unless you specifically change the address to your house to get sent to. Okay. And you do that at realtor.org. Okay. So there's another website for you guys. Okay. Here's NJ Realtors. That's the New Jersey Association of Realtors, or they're no longer called association. They dropped that word. It's now just New Jersey Realtors. Let me see. You guys, how to check when you're, I told you guys got to carry your pocket card license with you all the time. Here's the link here for to see when you are licensed. I made a shortcut link here. If you guys know what TinyURL is, it's a URL shortener service where it goes directly to the Realtor database system. So let me just copy this link and I'll move over to the web browser and I'll show you. It forwards you directly to the, I just created this link that forwards you directly to the database. So how do you know after you pass your exam, you send all the paperwork in that you got your license? They don't send them to you in the mail. You got to go to this database. And when you type in your name, here, I'll just type in my last name, Kaminsky. See how many Kaminskys there are. If I were to type in Kaminsky, comma, V, you know, I'd probably find it better, but let me just search Kaminsky. Yeah, there's a couple Kaminskys out there. So here, let me do another search. Kaminsky, comma, V, my first initial. Boom. Okay, so I could see that I'm the broker of record of 2 agencies, okay? Jersey Brokers and Quality Relo. All right, so if you guys look here, your license number, they actually refer to it as a reference number, okay? So, and then you can make note of it. So this is my real estate license number, and this is my agency's license number, and this agency's license number, okay? So you could click on one of these. Okay. Oh, there you go. I thought it was, see, I thought I was licensed late 2003, whatever. They got me actually registered in the database early 2004. Okay. So there you go. But this is for my agency. Now, but I could see that I have a license number and my license is active. I'm actively licensed. Now you could work. Okay. Just showing you how you could search that. In this class links folder, though, you also need to carry around your pocket card with you, your licensing pocket card. See, I created another link here for you. Another short.
So, Victor, I have a question here.
Yeah.
Let's say we pass the exam, then state exam, and we send in the fingerprints and everything. Before we can actually go to a broker and get hired, the name has to be there, right?
No, you can't send the paperwork in unless your broker's going to have some paperwork to fill out on there. You cannot get your license until you affiliate with a broker.
Okay.
So after you pass your exam, I mean, you could start searching right now, but after you pass your exam, they're going to give you some paperwork, and that paperwork, you got to have your broker fill out on there. They need to sign that they signed an employment agreement with you and hired you, that you're going to be working for them to activate the license. You cannot activate your license unless you are sponsored by a broker.
Okay. And another question just came to my mind. For example, we've been talking about if some people have some background check and everything, like, something comes up. So how does that work? That's after, I mean, if something comes up and we already spoken to the broker and everything, so, I mean, how do the agency goes by?
Well, I mean, if there's something in your history that would prevent you from getting a license, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you got a question about it, then you should call up the real estate commission and ask them.
Okay.
Okay. We actually went over in the first chapter things that could prevent you from getting your real estate license: being behind 6 months in child support, being convicted of a felony within the last 5 years, or certain crimes like conspiracy to defraud, or certain crimes of theft and such could prevent you from getting your licenses. Okay. Now, if you want to print your pocket card, here's one link to it, and here's another shortcut link that I made. Let's see where that takes you. Takes you to this long link right here, where then you would put in your reference number. But if you don't know your license number yet, you could search in here, you type it in, you create your login, and then you could print your license number if you're your pocket card, which I told you is just, that's a pocket card right there. That's what your pocket card looks like. It's nothing special. Just says the name of the brokerage you're working for, the license dates, how your license, when it was last renewed, and when you first got licensed, okay? And it has your basic license information, your name, and all that stuff on there. Licensing law requires you to carry around that pocket card with you anytime you're conducting business. All right, so let's continue on with the CIS form. We're let me first see. I want to make sure that I know we skipped around a little bit for that, for the waiver of broker cooperation. On page 17, what's the last thing you guys have highlighted?
All written offers must be forwarded to sellers.
Okay. So that's good. Okay, so then turn to page 18. You have the thing about the opinion 26 notice, other documents, and then we have the CIS form. Okay, so back here on screen. So the CIS form, who do you got to give it to? Anyone you intend to do business, required only for residential property. You got to give it to buyers, renters, tenants, buyers, sellers, tenants, landlords. You got to give it to them before you talk about their financial situation or motivation to move. So do you got to have this form with you at an open house? If you're hosting an open house, do you have to have it there?
Yes.
Do you tend to work with anybody who walks in the front door? Then yes. Yeah, you do. If you don't have it, look, real estate investigators for the Real Estate Commission, sometimes they see open house signs and they just pop into an open house. They see you got a sign-in sheet, you got some snacks over here too and some drinks. Wow, let me see. You got some fancy flyers, business cards all set up, nice layout. Where's the CIS form? Don't see the CIS form. Now, they may or may not say anything to you right there. They may act like they're a buyer, or they may just be like, okay, thanks, and walk away. And then 10 days later, you'll get an invite in the mail. Or you may get an invite in the mail to attend a hearing in Trenton in 10 days. Basically, because you violated licensing law. It requires you to give the CIS form to everyone you intend to do business with, and you didn't have it there, and you didn't give it to the investigator. You get to answer the charges against you. Okay, and we didn't get into this. It's not going to be till next chapter, I don't believe, or the end of this chapter, what the penalties are. The fines for violating anything that we've gone over in this book so far, pertaining to licensing law, is a minimum fine of $250 with a maximum of $50,000 per offense. See, it used to be up to $5,000 for a first offense, but it could have been nothing. Could have been just a warning or a $50 fine just to make it sting a little bit. Now they changed the law recently in the new book here. Shows that the minimum fine is $250, maximum $50,000 per offense. And that could be something as simple as not having your CIS forms there. Okay. You got to do what the law requires you to do. Okay. And the first thing that you got to do is you got to inform people who your agency is representing in that transaction. Even though you're hosting an open house, people walking off the street, it's obvious that your agency is representing the seller, right? I mean, they gave you the keys to the house to open it up to the public. Well, it doesn't matter how obvious it seems. You got to treat people like they don't know nothing about nothing, all right? We're representing the seller, in case you didn't realize. Okay, sounds kind of stupid, but hey, these laws are created because somebody was stupid and they sued and they ended up winning. And then somebody said, well, there should be a law for ignorant people. And so politicians are more than happy to make laws, and then they could say, well, I put in more protections for the public, you know, and it sounds good when they're talking in speeches when really it's just BS. Okay. But thus we get another disclosure form that we need. Okay. So it is what it is. So we need to disclose who our agency is representing before we start talking about our financial situation or motivations to move. Now, it's not required for short-term rentals less than 125 days or for commercial buildings or multi-unit apartment buildings. Okay. So here's some of the disclosures that we've gone over so far and some of them that we're yet to go over. We got the CIS form, Consumer Information Statement. What is its purpose? It's a disclosure of agency relationships. You can find a sample on page 43, 44. And if you check off on there that your agency is representing both parties in the transaction, you're working as a disclosed dual agent. So you got that sample informed consent to dual agency on page 47. I think they got the one there for the seller. The Opinion 26 notice is the document that needs to be the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees, informing people that they have a right to hire a lawyer. The Attorney General's memorandum about disclosing the New Jersey laws and the federal laws against discrimination must be given to owners at the time of listing. And then here's another one that we're going to go over a little bit later. I just threw it in here because it's another form, because a lot of people say, oh, can you just give me a list of some of the forms that we got to give? Sure, here you go. We got the lead paint addendum as well. It's the lead paint addendum. This is a federal form. It's a federal disclosure that requires the owner to disclose to buyers or renters any known lead hazards in the home, paint being one of them.
I have a question. If you have signing a lease, for example, a rental lease,
Yep.
and the property is not occupied from the date that agreed is going to be, is that legal? Or let's say they want to move in like 2 weeks later, or
Well, you could set whatever the dates are that the lease begins and ends. I mean, you could move in on you don't have to move in on the 1st. You could set it that the lease, it's going to start on the 10th. You're going to move in on the 10th. But after that, rent is due on the 1st.
right, you can leave the house unoccupied and even though they can rent, pay for not being here.
Well, we can't rent property. So I'm not sure about what you're getting at. What's your particular situation? But usually when we're renting, we need to make sure that we get the city inspections. Anytime that we change renters, we need to get a city inspection and a fire inspection done. Okay. So if the landlord did not get that done yet, they cannot let somebody occupy the residence until they get the city inspections.
Well, let's say that all that has been done, and let's say the renter are wanting to move in.
Wanted to move in on the 5th or something, right?
They want to move in, let's say, but they want to pay in advance.
Okay.
For a month, but not move in 2 months later.
That's fine. Hey, that's
legal.
Hey, yeah. They're paying for a time that they're not going to be living there. Basically, they're paying in advance.
Right, but if the house is empty,
So what?
so
As long as they're paying the rent, who cares?
okay.
Right?
Okay, no, I thought that there might be some kind of,
Nope. As long as they're paying their rent, who cares? Right?
Okay.
See, somebody asked, do any of these forms need to be provided at an open house? Sure, the CIS does. And if you're going to be working as a disclosed dual agent, the disclosed dual agency form does as well. The Attorney General's memorandum, no, that's only given to the seller at the time of listing. The opinion 26 notice, no, not unless somebody's going to be signing a contract at the open house, because that only needs to be the cover page of a contract. And lead paint addendum, no, you could give that to them later. It doesn't have to be at an open house. Okay, somebody asked a question, so let's see. Okay. Okay, here's, let me see. Another form that we had was the waiver of broker cooperation agreement. Right, the law requires all agents share their listing inventory with other agencies. If a listing is available for you or any other agent in your office to show, it must be available for agents from other agencies to show as well. You cannot show a listing unless it's available to other agents from other agencies as well, unless you get the owner to sign a waiver of broker cooperation form. Wait, let me rephrase that. Unless the owner directs you not to put the listing in the MLS or share it with other agents. And then you confirm that by getting the owner to sign a waiver of broker cooperation form. You should never introduce this form to owners unless they request a situation where you're not to cooperate with other brokers. Got it? All right, so these buyer agency agreements, okay. With a listing, you know that the seller, you're representing, your agency's representing the seller. You have a listing contract that they're only working with your agency to market their property for sale. But how do you know that the buyer is not going to be cheating on you? How do you know? Like, I mean, if you're working with a buyer, don't you want to make sure that they're only working with you and not every other agent that's out there? But I mean, they're free to do that if they want to. They could jump from buyer to buyer. But me as an agent, do I want to waste my time with a buyer, putting my time and effort doing research, showing them property, setting up appointments, and they're working with 10 other agents as well? You know, I don't want to waste my time with them. I rather focus then on getting listings or working with buyers who are serious about buying and are going to be exclusively working with me. I don't want buyers. Look, do you want to? Would you want to start a relationship with somebody at the beginning who tells you that they're going to cheat on you?
No, I mean, I have a question.
Yeah.
What if, because it pertains to this, what if you have a buyer that is working in different locations?
I got no problem with that. Okay, that's different story. If they're working in areas, if they're looking in areas that I do not cover, even though I can work anywhere in New Jersey, I'm not driving all the way.
That was one of my questions. I'm like, well, how do you draw the line between what's acceptable, what's not? Because let's say the buyer is interested to do investment properties in different locations. And if that broker or salesperson is not available to do that, then that's okay to work with different sales.
We got something called an exclusive buyer's agency agreement. Sorry, I'm just making a note because I see that I don't have one here on screen. Actually, you know what? Let me pull one up through the contract form system really quick. We got that exclusive buyer agency agreements. There's, I think on the slideshow, I also say where you could find one on page 40. I'm in my browser right now. I'm just looking up the, I'm going to pull one up and put one on screen too, an exclusive buyer agency agreement. Give me 1 sec. Okay, you could have these with rebates provisions put into them too, that if you're going to be working with somebody, you're only going to be offering them rebates to people who agree to work only with you, you know. We have to, well, first of all, we need to disclose to people when we're offering rebates. We got to have it in writing at the time that we start working with them. That we're offering a rebate and how much that rebate's going to be. It's not a bad place to put one in the exclusive buyer's agency agreement either. But here, actually, you know what? Let me just pull up a simple rebate form. I'm sorry, the simple buyer agency agreement form without the rebates first, because that's not what I want to go over right now, rebates. I just want to go over that form. So let me just pull up an exclusive buyer, simple exclusive buyer agency agreement. All right, I got one open. Let me just save it to the computer here. Give me 1 second. I'll be right with you guys. But you could look at page 40. Oh, was it 40 right now? That's on exclusive buyer agency agreement.
Yes.
All right, I got one. Let me just open it up on the screen now, so I could also share one with anybody that may be watching this on a video later. Okay, so we got the screen over here on screen. We got the exclusive buyer agency agreement. Basically, you have them fill out, you put out your agency's information, I'm sorry, the buyer's information here, the name of your brokerage. It says to put in the name of the municipalities that you're going to be working with them in. But you know what? New Jersey, you could have so many municipalities within a small area that I don't do that. I put down the name of the counties. So mine is custom. I don't use this form. I kind of took it and I customized it and made it my own. So I have one that, I mean, you could have it and you could check off the municipalities, but we got 550 municipalities in the state. You know, instead I just select the counties that I cover and I'll show them I will be their exclusive agent in these counties. There may be other counties that I really don't travel to or have MLS membership to, or areas that I'm really not willing to travel to in New Jersey to go showing properties. If that's the case, then, you know, I got no problem with them working with another agent in those areas. So on my buyer's agency agreement, it's not a matter of, you know, I put down the counties that I work in, and then I'll have a further note there that they're working with another agent in other areas. So it says, does buyer have a business relationship with another broker? I'm going to have, you know, I'll have them, you know, I want them to answer that question, yes or no. Okay. If they are, I'm going to make a note here afterwards that buyer is working exclusively with me in the areas stated above, but in other areas they could be working with other agents. Okay, this way I could try to ensure that I'm going to be paid the commission for the properties that I'm going to be working, showing them in the areas that I'm going to be showing them. So now it's not going to be a be-all, end-all guarantee to it. They could end up putting an offer in on a property I showed them with another agent. But if they do that, at least by having this form filled out, I can have my evidence set up where I could file a complaint against that other agent saying, hey, listen, I've been working with this client. When did you get in the picture? When are you start soliciting my business? Because agents aren't supposed to solicit the business of another broker. So this is why we have this question here. Does buyer have a business relationship with another broker? Yes or no? Wouldn't you want to know that? That's like asking somebody at the beginning of a relationship, are you going to come into this relationship telling me that you're cheating on me or no? Okay. Wouldn't you want to know that in advance? Okay. So with this for your business relationship, that would be kind of helpful too. You know, you want to know that in advance. All right. So declaration of the business relationship, you put down your name here, the name of your brokerage, how you're planning on working with them as a buyer's agent only or disclosed dual agent if the opportunity arises, how long that relationship's going to be for. I usually put down 1 year. You know, if they want to work, if they don't want to work with me anymore, well, they got to give me, give me a termination notice. And then wait 3 days before they could start working with someone else. The brokerage fee, yes, I discussed this. I write this down, how much I'm willing to work with them for. You know what I usually put in here for the brokerage fee? I'll put in 2%. Would you guys agree that 2% is a fair amount, that I'm not looking to take advantage of somebody? That's the minimum I'm willing to work for. We have to put that down on an exclusive buyer agency agreement, what the minimum commission is that I'm willing to work for. Now, if I'm showing them a listing and the listing agency is offering more commission than that, then I'm going to get the higher commission. But this is saying that, for instance, if I got a buyer that wants to see a listing that's offering only 1.5% commission, whoa. I mean, I still got to split this with my broker. The minimum I'm willing to work for is 2%. And probably the average out there is 2.5%. So do you guys agree that me asking for 2% is not trying to take advantage of somebody? It's a fair amount I'm asking? Okay.
Yes.
So I actually have this conversation with buyers before I ever show them a house. I fill out an exclusive buyer agency agreement with them to make sure that they're not going to be cheating on me at the beginning, or at least doing the best I can by asking them the question, right? And then I have the discussion with them and I tell them what the minimum I'm willing to work for is. And I say, but look, you're the buyer. You don't pay the commission anyway. Seller always pays the commission, okay? And that's negotiated. The amount is negotiated between the seller and their listing agent at the time they get the listing. And then they split that with us. But if they took a low fee listing and they're offering a low amount as broker cooperation, less than 2%, which we discussed is a fair amount. If I show you that property and work with you in this transaction, you got to make up the difference. Now, do you want me to show you properties where the seller was so cheap that they weren't even willing to offer 2% to the buyer's agent? Or do you want me just to skip those? Or do you want me to show them to you and then you make up the difference? Because I'm going to tell you one thing. If a seller was that cheap at the beginning to offer that commission, you think when it comes to inspection time and you find problems with the property that they're not going to, that they're going to want to do repairs, or they're going to be like, no, I'm not doing anything. I'm not pulling any more money out of my pocket. That's you. You want to buy the property, you fix it. That's the kind of seller you're probably going to get on that when they're that cheap and paying this commission out. Okay. Because listen, offering less than 2%, that's something's wrong there. That person's really cheap. And I could guarantee you that if they get problems during that inspection that the seller needs to do repairs, that they're not going to want to do them. All right. I can almost guarantee that it's going to happen. I'll have this discussion with them. And it's important that I do. Because if I don't have the discussion with them and I start searching for properties and listings, and I only search for properties and only show them properties that are offering the minimum commission that I'm willing to work for, and I never had the discussion with them, it could end up that I could get accused of discrimination. Okay, you may be thinking, wait a minute, I'm talking about commission. How can I get accused of discrimination? Let me show you. Let me pull up a whiteboard for a sec.
I just have a quick question. So when a agent says I'm 2%, usually they get more than that, right?
Yeah, that's my point. You know, but listen, you got to put a price to yourself. What are you worth? And you got to remember, you still got to split this commission with your broker. If you're a member of a franchise, you're also splitting it with a franchise.
Right, but mostly isn't it like 6%? So you get minimum of 3, right?
Okay, here's going to be my answer to that. In New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. Basically, that's my disclosure that I'm not engaging in illegal price fixing. But yeah, look, commissions, actually the average commission out there is 5.5%. So it's 5.5. If you were to average out all the listings throughout the state of New Jersey, it'll probably come out to about 5.5. There's 6%, 7%, 3%, 4%, 5%, but if you were to average all the listings out there, it'll probably come out to about 5.5% is the average in the state.
So you're saying the fair, you would go based on fair general
Get as much
average.
Get as much as you could get away with charging.
Okay.
Okay. Look, let me get back to my argument here. Let's say that how could you be accused of discrimination by saying that the minimum I'm willing to work for is 2%, and not having the conversation with that owner and filling out, or the buyer, and filling out an exclusive buyer agency agreement with them, having the discussion that that's what I'm willing to work for. Let's just say, why don't I just show them properties that are paying at least 2% that meet their criteria? Well, what if this happens? What if you start showing them all these properties that are paying at least 2% commission, right? But there's a lot of other properties out there that meet their criteria too. Let's just say that if we were to put them on a map, and it seems like they're all on another side of town though. If we never had the discussion about the commission, that's what the reason why I'm only showing you these properties. If we didn't have that discussion and you told me not to show you these properties that are not offering the minimum 2% commission, and if it turns out that most of these properties are in a separate area of town, could it seem like that I am steering you in this direction away from here?
Yes.
So can't you see how somebody can paint the picture that I'm discriminating against you? How come I'm pushing you to this area and not to this area when there was properties in this area that met my criteria?
Sure.
Now, what's your argument going to be? It's the commission. Well, if you never had that commission, if you never had that conversation with that buyer, that the minimum commission I'm willing to work for is 2%, and getting their approval to only search for properties where you're getting paid at least that 2%. If you're now only showing them properties that are getting paid, you're getting paid the 2%, whose interest are you putting first? Yours or your clients?
Yours.
Yours.
Yours, yeah.
A violation of your fiduciary duties. So you either violated your fiduciary duties to your client, or even worse, you're discriminating against them by steering them away from a certain neighborhood where, even though it's just a coincidence, because the only color you're looking at is green, they may be thinking that you're trying to discriminate by putting them to a different neighborhood because you're like, I'm not showing you any properties over there. Even though the reason was not discriminatory at all, it was money. Okay. See, I'm showing you how sometimes people can find themselves in a situation where they're getting accused of discrimination when discrimination was the furthest thing from their mind. Greed was on their mind, right? Well, there's nothing wrong with greed as long as you have the conversation with your clients about it. Say, listen, I'm worth 2%. And if you want to work with me, that's the minimum that I work for. So do you want me to show you the properties that are offering less than 2% commission? If that's the case, you're going to have to pay the difference. So do you want me to show you those properties or no? And where do I write that?
Victor, I have a question.
I write that right here in the exclusive buyer agency agreement. Yep, go ahead.
Is it you as the agent that sets the commission, or your broker?
Well, the commission is actually negotiated between the seller and their agent of how much commission is being offered. But look, if they're not offering enough commission to you as the buyer, see, let's just say I go in for a listing to sell your property, okay? We negotiate that we're going to list the property for 5% commission, all right? That commission is going to get split. I'm going to be offering 2.5% to whoever brings in the buyer, okay? Now, let's just say I go in and I get a low fee listing. I get a listing for 3%, and I'm offering 1.5% to whoever brings in the buyer. All right, well, what about now the buyer's agent? The buyer's agent could be like, I'm not working for 1.5%. Minimum I work for is 2%. Okay, I still got to split this with my broker and a franchise. I'm like, I ain't working for 1.5%. Okay, but if you never have this conversation with the buyer client of yours, and instead you just search for the listings and you start filtering them on your own without ever having that discussion, you're not showing them properties that could actually meet their price range and the criteria for the architectural style and features that they're looking for in a house. You're actually putting your own interest above theirs.
Right.
But if you actually had the conversation with them about it, and then they told you, oh, no, I don't want to pay the difference, just don't show me those properties then. Well, now they directed you not to show the properties. So now if somebody tries accusing you later of discriminating, steering them away, be like, no. I got right here on the contract, the written contract that we filled out. I noted that you did not want me to show you the properties that were not offering the minimum stated commission above. Now, you would have to write that in here because this standard contract doesn't actually say that. So I actually write it in here. It says what the commissions are, but whether they want you to show those properties or not, you would actually have to write that in there or make your own custom version of this form. And that's what I do. Okay. And then this way, You can say whatever you want later. I didn't steer you. I showed you the properties based on, I had the conversation with you. So I wasn't putting my interest above yours.
Do most salespeople do that?
Most
I have not heard something like that before.
salespeople do not use this form.
Right, because I've never heard anyone speak like that before.
You know why? Because most
people.
You know why? Because most agents they're scared to talk about their commission and their worth and how much money they want to get paid, because they don't want to scare the buyer off, because the buyer can go work with someone else. I don't care.
Victor, quick
we gotta have the discussion. And listen, I'm not gonna be grabbing onto you because I'm so desperate for clients. Okay, listen, we gotta have this discussion, of what the commission is gonna be. I don't set the commission. The sellers do with their agent, and then that gets split with us. And if they're offering a less amount, listen, I gotta value myself. I'm not overvaluing myself. I'm actually kind of lowballing the worth. The rock bottom minimum I'm willing to work for is 2%. We discussed it. That's a fair amount.
Victor, quick question. Is this something that you have to agree with your broker first before letting your clients know?
You think your broker is going to have a problem with you discussing the minimum amount of commission that you're willing to work for? Not at all. They will be like, can you teach a class on it?
Victor, I have a
Can you show
question.
the other agents how to do this? Yeah.
I have a question for you, Victor. So let's say the seller negotiated, the agent for the seller negotiated 5%, right? And that's split between you and the buyer and the seller, right? So that means you're getting 2.5%. However, you're a beginning real estate salesperson, so you have to split that commission with your broker at 50%, 50-50. So now you're down from what you said, you're willing to work for 2%. So now you splitting it with your broker means that you're going to get 1.5%. So in that case, does your client have to pay the additional 0.75%? You can be at your 2%, or is it the 2% for your commission for your?
Okay, hold on a second. The total commission here, I mean, commissions get split 4 ways. If you're working with buyers, you don't dictate how much commission is going to be. You cannot get between the agreement between the seller and their agent. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't write a contract that says that they have to offer you more commission if they're going to accept this deal.
No. What I'm asking is like.
I know. I'm just trying to go over a lot of scenarios of this. Okay.
Okay.
So you can't get in between them and structure the contract that way. Okay. Now, when you're working with the buyer, once again, you do not set the commission that was set out, but you could have had that conversation with them up front, what the minimum is that you're willing to work for. Now, like I said, if the listing is 6% and they're offering 3%, you're going to be getting paid 3%. Even though your listing, your buyer's agency agreement says the minimum you're willing to work for is 2. Okay. Where the contract, this contract is just specifying the minimum. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. So if the seller's agent discussed 5%, right? Then you would be getting 2.5% of that 5%, right?
Correct.
Now that has to be split with you and your broker.
Correct.
The 2.5%, right?
Correct.
So if the minimum you're willing to work,
according to whatever your commission split was when you got hired in your
I
appointment.
guess what I'm trying to ask is that because you're listing it, you're giving them that sign off saying that the minimum you, the person selling, helping with the process, is willing to work for is 2%, right? Even though it's 2.5 that you're bringing in for the company and yourself, does that change the demographic? Like, okay, does that change? It'll still be the.
If they're offering 2.5, we're getting 2.5, and then me and the broker are splitting 2.5% according to whatever our commission split is. This agreement is only talking about the minimum. If the amount being offered is more than that, that's what we're getting. It's above the minimum, we're good. This doesn't apply. This only applies when they're offering less than the minimum that I said we're willing to work for. Okay. Because you got to set a bottom line. I mean, how cheap do you want to go? I mean, you're willing to run people around, show them properties, setting up these appointments, using up your gas, using up your time. How many properties have you showed them? And that's only the beginning before we get to inspection stages or anything else, you know? You got to set a minimum. You got to set a minimum. Okay.
So that's
Thank
two.
you.
You're welcome.
That would be 2% minimum for the buyer agency, not the buyer agent.
Well, that's how much goes into the buyer's agency. That's the total commission that gets to the buyer's agency that gets to get split up between the buyer's agent and their broker. Here, let me draw a picture for you. Hold on. There's too much confusion going on here. Let me draw a picture. Damn it, did I close?
All about commission, so everybody's making sure.
Yeah. I don't blame you. You know, I don't blame you.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
interesting.
the discrepancy that we were, when you say you, everybody's thinking of you as the individual, not the broker agency. That's what I think that's what it was for me.
Before I
Well,
made
you are a broker though, Victor,
Listen.
so you can do.
Yeah, but before when I made a comment, I wasn't trying to be a wise ass about it. I think I made a comment to somebody. I was like, it's not all about you. You know, don't make it all about you. You know, the world doesn't revolve around you. It's not all around you.
Yeah.
It's about the agency. Okay. So the commission goes, first of all, the commission doesn't get paid to you. It gets paid to your agency. And then your agency splits the commission on that transaction with you as the agent. Now, what determines how much that commission split's going to be would be your employment agreement that you signed with the broker at the time you started working with them. Now, this is going to be coming up in the next couple pages in this chapter, your commission splits and how commission splits work. Look, you could interview with brokerages, and some brokers say, oh, you're a new agent, you're starting at 50%. And then we could discuss it later as you start producing. You know, some will say, oh, you start at 60%. And then we could discuss it as we start working later. Or some can have a schedule that say you start at 50%. And then once you earn a certain amount, here, look, they call this as a fee schedule. So they could say, all right, so you're going to start at 50% with us until you bring in a minimum, what they call GCI, gross commission income, into the brokerage of $20,000. Once you reach that, your commission is going to go up to 60% until you reach a GCI of, I don't know, $35,000 or $40,000. And then your commission is going to go up to 70%. Or they could set up increments in between for lesser amounts, you know. And then they could also set that up. Well, okay, so once you reach that, then you get up to 60,000 GCI, and then it goes up to 80 or 90 or whatever. And then they could say, but then on January 1st, it resets. Goes back down to the beginning. Okay. You know what? When brokers have their commissions set up like this, January is what we call jump ship time or recruiting season. That's when the agent gets all pissed off. They work so hard, they got this higher commission split now, and now they get knocked back down the ladder. Okay, so it's not a great idea for brokers to use these kinds of commission schedules. Instead, here's another option. It's similar to this one. It's similar to this one, but I call it it's a rolling 12-month. It's a rolling 12-month schedule where, say you start out at 50%, and then you'll go up to the next commission after you reached a higher amount. This one may be once you reach $28,000 in GCI, then you'll go up to 60%. And then when you get to, let's see, this one was at 40. Once you reach $45,000 or $50,000 here, let's say once you reach $48,000, then you'll go up to 70%. You see, it's a higher amount. They're higher amounts than this schedule. But the difference is between these two is it never resets. It looks at your last 12 months it looks at the last 12 months income. So it rolls. It looks at the last 12 months, the performance that you did in the last 12 months. It continues rolling. Now you got to.
It doesn't matter no matter how many years you worked. For example, if you're in 5 years in the company, so if they have the system, it'll go based on the last 12 months.
Yeah, because look, what you did last year. Well, what if you're lazy this year and you're not doing anything? What, are you going to stay at a high commission split? Okay. So what you do is you look at this is the way that this is the fairest way for everybody. You know, brokers want to keep more money. Agents want to get more money. This is the fairest way to keep agents performing if they want to get a higher split. Okay. Look, as a broker, I know when you're setting up your commission schedules, you got to know what your expenses are. You got to know how much your brokerage needs in order to maintain itself and to be performing. And this way, then once you know what your expenses are and what you need to keep your business stable, then you know how much money you can offer to your agents. Okay. And I'm going to tell you straight up, any brokerage offering more than 70%, any brokerage offering more than 70% commission cannot sustain itself and be stable unless they become a body factory. What do I mean by that? I mean they need to be constantly recruiting and focusing on getting number of agents, more agents, because the more agents you got performing, then this matters less. But then the brokerage is not really caring too much about you as the individual, because they're looking at, it's a body factory. Let's get more bodies through here, more agents. We don't care if they do a lot of transactions or a few transactions. As long as we got an agent that's doing a couple transactions, it's not enough for them to live on. They're probably going to die out of the business and not do well. But hey, the brokerage will do well, so who cares? Okay? So those firms that are offering high commission splits, especially from the beginning, you got to be questioning how focused or how much they're going to care about you, or how much services they're going to give to you or supply to you. It starts to become a body factory after a while. Okay. Because look, the brokerage has to pay their mortgage or their rent. They got to pay all their utilities, their insurances. They got to pay for the tools that they offer, all the stuff that you as the agent, the resources that you're using, those copy machines and stuff, those color copy machines, they ain't cheap, you know. The phone systems that they set up and use, and all this stuff costs money. The advertising, the big, you want to be a member of Keller Williams or Century 21 or one of those big names. Your broker's putting out $30,000 to $50,000 or more for the privilege of using that name up front. And then to continue using it, the franchise gets a percentage of every transaction before the split with their agent for the privilege of you using that big name. Okay, so these are all things you need to take into consideration when selecting a broker. That's why I tell you, listen, at the beginning, your most important thing should be training, not the commission amounts. Because once you start performing, once you know how to get the business, once you start becoming a good agent, listen, you could pick what brokerage you want to work at, okay? And then you go by whatever their brokerage splits are, and you could try to negotiate. Some brokers, they could say, no, we have a schedule we go by. Schedule's a schedule. If you're a performing agent, then you won't have a problem. Others, it's a matter of, oh, get in here. Let's see how good you negotiate with me, the split, I don't like doing that. A lot of times you just get pushy agents. And I can't tell you how many times I've interviewed agents where they're brand new, they got no business, or they've had their licenses for years, but they really haven't performed. But then they're telling me about all these promises, lofty promises about this business that they got lined up. They know a builder that's going to give them all this business. And it's like, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. In the meantime, you're gonna make this much commission is what you're gonna be at. Okay.
I have a question when it comes to picking a broker.
Mm-hmm.
When you're looking for employment from them, and for example, you are a NSA, a notary signing agent, can you also be a referral?
Well, you could be a referral agent. That has nothing to do with you being a notary. I'm a notary. I got a notary's license, you know.
But a signing notary signing agent, you can do both in that company. My question is.
Yeah, you can be a notary. Notaries
also
cannot sign contracts that they are involved in directly, though.
Yeah, no, you just bring in the contracts to the borrower seller signing agent. I'm talking about.
It sounds like you're talking about something a little bit different. What do you mean by notary signing agent?
Notary signing agent is someone that brings the contract from a lender, borrower, or from another company that is giving them a loan.
Okay, well, usually what happens when somebody's getting a loan and they're already in with a mortgage company, they already got an agent. The only difference, the only time when notaries are really getting involved in that is when they're doing refinancing, not for initial purchases, because initial purchases, they need original wet signatures on everything. You know, notaries will often do that they'll go out and they'll meet people for refinancing, but for the initial closing, there'll be a closing agent involved. You have attorneys or title companies that are involved.
Yes, but my question is, can they also be working as a salesperson or referral agent in addition to what they're doing?
As a referral agent, yeah, not a problem. There's no conflict with that. When it comes to other things, look, can you be a mortgage rep and the real estate agent on the same transaction for the same client?
No.
No, you used to be able to. But if you're a referral agent, or if you're going to just refer the mortgage for a referral fee from the mortgage company, sure, you could do that. But you can't be actively working as the mortgage rep, the mortgage solicitor, and the real estate agent representing the same client on the same transaction. There's a conflict there. You cannot work as just like an attorney cannot also be the title agent on the same transaction. But there's workarounds that they do. Often, if you look at it, attorneys usually have, like, you may have one attorney that's the attorney on the transaction. They usually always refer to the same title company, and their spouse owns the title company. All right, that's their workaround on it. You know, the attorney's not directly involved; their spouses. You know, so that's still a conflict, but technically it's legal. Okay. But when you're working, you cannot receive compensation in working in two capacities on the same transaction. It's a conflict of interest. Not unless you're a referral. So you're not actually working the contract. You referred it, some other agent's working it. That's different. Okay. So, oh, wait, we're not done here with this. Okay. So, here's a couple ways that these commission schedules can work. Okay, so the 12-month rolling just looks at your last 12 months performance. So say that you had, it doesn't go at the end of the year, you reset back to the bottom of the rung. You just look at your last 12 months performance. So this way, you got to earn more money before you get up to the next commission schedule, to the commission amount. However, it never resets. It looks at the last 12 months performance. So this way you always stay kind of stable. You may bounce around a little bit, but you're pretty much going to stay stable. You're never going to bounce back to the bottom of the rung of the ladder. Okay. So here's two ways that this can be set up. A broker can set it up that, oh no, we just negotiate. Hey, you come in, you start at X percentage, and then we'll revisit it again when you start performing. That's another way to do it, kind of fast and loose. Another way of setting the commissions at the time you start working with the broker. It could be, here's something else that I tried. You know what, for the first 3 transactions that you do, or the first 3 transactional sides, because look, each transaction has 2 sides, right? buyers and sellers, right? So for the first 3 transactional sides, until you get closed on 3 sides, you're at 50%, 50% for 3 sides, and then you'll go to 60%. And then when you guys are getting the idea here, right? So 50% for the first 3 sides of the transaction. And then after you complete 3 transactional sides, then you go up to 55 or 60%. And then after you complete 9 transactional sides, you'll go up to 65 or 70%. You know, these are different, just different commission schemes, but these are pretty simple ones. All these ones that I'm pointing out, you could figure them out pretty easy. Listen, if you go to a brokerage and they're making all these promises about how much money you can make and how their commission schedules work, and at the end of the day, they draw you a schematic and you still cannot figure out how much commission you're going to earn on an individual transaction. If, say, we have a $300,000 transaction and the commission that we charging is X amount, how much am I going to get out of that? If you can't figure that out at the end of the day because it's so complicated, run. Okay. Some of them have some weird schemes. Some of them start talking about, well, we've got these overrides that you could earn that go to your retirement plan. Well, when those ones, they start talking about these retirement plans, I'm like, well, wait a minute. You're assuming that I'm going to stay with you for my whole career. What happens if I ever leave your brokerage? Do I get that commission from my retirement plan that's been saved up? Nope, you don't. Okay, you got to ask these questions because there's a lot of different commission schemes out there. I'm not saying scheme in a negative way. The schematics on how the brokers set up their commissions, you know, some of them could be complex. And if they are complex, if you can't figure it out, there's a problem there. You know, you should be able to figure out how much your commission is at the end of the day, right? Here, let's do a simple one, okay? Let's just say the commission's 6%, okay? And that gets split two ways for the buyer side and seller side, 3% here, 3% here, okay? You only get this one side of the transaction from here. You still got to split that with your broker. Now that split's not necessarily going to be 50-50. It could be 60-40. It could be 70-30. It could be whatever. But before you get that split, was this transaction a referral? If it was, before you split anything with your broker, you could count on subtracting that referral fee of whatever it is, 25 to 35% of that 3%, and then it gets split. Oh, wait. Let's just say this referred transaction that you had, you also have a franchise. Well, a franchise fee now also has to be deducted, and a typical franchise fee is going to be 6 to 8%. So you can subtract another 6 to 8% of this 3% for the franchise for using that. And then whatever's left over gets split between you and the broker, according to whatever, if you're on a 60-40 split or what have you, okay? You being getting the 60, not the broker, okay? You should never get less than 50%, guys. And if your broker charges you desk fees, run. Do not work for a broker that charges you desk fees, especially if they're not giving you high commission splits. You know what desk fee is? Rent. They're charging you rent for the privilege of hanging your license at their office. Now, why would you do that? The only reason I could see is if you're an experienced agent, you don't need anybody's help anymore, and they're going to give you a high split. Then it may make sense to pay a desk fee and you're getting high commission splits on all the transactions that you do because you know that you could work independently and get all the business on your own and keep more of it in your pocket. Other than that, don't you ever pay desk fees. I see some people out there charging desk fees and they're not getting higher splits. Why are you paying it? You could go, there's so many brokerages out there that do not charge desk fees. Okay? Don't ever pay a desk fee. My bottom line. My advice, especially to you as a new agent. Okay?
So just a curiosity question, Victor.
Yep.
I am a salesperson, not working for any broker yet, but buying my primary residence or investment property.
Well, you're not a salesperson because you're not working for a broker yet. So let's stop that right there.
Okay, so that license of no use.
You don't have a license unless you're working with a broker. You cannot obtain a license unless you work for a sponsored license.
Okay, so let me flip the scenario that I'm working for a broker, and now, you know, I am investing in the property. So I myself will be a buyer.
Okay.
Right? So how would that number look like in terms of that commission?
Well, you're just a buyer and you're getting the commission still. Let's say that let's look at this transaction that I already have written up here. Let's say that the property you're buying, the seller listed it for 6% with 6% paying commission. And you're the buyer. This is the buyer's side with you on the 3% on the left-hand side here. And now you split that with your broker, whether you're a franchise or not, or what have you. You still get paid your commission.
Gotcha.
Okay. Let me put one little caveat to that though. If you're looking to buy bank-owned properties, REO, that's a bank-owned property, or short sales. Usually the banks will not allow you, if you're the buyer, to earn a commission as the agent on the transaction for a property you're also buying. I don't know why they just do that. I could understand that if you were the seller in that transaction and you're doing a short sale, you know, because the bank is getting screwed over there. They don't want you walking away with additional profit from it. Okay, but for buyers, they usually do that too.
So what you're saying is that a buyer comes in and whoever your salesperson is, they don't get any commission on short sale or real?
The bank, if you are the buyer and you're the agent, you're your own agent. The bank does not want to pay a commission to you, any commission, if you're also
Only
the buyer.
If you're a buyer of your own agent.
So do it this way. If you're going to be doing a transaction like that and being the agent on it, put your broker's name down or work with another agent in that office and offer them a little bit of a fee to put their name on the transaction and have them be your agent.
All right, that sounds like a workaround.
You could send them a referral. Only you get most of the commission because you're doing most of the work, even though the other agent's name is on it. Okay.
Yep.
Now, I mentioned short sale, so I don't like mentioning things and not explaining them because some people may be scratching their heads and I don't want them to be lost. What is a short sale? This comes up later on in the book, but what is a short sale?
Where
say that you bought a house for $500,000, but the property value has dropped. And this property is now only worth $300,000. There is a $200,000 loss there. But you still owe the bank $500,000 because you didn't pay off any of that money that you borrowed them yet. It's impossible for you to sell this property at today's value and be able to pay off what you owe the bank. So a lot of homeowners, they put their head in the sand and they hope the problem goes away, but it won't. They'll eventually get foreclosed on if they just ignore the bank and don't make payments. So one option is that homeowner can hire a real estate agent and we will market their property for sale and find a buyer to buy it at whatever the current market value is. But wait, they owe $500,000 to the bank. That's $200,000 shortfall. That's okay. If the bank forecloses on you what are they going to do? They're going to sell it whatever the market value is anyway. So we as the agent can negotiate with the bank to accept the current market value on the property, less than what they owe the bank. But the bank is in agreement with this. The bank is agreeing to get shortchanged, thus a short sale. The bank is getting shorted on the sale. They're getting shortchanged by 200 grand on the sale, but they're in agreement with it, because if they have to foreclose on you, first of all, foreclosure is a long and costly process, which on average will cost the bank an additional $50,000. $50,000 in time, $50,000 in damages and neglect to the property. So that bank at the end of the day would probably end up getting $250,000 on that property if they had to foreclose on it and then get the property and then sell it. So they're willing to work with banks. Look at the numbers. For them, it's all about the numbers. Does it make more sense to them? Will they get more money by foreclosing on you and selling the property now, getting you out and selling it? Or would they make more money by having you as the homeowner work with them to try to sell the property now, and you get out without a foreclosure on your credit report, and the bank sells the property for a little more money, even though they're getting a loss, right? That's what a short sale is. But the bank's is agreeing to it. And the way that I sell this on homeowners is I tell them, hey, listen. Because a lot of times they don't think that they could sell that property. They're like, well, I can't afford to pay you your commission. I can't afford to pay an attorney. Well, what if I were to tell you that I'm going to get your bank to pay my commission? I don't know why that came out as an O. But what if I told you as the homeowner that I could get the bank to pay my commission? Would you find value in that as a homeowner? You're not going to pay the commission. I'm going to get your bank to?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So then don't argue with me when I charge you 6%. Because I'm going to earn it. All right. And often that's what I do. When I'm doing short sales, I charge 6% all day, because that's the maximum that the banks will pay. So that's what I will charge. All right. Now, what if I were to also tell you that if I do this short sale, I'm going to negotiate that your bank is also going to pay for your attorney? Would you agree would you say that that's of value if I get your bank to pay your attorney fee?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Now, what if I were to also tell you that depending on where your bank got the money from that they lent you to do this short sale, what if I told you that I may be able to also get your bank to pay you an additional $3,000 to work with them?
He hasn't sent us to lunch.
Would you find that of value, Mr. and Mrs. Home Seller? Right? You would. So there you go. Look at all that money. You thought that you couldn't sell your home because you didn't have enough money from the proceeds to sell the house. I'm telling you that I could sell your home. You don't have a foreclosure. Your bank's going to pay the commission. Your bank's going to pay the attorney fee, and your bank will give you $3 grand to help you relocate. Now I'm a superhero, right? All right. It's possible. This is all possible. All right. That's a short sale. All right. Yeah, I heard somebody yapping there. Yeah. We missed lunch. I just looked at the time. That's all right. So we missed lunch hour. So that means that we can't.
I have a question. How would you negotiate that to the bank? So let's say it's a short sale, but let's say the property's $325.
Okay.
And the person wants to buy it under that, because fair market value could be $275, let's say. So what would that be appropriate?
Well, the banks know what market value is. You're not getting one over on the bank. If the bank sees that they'll make more money by just foreclosing on it than selling it to some wannabe investor that's going to be lowballing them, the bank is going to say no. But the bank will try to negotiate with you to try to get something. They may be willing to accept a little bit less but they're not going to, the bank is not going to go tremendously below market value. No, that's okay. The bank is not going to go tremendously lower than market value. The bank properties always sell for market value. And the bank is not going to be selling the property at a tremendous loss, less than market value. If you think that you're going to get such a killer deal that you're going to get one over on the bank, it ain't happening. Okay.
So what would you suggest in a negotiation? Like, for example, if it's a short sale listing 325, but the buyer wants to buy it for 275, and you tell them, okay, well,
make the offer of 275 and see what happens. The bank will come back and negotiate with you because you're not too.
Oh, the bank will come back and negotiate in that sense.
Yeah, the bank will come back. It'll take a while, but the bank will come back and they'll make an offer back. Keep in mind, when it goes back and forth, it's not a fluid back and forth. This whole thing has got to go through the whole bank process and their back office. And
how long does that take?
It could take months just to get an answer.
Wow.
Just to get them to give you a counter that you still would want to counter on again. Well, guess what? If you do a counter again, you may have to wait a couple more months.
Wow. So it's better to represent everything at one time then. Like the bank, what you're saying, bank.
Make your highest and best offer. Is that what you're saying?
Commission and attorney and all that at that point.
No. That's a given. That's a given.
That's already given. So you present that at the time. The
listing agent is already negotiated. Once they know that it's a short sale, they know that the seller's not paying for their own attorney fee. Okay. They know that the seller's not going to be, because the seller's selling this property at a loss. If they're doing a short sale, banks already know that they're going to be asked to pay the attorney fee. They're not going to pay a ridiculous attorney fee, but they'll pay an attorney fee. The bank will pay the real estate commission up to 6%, depending where the funds came from when they originated a loan. But the bank's not going to get screwed on the deal either. You know, they're willing to take a little bit more of a loss, perhaps, but they're not going to take a tremendous loss of whatever the current market value is. Okay, because if that's the case, if it makes sense for them just to foreclose on you and sell the property themselves, and they'll get more money, then that's what they're going to do. Make sense?
Yes. So what would be the reasonable price to offer them, or tell your buyer what within 10%? Or just offer them what
we don't know. I mean, if you want to get this offer accepted, do a CMA, comparative market analysis. Try to figure out what the current market value is in this property and make your offer accordingly. You should make an offer accordingly to whatever the property's condition is, whatever the current market value is. Make the offer, because the bank's going to know what the price is on the property. They're going to know what the value is, because they're going to send somebody out to get them, give them an appraisal on it. And if if you're below that, if you're close, they'll accept it. If you're far away, they're not. But you never know what that appraisal is going to come in at. Let me give you an example. I had a property that somebody wanted to buy. I had the buyer. Okay. A listing for this property was 4-bedroom, 3 full bath. The property was 9 years old, 2-car garage, the full basement that had those tall, 11-foot ceilings in it, in the basement. The house was beautiful. Okay. 9 years old, 4 bedrooms, 3 full baths, nice big open design kitchen and stuff, hardwood floors throughout. Place was beautiful. Okay. It was a short sale. They were asking $280,000 for the property. It was in Keensburg. Okay. They're asking $280,000 for the property. We went in, we lowballed them $40,000. We asked $240,000. We made an offer. Okay. As an agent, I did comps, and I ran comps in the area, and I seen comps that would justify that, though. So I knew that it would be a reasonable offer the bank could accept, okay, based on comps, because that's what an appraiser is going to do. They're going to run their comps. Now, whatever bank that they sent in, let me see what happened. So we made the offer at $240,000, $40,000 less. The we presented it. The seller accepted it because the seller still owns the property. They accepted that 240 offer. And then the buyer, not the seller, the buyer's bank appraisal came in on the property. They sent an appraiser in from out of the area that didn't know what the hell they were doing. And the appraisal came in at 190 on the property. And I found plenty of properties that would justify a 240 appraisal on it. You know, hell, there were properties that would justify a 280, but I found properties that it really should have been about 240. But this appraisal came in at 190, and I was like, oh, shoot. What did that just do to our deal? Probably killed it, right? Well, we can't renegotiate with these appraisers. So what I did is I submitted the appraisal to the listing agent. I said, hey, the appraisal came in at 190. Submit it to the seller's lender. See if they accept it. See if they'll lower the price. Because the buyer's not going to get a loan for an amount less or more than what the appraisal came in at. The bank's not going to lend more money than what an appraiser said the home is worth. Okay, so it's either the buyer pulls more cash out of their pocket to pay the difference, or the seller lowers the price. Now it's not up to the seller because it's a short sale. It's up to their bank. So we submitted it to their bank. They accepted it. They accepted it. So look at that. We lowballed them by 40 grand. And then the offer came in at, then the appraisal came in at 190. You know, that's another 50 grand. My client saved $90,000 on the original asking price because of the appraisal. Sometimes, now that's not too common, by the way, that situation, but it does happen. So I can't really tell you for sure. You got to play it by ear. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so last we were talking about exclusive buyer agency agreements. It's not a bad idea to have an exclusive buyer agency in place when working with buyers. If you're going to be offering buyers rebates, we have to offer, they need to be in writing at the time that we are offering them and dictating how much those rebates are going to be if you're going to offer them. I like to do it conveniently on an exclusive buyer agency agreement. You could have that written into there as well. Let me see. Do you have to use them? No, you don't, but it's a good idea too. Okay. Now, procuring cause. What is a procuring cause? It's when two buyers agents are in dispute as to who is owed the commission. The one that could prove that they did the most work leading up to the sale, they are the one that had procured the sale. So they're the procuring cause of the sale. Therefore, that person is the one who is owed the commission. It's difficult to prove though. Now, if you had exclusive buyer agency agreement in place though, that could help establish your case that you were working with that buyer. And it'll help establish that case in case of a procuring cause complaint should arise. But will that, because you have an exclusive buyer agency agreement in place with that buyer, does that mean that you're going to be the be-all, end-all one who's owed the commission in the end? Not necessarily, because the longer that you wait, the more the other agent does work, the more they become the procuring cause. And you may not even find out that somebody else is working with your client, you know? And if you do, and you find out too late, and by then the other agent did so much more work than you did, you would not be the procuring cause anymore. So, but you need to know this for exam. What or who is a procuring cause? It's when two buyers agents are in dispute. The one who did the most work that led up to the sale, difficult to prove, would be the one who would be the procuring cause and therefore owed the commission. Okay. Now, who do you file this complaint with? It's filed with the local Realtors Association, not the Real Estate Commission. Real Estate Commission does not care about bickering arguments about commissions between agents. All right. What is the purpose of the Real Estate Commission? What do? They create the rules, regulations, and they enforce the laws. Why? What's the purpose of real estate law?
For any wrongdoing for the customers, for the public.
To protect the public,
Yes. Mhm.
okay, from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. So that's why the Real Estate Commission is there, to enforce those laws that protect the public, not to be mediators of arguments, bickering between agents about commissions. But that's what the Realtors Association is there for. If you're a member, right? You could file the complaint with the local Realtors Association, and they call that a procuring cause complaint, right? Let's see, making sure that we're lining up here. Okay, so where are we in the book here? We're now on page 20. Broker and salesperson. Okay, so what says broker and salesperson here, what they're talking about, this is going to be the anatomy of your independent contractor agreement, your employment agreement with your broker, because you're not going to be employees. You guys are going to be independent contractors, okay? Which basically means that you're self-employed. However, you are working for a broker and you do need to listen to them. So it's a little bit unique. It's not like your typical independent contractor self-employed agreement, like if you hire a plumber, right? This is different because a plumber doesn't answer to anybody. But if you're an independent contractor in real estate, you need to follow your broker's office policies. You got to listen to what your broker has to say. So it's unique in that regard. And but you're still considered an independent contractor and self-employed. Now, as far as what do you call it? For tax purposes go, independent contractors, you're responsible for paying, because you're self-employed, you're responsible for paying your own taxes. And the IRS has rules in place for what they consider to be independent contractors. However, they do have an exemption carved out for real estate agents, because you're not typically considered an independent contractor. You would be an employee, if you have to listen to rules that somebody else is having to, that they assign to you. But that's not the case when it comes to real estate agents. When it comes to real estate agents, there's an exception for that. Now, the last version of the book, they had the guidelines set up of the IRS, but we don't need to know that. We're not tax professionals. We don't need to be. You just need to know you're responsible for paying your own taxes at the end of the day, because your broker is not going to be taking them out. Okay. So let's see. What does your independent contractor employment agreement say? What are the requirements that have to be in your independent contractor agreement? Well, the rate of compensation that you're going to be paid. Prior to our break, we went over a bunch of different ways that those commission splits can be. Look, you could have you could be on salary, you could be on, but typically you're not going to be. Typically, you're going to be paid off of commission. You don't get paid unless you do a sale. So those commission splits, we went over a lot of different ways that they could be structured. So however it's structured, it should be in your independent contractor agreement, your employment agreement, that states the rate that you are to be paid while employed at the brokerage firm. Okay. This is usually referred to as Addendum A in your independent contractor agreement, because we have a standard independent contractor agreement that's used. Now, can your broker use a custom employment agreement? Sure. But if they do, there's certain things that need to be in that employment agreement. And that's what this section's about. One is the rate of compensation that you're to be paid while you're working for that broker. The rate of compensation to be paid to the salesperson after termination of your employment with that brokerage. That would be Addendum B in your employment agreement. Because remember, look, you could quit, get fired, what have you. If you still had outstanding transactions that you did not complete yet, but maybe you did most of the work on, you still may be entitled to a commission. So this addendum B will basically stipulate for different types of transactions, how far along you were, what percentage of your normal commission would you still be entitled to if those transactions still close, okay? Because remember, the broker will have to assign another agent to finish them off, and that agent's not going to do it for free. So they wouldn't be able to pay that agent that left, quit, got fired, the full amount of on that transaction. So addendum B would stipulate what's the rate of commission you're going to get paid on transactions that have still work to be done on them, depending on how much work needs to be done. Okay, so this addendum B is obviously going to be a longer description than the addendum A, which just states what your rate of commission is going to be while you're employed at that brokerage firm. But your broker could be a little lazy too, and they could just say, hey, listen, you quit, you don't get paid nothing. You didn't close out the transaction, you didn't finish the transaction, you leave the brokerage, you get paid nothing. Okay, 0, 0, 0, 0. They don't have to set up the numbers and percentages in there. Okay, so read your independent contractor agreement, see what it says at the time you get hired. Okay. The broker promises to turn over monies due to the salesperson within 10 days after the commission is received or soon thereafter the check has cleared. So how soon does the broker have to pay you your commission? Within 10 days or as soon as the check clears, okay? Because look, you're going to go to closing, they're going to have a check for the commission that's going to be made out to the brokerage firm. You got to bring it back, give it to the broker deposits it, you got to wait for the check to clear, and then they give you your commission, they pay you your commission. So within 10 days or as soon as the check clears, okay?
Victor, I have a question here.
Yes.
Let's say you are the broker and the salesperson, right? And I just completed a sale and my commission is $10,000. Just a rough number, okay? And like you still have 10 days to pay me, right? What if you fire me during that time and
You're still owed the commission. You closed on it, you're owed the commission.
Okay.
There's nothing else to be done. You completed what you needed to do. Now the broker needs to do what they need to do. They need to pay.
Okay. But if the contract says that if you get fired, you don't get anything.
No, they can't do that. You can't finish your transaction, everything you did. They can't fire you just not to pay you the commission.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Victor, what's the normal industry practice in the brokerage firm when the person who is about to close the deal or close the transaction leaves the brokerage, right? That person A. So it's up to broker's discretion.
Oh, wait a minute. If you didn't close the transaction, then you didn't do everything that you were supposed to do. So that broker is going to have to send a different agent to do the closing and finish out the transaction and go get that check. So you're not still not entitled to your full commission then because they have to send another agent to finish doing it. Granted, there's not much done there, but depending on what it says in addendum B on what the rate of commission that you're going to get paid on would dictate how much commission that you would get on it still.
That's correct. So addendum B dictates that. But my question more was the selection of a new agent. It's up to the discretion of the broker.
Yeah. It's not up to you. You quit. You left.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what I wanted to know, absolutely. Person who is leaving has no say. But so when I said the industry practice, right? So now, the broker might have 10 sales agents working under him. One leaves, they are left with
whoever the broker picks.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. That's no industry policy. It's office or discretion of the broker.
And there is no discrimination there?
Discrimination?
Jen, will you give that lead to?
No, I mean, it depends. I mean, look, you could go to some bad offices, I mean, I worked at an office before like this where the broker had his two brothers working for him and he, he would give like the best leads and the best deals to his brothers, I mean, they filter some of the stuff out and their wives, you know? So
Right.
with some of this stuff filtered out, yeah. Should brokers be doing that? No. Is it a good business practice? No. If their agents catch on to it, are they going to be like, screw this broker, I'm leaving, I'm going to go work for someone else? This guy's a jerk off who takes all the best leads and filters them out, you know?
Right.
Yeah. Or you could be an agent that doesn't rely on leads from the broker. You get your own, so it doesn't matter, right? Like I told you, don't rely on your brokers, because if you rely on your brokers for leads, you could starve in the end. Because I mean, how many leads are they getting? How good are they? Are they giving the leads to 5 different agents to make sure that they can, one of them converts it into a sale, or are they just giving out the lead to one new agent, hoping that they don't, flush it down the toilet,
Right.
Because every lead generated costs money, and a broker, any broker worth their salt knows how much each lead costs them to generate. Okay.
Right.
It's easy enough to track and figure out, you need to know what your expenses are, where you advertise, and then how many leads you're getting out of it. And then you could do the math on it and figure out how much each of those leads actually ends up costing you in the end. So if you give a lead to an agent, they don't convert that lead into a sale or a client, that lead, it was just flushed down the toilet. So some brokers may take those leads and they give it to a couple agents and see whoever can close it,
Right. And when you join a brokerage on day one, are there brokers who give kind of a cold calling training or allow shadowing to?
Yeah, I have different policies. Some brokers, I mean, me personally, I'm not a fan of cold calling. Does it work? Well, it depends on the market. Plus, you also got to deal with. I mean, I was never a fan of cold calling, but I worked at one brokerage that they required it. On certain days, it's cold calling night. You got to be there. The broker will buy pizza. Who cares? But they'll buy pizza, and you do the cold calling. Basically, they give you a page that they rip out of a phone book. You start calling numbers at random. That's hoping that person wants to. Now, when we were doing it back then, it made more sense because this was in a market that was increasing incredibly. So the property values, they could have shot up $100,000 in a year for your house, So making a cold call and saying, "Did you know that your home can be worth $100,000 or more than it was last year? Could you be interested in selling your home?" And some kind of a script along those lines. You're going to have most people hang up on you. They don't want to move. They don't want to, they're like, this is bullshit, but, it's a numbers game. You make enough calls, you're going to come across people who do want to sell. And oh, really? Oh yeah, I'll sell. And they list their property. I mean, we had these cold calling nights like this. I hated doing it, but I did it. And, we did get clients, but I tell you what, you learn to overcome rejection.
Exactly.
If you're one that can't take rejection, you're not going to like that, but I didn't like some of the scripts that he gave, to say, I'm like, oh, this is not exactly true. This is kind of like, this is like walking a line of lying, and I don't like doing that to people.
Right.
So I didn't get too involved in it. And I started making up my own scripts when I was calling people because I just don't like lying,
Right.
And some of that stuff really borderlined it, so I really didn't follow the broker's scripts to a T. They could tell you, to do cold calling, but you know what? I'm an independent contractor. I don't got to do crap. Right?
Right. Yep.
There can be no mandatory cold calling, mandatory floor time. Anything mandatory like that, guess what? You're no longer an independent contractor. You're now an employee.
Yeah, it must be salary.
Okay. So the broker's walking a fine line. If you got a broker that's making mandatory calls like that, this is mandatory, that is mandatory. Well, now let's refer to the IRS rules on what makes somebody an independent contractor versus an employee. There's been lawsuits with brokerages and franchises where I recall one of them out on the West Coast. I forget what the name of the brokerage was. They're pretty big. They turned into a franchise. And what happened was everybody's independent contractors, your typical real estate agent, independent contractors, but they required them to do things in a certain way of how they're doing their business. And when a broker dictates how you could do your business, now they just cross that line you to be an employee. And so there was a lot of lawsuits. There was a class action lawsuit of all their old disgruntled agents, I guess. They came about and they sued the brokerage firm and they won. That they were reclassified as employees, and the broker owed them back pay and benefits and had to pay the IRS money. It was, brokers got to be careful. Brokers got to be careful. There's nothing mandatory. I mean, they could do like a mandatory meeting, but not a mandatory office meeting so we could update you on policies and rules and stuff. That's one thing. But mandatory sitting at floor time, mandatory cold calling, brokers can't do that because now they cross the line. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So provisions that any future changes in the contract will be binding only if both parties agree to them. But that's standard for any contract, right? You have an employment agreement. Your broker can't just make changes to your employment agreement without your signing off and agreeing to it. And likewise, neither can you. All right. So in the book, after the first sentence under broker salesperson, write page 34. There's on page 34 is where there's an example standard independent contractor agreement that we use here in New Jersey. Okay. So where it says independent contractor agreement must be drawn up, that includes, and write page 34 after that. It's just pointing to where that independent contractor agreement is, minus the commission pages, the addendum A and B, because those are going to be different from any brokerage, from one brokerage to the next. And then at the end of bullet point number 1, just write addendum A, just like I have it here, addendum, ADDENDUM, addendum A. Addendum is just any document that's added, okay?
That's on top of the page 34,
No, on page 20. No, on page 20. We got the broker and salesperson. After the first sentence on the page, I just had you write page 34. Because that's the page 34 is where you could find the sample independent contractor agreement. And then on the first bullet point here on page 20, where it says the compensation rate paid to the salesperson, straight salary, compensation, commission split, for example, right? Addendum A after that. That's the addendum A. Then highlight the next bullet point that says the broker promises to turn over the commissions to you within 10 days or as soon as the check clears. That's usually an exam question. After the next bullet point, it talks about the compensation rate paid after you leave the firm. They refer to it as termination, your termination of your employment. I know it sounds harsh. Doesn't mean that you are fired. You could have quit. Your employment has been terminated with that broker, though. That's just the terminology that they use, okay? So at the end of that third bullet point, write addendum B on page 20. All right. And then the paragraph after that, the last sentence, I want you to highlight, if a salesperson leaves the company, the broker must make a complete written account of all the monies due to the salesperson within 30 days of termination. Just like the last thing I have here in the slideshow. Okay. So what does the broker have to give you within 30 days of your termination of your employment, whether you quit or get fired? They got to give you accounting of how much money you're due for transactions that have not yet closed, provided that if they close, how much money you're still owed on those transactions. So they have to calculate how far along you were in the different transactions and what percentage you're still going to get, if any. Okay. All right, now we're going to get into the section of advertising, which is a big section. I know it covers these page and a half here, but there's a lot of stuff in it. And me with my OCD, I can't talk about something without fully explaining it to you. Okay, so I want to make sure that you guys fully understand everything. So this section is going to take a little while to do. What I want you to do is next to where it says advertising, next to the title, I want you to write study entire section. Even though we're going to go over this, we're going to highlight a lot that's in here. I still want you to highlight, just study the entire section, which continues on to the next page to everything above rebates, commission rebates. So put a highlighted box around the whole section too. Advertising and everything on this side of the page and half of the next page, 21. So New Jersey Commission, the REC, the Real Estate Commission, regulates any advertising to offer, sell, buy, exchange, or rent real property. Why? Because it's intended to let the public know exactly with whom they're dealing with, and there's certain rules in place for advertising. So it applies to all media for advertising. So all advertising must comply with state and federal regulations, no matter what form of media is used. Whether it's print ads, magazines, newspapers, mailings, television, radio, social media, websites, MLS, billboards, they all need to follow the advertising rules, okay? So we're gonna go over those advertising rules now. So all ads must state the brokerage's name, not the broker's name, the company name, the brokerage's name. So let's highlight that in the third paragraph under advertising. All ads must indicate the name of the brokerage company followed by a term such as realtor, realtist, real estate broker, or real estate agency. Now, I have it listed on here. I spoke to you about this yesterday, I believe, too. Term realtist, that's just a member of the African American Association of Realtors, even though they're not called the African American Association of Realtors. That's essentially what they're what they are. Geez, I forget what the heck they call themselves. I think it's REBAC or something like that, Real Estate Brokers, something or other. It's an African American Association of Realtors, and its members, they refer to as realtists, okay? If we go to the actual, that links Word document, okay, I think I got it listed in here.
Technically, anyone can be a part of that, though, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. If they denied you because you're not African American, that's a discrimination, right? Okay, so where is it? No matches. Ah. Thought I had a list of them all here. Some designation classes. Yeah, I guess I don't have them all listed here, the list of all those realtors associations, but. Oh wait, here it is. Is this it? NAREB. This may be it. NAREB, maybe NAREB. Let me just make sure. Let me go to the web browser. Let's take a look. Yeah, NAREB, that's the Realtor Association, National Association of Real Estate Brokers. This is, Their mission is, they're actually the African American Association of Realtors, okay? It's called NAREB, N-A-R-E-B, okay? And then we have AREA, that's the Asian Association, American Association of Realtors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Let me see. So this one is the, this one's the African. And maybe I'll add to here the list of a bunch of those associations of realtors. We got Women's Council. We got a lot of different ones. It's not important right now. Not important for this. So let's just continue. So licensees' names must appear exactly on their as it is on their license in any advertisement, with the exception of any middle name or initial, which need not be used. Okay, so let's highlight that. An ad that includes, an ad that includes a salesperson's name must also include the name of the real estate company in larger type and more prominently displayed. Oh, that's the next one. It's a little bit out of order. Okay. And the salesperson's full first name and last name must be used in any advertisements. You can substitute, you don't have, if you have a middle name, you don't need to use it. You can use a nickname, but not in place of your real first name and last name, okay? For instance, you get some people that have foreign names or difficult names to pronounce. So a lot of times people, they get their nicknames or Americanized names that they like to use. Well, you still have to use your real first name and your real last name, your legal first name and last name in any of your advertisements. But in the middle, where your nickname or a middle name would usually go, you could make it a little bit larger than your name and put your what you prefer to go by, what you prefer to be called, okay? That's allowable. Highlight the phone number of the brokerage office or clearly indicate a link to the brokerage's webpage, okay? So in your advertisements, if you have a website, an individual salesperson's webpage or website has to have the phone number of the brokerage. I would also add my extension. If your broker gives you an extension, I'd also add my extension there. As well as a link back to, I know it says or, because that's assuming that your broker may or may not. It's not assuming that your broker has a website, but they should. If they do, you need to have both. You need to have the phone number of your brokerage, and you have to have your broker's website, a link to your broker's website on your website or web page. And usually on your brokerages, your company's website, you'll get your own profile there, okay? So if you have your own profile page on the website, I would link back to the company website to my profile. Don't lose that captive audience. And then you have a link back to your website if they were to click on it and go to it, you know?
Can you repeat that again? What the link?
I would have a link. The rule is you got to have a link to your company's website, right? So you're going to get, you as an agent of that company, you're going to get your own profile page, right? So on your profile page, you know, put all the information about yourself, put a link to your personal website for your real estate. You should have a real estate website of your own as well, so you could generate your own leads, and have a link back to your own website there. So basically, in the ad, to comply with the Real Estate Commission's rule of having a link back to the real estate, your company's website, have it link to your profile page on the company website so that you don't lose that captive audience. Okay? You got to find little tricks like this where you're still in compliance, right? But you're not losing that captive audience.
So you can request that when you are working for them?
Well, yeah, your broker will, listen, look, your broker may not have a website. I mean, they should, you know, but they may not. If they do, most brokerages, every agent got their own profile page on there. Okay. So if they do, link back to it. I don't know what company you're going to go work for. I don't know what their setup is. You know, there's some websites that have a nice setup where it's an entry page. Like if you get to the company's website through a particular agent's profile, then the entire company website is going to be branded with your particular information. Okay. Some of them could be set up that way. Those are expensive websites. Okay. I don't know if your broker is going to have that or not. Okay. But either way, you should have if they do have a website, which they should, you should have a profile page. Okay?
Right. But if they, for some reason, they don't carry that, you can create your own website with their link. As long as you have that.
Either way, you should have your own website.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, these websites for lead generation that feed the listings from the MLS in them, they can be expensive. Okay. Now, some of the MLSs themselves, they give you your own customizable profile. Like I know Middlesex County does that. You could have your own website that's searchable and brandable to you. People can search the Middlesex County MLS, but that's only searching the Middlesex County MLS then. You know, it's not a bad idea to get a professional website with all the MLSs that you're a member of, feeding the listings where people can search for properties and request more information about them or set up appointments with you through them. It's basically your own lead generating website there, right? Why just rely on the broker when you could be you could be blogging on real estate blogs or whatever. Always have your tagline in your emails with a link to your website, you know, and then people can search your website for properties and save it to their favorites and everything. Look, I'm going to give you guys some tips here. Here's a tip. Real estate websites that are interactive like that, they got features like that for lead generation that feed in from the MLS, their live feeds, are expensive. I'm telling you straight up, they're expensive. But I'm going to tell you one where you could get it. It has some of these advanced features that you could get started with super cheap. It's a $99 one-time ever fee. You don't get cheaper than that. Some of these good interactive websites, these powerful websites that got a lot of these tools, they charge $1,000 setup charges, let alone monthly fees. This is a $99 one-time ever fee, and it's got some of these advanced features in it. They even have your own mobile app and stuff. I have that information. Hold on. That's also in that links, the class links Word document here, and some of those tools. What is it called? It's called Website Box, I believe. Yep. So look, websitebox.com. Okay. $99 one-time ever setup fee. It's an interactive website. Is it the best real estate website out there? No. But it's pretty damn good for $99. Your first commission is going to be thousands of dollars. So maybe you could afford a better website after that and you want to start splurging the money to put more money back into your business. But either way, it's not a bad start. Look, I'm all about, you know, especially new agents, getting started on a shoestring budget. Listen, get yourself a domain name. Go to GoDaddy.com. They got cheap domain names you could buy. You know, www.something.com. That's a domain name. Okay. So get something real estate related. You're probably not going to find your name. Somebody probably already owns it. All right. Get something real estate related though. I got tons of them. I got so many, they're not even developed. I spent so much money on domain names. That's a business I've been involved in before I ever got involved in real estate. I was doing that since I was a kid, though. The website box, though, would be the website, but how do you get people to your customized website that's hosted there? You got to have a domain name to point it to it. Okay. And then people search the website. It's all branded with you. It has your MLS feeds. Any inquiries that people make on that website, it comes to you. You could even see what listings that they view. You could require that they log in to save listings to their favorites, you know, etc. Where it's not a bad site for what you get for $99 here. Look, website box. Let's take a look at it really quick. All right, website box. This is the website. It's a $99 real estate site, one-time ever fee. That's ridiculous amount. But hey, if they're making money and they can stay in business and selling it like that, whatever, it's good for you. Look, they give you your own app as well as this website that has a lot of pretty advanced features. It has a contact manager built into it, a blogging, an email thing. You can look at the analytics of your website. You could have your own custom website name to it. Let me see, it has direct feed from the MLS. We call that IDX feeds. Live chat features, it has all kinds of stuff. So this website is all focused and customizable about you. You customize it as much or as little as you want. And they got some nice professional designs. People can search the MLS for the listings that are already there. It's got some very powerful features. And for $99, guys, you know, it ain't bad, especially you starting out. There's a lot of expenses at the beginning, you know. This is a good way for you to get started on a shoestring budget, just trying to help you guys out, okay? Use them, don't use them, it's up to you. Just trying to give you guys some tips, okay? See, there's a lot of tools I have in this class links Word document. There's a lot of tools I have in here for you too. You know, Realty Juggler, this is an excellent tool. Here's a contact manager, top producer. Here's another lead generation tool, which is awesome, the Red X. Good places to advertise, homes.com. Oh, here's a free tool that you get with your realtor membership. And it's good for creating CMAs, you know, the comparative market analysis to help people price homes when selling them, or for buyers to make offers. And it gives neighborhood profiles and all kinds of stuff where you can do research and stuff. It's called NAR, National Association of Realtors, NAR RPR. That stands for Real Property Resources. And they also have an app, the corresponding app to it, which is called RPR, okay? They got it in Google Play Store as well as the Apple Store. You could look up the Realtor RPR. I got a bunch of, I got a folder on my cell phone with apps for realtor stuff. You see this one? It's called RPR. You see how that logo looks, that blue logo? Okay. So RPR, you click on it. You got to log in, of course. Now, when you log into this application, it uses the GPS. It already knows where I'm at. It's got my street anyway that it's on it, and I have in my settings to show me all properties within a half a mile of where I'm at. And if I click on the map button, it'll map them out, and it'll show you all these properties around you, okay, that are actively for sale, that have sold. Bank-owned properties, distressed properties. You can look up commercial properties. You want to know what's going on in the neighborhood, where the schools are, all that stuff. All that stuff's in that app. It's a pretty cool app. And it's free. If it's free, it's for me. I don't know about you guys. If it's free, it's for me, right? So it's included in your realtor dues. So you might as well take advantage of it. It's a good, handy tool. You know, you can be parked in front of a house. Instead of having to pull it up on the MLS, you just pull up this app, boom. The listing automatically comes up because you're parked in front of it. Not a bad tool. You get information, all kinds of information about the property too. So once you open it up and you got that app open, you can pull up. Let's see. Let's pull this up again. I could click on one of these properties around me. It shows me it's $410,000. I got the square footage of the property. You know, it got pictures of the property information in the write-up.
Does it show like out of state, different states? There too?
It's just going to be for the state that you have the access, because it pulls the data from the MLS. So it's only going to pull the data from the MLSs that you're a member of. Because you put your login information into this. You have to set this up. And you put your login information for the MLSs that you're a member of. And it pulls the data from the MLSs as well as tax record systems and such like that. Okay. All right, moving along. I won't waste too much time on that. But those are some very useful resources that I provide for you. Other schools don't give you this stuff, guys. I'm giving you some pretty good resources here, okay?
I agree. I've not come across someone giving so much value. Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's see what we have here. So salesperson's website must have a link back to the brokerages as well as a phone number to the brokerage in it. The phone numbers in ads must state what they are. So if you have a phone number in any advertisement, you have to state what it is. You can't just have a bunch of phone numbers. Cell, fax, office. You must never, ever, ever use the term home office. Why? Anybody?
You're not allowed.
You're not allowed to have an office in your home. Only a broker can have a home office. That's why. All right. Now you could have you could have an office in your house, an area that you have where you conduct your business and do searches and stuff like that, but you're not supposed to be meeting clients in your home. Okay. So don't ever have a home office. You can't have a home office. And don't put too much information in your ads. Listen, you guys, what's the license you're trying to get? What's the license called?
Salesperson.
Salesperson. So why don't you learn sales? You got to learn some basic principles of sales, just general sales. And there's something called the KISS principle. You know what that stands for?
No.
Keep it simple, stupid. Right? You don't want to make people think, you know, if they have to think about, if they see your advertisement, they got to think about it for a second. Your ad just failed. Okay. You want people to know what you're talking about right from the get-go. And don't provide too much information. You may think providing a wealth of information. Hey, listen, I'm going to put in my advertisements. Look, on my business card, I'll give you an example. I've seen business cards from agents where they've got their office number, their office direct line. They got their cell phone number 2, home number. I don't know why you'd put your home number, but whatever. If you still even have one. They got their, maybe they got an email from the office. They got their own personal email they put on there. They put their own website on there. And the business card gets so busy. People aren't going to know what to call, so they won't call anything. Okay. Listen, I've done research on this. I've done studies on this. You know, I've checked business cards that have pictures on them versus ones without pictures on them. People go for graphics these days. They want a real estate business cards. They'll pick them if you've got a picture on them. Have your picture on the business card. I know the old way of doing it. Hey, it's more professional, not having any photos on or anything like that. But I tell you what, I've done street fairs and things like that where I counted how many business cards in stacks, and I put stacks of all different agents out there. And by far, the people who have pictures on their business cards, people have grabbed them versus the ones that did not. Okay. But don't be overloading with information too. You got to go with the keep it simple concept when it comes to advertising. Don't make people think too much. If they have to think about what you're talking about, your advertisement just failed in its concept. You guys are going to be learning industry lingo out there, terminology like REO. What did I tell you what an REO property was before? It's a bank-owned property. What about FSBO? What's a FSBO? It's a for sale by owner. Okay. But don't start using industry lingo that the public may not be familiar with, assuming that they do because you're so familiar with it being in the industry. You got to always look at your advertisements from the eyes of the consumer. How are they looking at it? Okay. How can they understand what it is you're talking about? Here's a perfect example. I hate this one. There's so many agents that use it too. You guys ever get a postcard in the mail? This one is actually directed towards people for short sales, people who are behind in their mortgage payments. They're in danger of foreclosure and such. It says, is your home underwater? And it's a picture of a house floating upside down in the water. Now, I'm looking at this advertisement and I'm trying to look at it from the eyes of a consumer. The first thing I'm thinking of
Flood insurance.
is this flood insurance? Is this a plumber? I mean, the last thing I'm thinking about is real estate, right? The ad failed already. Why are you using industry terminology like, is your home underwater? Your home being underwater means it's distressed property, meaning a distressed property could be you're in danger of foreclosure, bankruptcy, divorce. Certain situations like this are distressed situations. They're called distressed properties. Your home could be underwater when a home is worth less than what you owe on it. And therefore you're in danger of foreclosure. Well, why don't you just say in the advertisement, behind on your mortgage payments, home worth less than what you owe on it, we can help. Boom, straightforward, direct, right? Why start using this terminology? Why? Because it's less words, but people are trying to figure out what the hell you're talking about, especially if you got a home floating upside down. It's kind of stupid, right? But you'll see them. You'll see them. You guys are going to start seeing things that we're going to go over in this book. You're going to start getting this real estate eye now because you're going to be, oh, I learned that in class. And you're going to start seeing stuff in ads or just out there in public. And you're going to be like, that's what he was talking about. Oh, that's what he's talking about. Because now you know, and now you're looking out for them. So it's paying stuff that you didn't pay a second thought to before. Now you're going to be like, oh, that ain't right. Oh, that ain't right. But that's because you're learning. Okay, so let's see. Property ads must specify the municipal location. Okay, let's highlight that in the 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the 5th paragraph down. All ads must specify the property's municipal location. I could almost guarantee that'll be an exam question. All right. It says you must never use the term in the vicinity of. But wait, you can use the term in the vicinity of, but just not in lieu, in place of the municipal location. It can be used in addition to the municipal location. Okay. Let me give you an example. In Edison on Route 27, there's a section there where Thomas Edison had these workshops all over the state, all over New Jersey. But in Edison, there was the Edison Tower. Okay. A lot of people don't know it that aren't familiar with the area, but right off of Route 27, like a block or two off of Route 27, there's this tower. You gotta make a right turn off of it, go up this hill, and it's kind of hidden away in a residential area. It opens up and there's like a park and it's called the Edison Tower. It was another one of his workshops, but it was a tower. And so the people that live in that area, they refer to it as the Edison Tower section. Okay. Now, you can't just say in an advertisement that the home is located in the Edison Tower section, because that is Edison there, but that section, there's some within that area, it's also Island. So is it Edison or Island? They're both in the vicinity of Edison Tower, right? So you have to specify, because look, those are two different tax bases, two different municipalities, two different school districts altogether. One sends their kids to Woodbridge, one sends them to Edison. They're two entirely different school districts, right? So you have to specify. You can't just say in the vicinity of Edison Tower. You have to say Edison in the vicinity of Edison Tower. Island in the vicinity of Edison Tower, okay? You got to specify. Can you use the term in the vicinity of? Yes, you can, as long as you also specify the municipal location. What is a municipality? It's the name of a town, city, township, borough. Okay, they're all municipalities. You guys know why they call them cities, townships, boroughs instead of municipalities then? Why do they call these municipalities cities, towns, townships, boroughs, etc.? Anybody know? Anybody guess? A little
Maybe
bit of
based on population?
a lot of people think that, but no. It's actually based on the form of government structure that your municipality chose to run the municipality. It's interesting little factoid for those who are of interest for it. Just do a little Wikipedia search for types of municipalities. Okay, it's an interesting little thing there. People like I like things that are real estate related. I always look into them like that. Inquisitive minds want to know sometimes. Also watch a program that I'm not sure if it's even still on TV, but it was on. Geez, I can't remember what channel it was on. History Channel 2. How the states got their shapes. I think you could even find them on YouTube, some of those video episodes, or on their own website still. It was a program called How the States Got Their Shapes. You ever wonder how a state got its shape? Okay. And why? And what's unique about it? It's a neat little real estate program. In that class links Word document folder, I got a bunch of links to all those, a bunch of real estate related movies and TV shows like that too. Okay. How the states got their shapes. If I don't, actually, let me take a look really quick, see if I got it there. If I don't, I'm going to add a link there to it. No, for that one, I don't. But I do have a list of a bunch of them. You see here? The Men Who Built America. Here's one about how tax dollars affect how school districts education system affects your tax dollars, a documentary. A movie called The Big Short about the real estate market crash. The Money Pit, that's a good old one with Tom Hanks. Stripes, I don't know why I mentioned that one, the military comedy. Far and Away has a scene about about homesteading. Homesteading is when early America was getting built. People can claim acreage of land for their own and how that process worked. Anyway, they got a neat scene in there. It's historically correct. All right, let me see. I got a lot of ones in there. Okay, so I'm gonna have to add in there, what did I say, how the states got their shapes?
Yep.
I'm gonna have to add that one in there. Interesting program. Anyway, back to the slideshow. So the municipal location has to be in all advertisements, except if you are in a section, say that you're advertising in a newspaper or a magazine or a website on a section that's titled Edison, for example. All the properties under it are in Edison. So therefore, in each individual property ad, you don't have to specify Edison, 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 because it's under a heading of Edison. Okay, so that's the only time when each individual property ad does not have to state the municipal location, is if it's under a heading or a section for that municipality. Okay. If in an ad you mention your membership in an MLS, a multiple listing system, you have to spell out the full name of every MLS for which you're a member. If the ad is more than 20 lines or wider than one column. Look, if it's on a website, you got plenty of room to add all that information. Now, this does not include business cards or for sale signs. Even though for sale signs are kind of big, you don't have to spell out. You could just have a little generic MLS logo, if any, at all on it. Okay. So you may be thinking now, there's more than one MLS. Yeah, on the next slide, we're going to get into them. So we'll just stop that for now. We'll get into it when we get to the next slide. So you're going to highlight that. If in an ad, the broker refers to membership in a multiple listing service, MLS, the full name of that service must be spelled out. And then it goes on to tell you exceptions are spot ads that are 20 lines or fewer, or less than 1 column width, or only 1 column width. All right. So any ad that refers to a home warranty. Okay, here, you're the consumer. Play the consumer for a second, guys. If you're the consumer and I say home warranty is included, got any questions? Or no, home warranty available. You have any questions? If you're the buyer, you're the consumer, and I'm
Will I
selling
have to
a
pay
house.
for it, or they're going to include it?
Huh? Well, I say the ad says home warranty available. Do you have any additional questions?
What's covered in it?
How much is it?
Price.
Yeah. How much is the warranty? What's covered? Who the warranty company is? Is an inspection required? Wait, is the home warranty required? You know, so anytime you add something extra, is there an inspection required in order to get the warranty? Look, anytime you throw something extra in an advertisement where that could lead the consumer to have questions like this, here's your basic rule of thumb. Full disclosure is required. So somewhere in that fine print, at least, you got to put full disclosure about all the terms of that. You know, who's paying for it? Okay, is the seller paying for it, or is the buyer got to pay for it? How much is it? Who's the warranty companies? An inspection required? What does it cover? You know, anytime you have some additional questions like that, full disclosure is required in that advertisement. So let's highlight on the very last line on page 20, any ad offering a okay, this is something else. Any ad offering a rebate to the purchaser of a residential property must also disclose the buyer's obligation to pay any applicable taxes and advise the purchaser to consult with a tax professional. Because it's unearned income, you may have to pay taxes on it. So if a real estate agent gives you money back, they're basically, it's a direct reduction from your commission before you're split with your broker. So both of you are paying into this rebate, okay? It's, but before you guys get paid, it's a direct reduction of that commission and it gets paid out to the buyer. The buyer's getting this money. It's unearned income. They got to pay taxes on it, you know, depending on how much it is, tax situation, all that stuff. This is why we tell them to consult with a tax professional, because they may have to pay taxes on that money, that rebate that we're giving them. All right. So if you advertise rebates, what do you got to put in that ad?
Full disclosure.
And what is that? You got to say, you got to advise them to consult with a tax professional with regards to receiving that rebate. All right. All right, before we move on with any of the other things in this advertising section, which we're almost halfway through here, let's talk about the MLSs. The MLS is how we share our listings. If we get a property that the seller, the owner of the property, hired us to market it to find a buyer or renter for them. We signed a contract with them to be their exclusive agency that they hired to market that property. We call this a listing. We share listings with other agents because the licensing law requires it. Unless what? Unless what?
Unless the owner asks us not to.
Unless the owner tells us not to. And then we got to cover our butts by getting them to sign a waiver of broker cooperation agreement, right? There we go. See, I'm trying to put it in context. You know, it's one thing just telling you these things. It's another thing now to start building it in a story and put it in a little context. So when we put the listing in the MLS now, which MLS are you going to put it in? We got 8. Here are 8 of the major MLSs in New Jersey, okay? So let's start off by reading the top. You could only join an MLS if your broker is a member of that MLS. So let's stop right there. Job interview question time. You're interviewing with a broker. You want to make sure that they have membership in the MLS for the area that covers the area that you want to work in. Now keep in mind, every MLS has a listing of all 21 counties in the state of New Jersey with all 550 municipalities in them. But not every MLS is primary for certain areas. For example, CJ MLS, formerly called the Middlesex County MLS, they rebranded themselves to CJ for Central Jersey MLS. What do you think they're trying to do? They're trying to get a larger market share, right? They're trying to expand their primary area of coverage, even though they have a listing of all 21 counties in that MLS. So if you get a listing anywhere, you could post it in that MLS. However, if you get a listing in Hudson County, I wouldn't put it in Middlesex County MLS, because any agent that works in that Hudson County area, they're probably not even going to be a member of the Middlesex County MLS, let alone go searching there for a listing that's in Hudson County. It's not the primary MLS for the area. And the agents that work that area know that. Even though it has the ability to put a listing there, is that the right place to really be putting it? Now, you'd be in compliance with the law. This is a way for you to get a secret pocket listing, you know, and being in compliance with the law, simply by putting the listing in the wrong MLS. Your compliance with the law, you put it in an MLS. You just didn't put it in the right one for the area. But by doing so, you're doing a disservice to your client. Because all the agents that would be looking for properties in that area, they have buyers for properties in that area, are not going to be looking in Middlesex County MLS for a home that's in Hudson County. Because the Hudson County MLS has the Hudson County MLS, right? But all of Hudson County is not covered in the Hudson County MLS as the primary even. The northernmost strip of Hudson County is covered in NJ MLS. They have the northern part of Hudson County, Passaic, and Bergen counties as their primary area. Hudson, Bergen, Passaic is NJ MLS. Hudson County MLS is almost all of Hudson County except for the northernmost portion. Okay. Now these areas, Union, Essex, Morris, Sussex, Warren, Hunterdon, Somerset, these are all covered in Garden State MLS. Garden State MLS probably has the largest coverage area, and it's probably the cheapest MLS to have membership in. You guys have to be a member of whatever MLS is the primary MLS for your office. All the other MLSs are optional for you to join, but you cannot join them unless your broker is a member of them. And yes, you do have to pay fees to be a member of them. Okay. And before you could join most of these MLSs, you need to be a realtor in good standing. So you need to be a member of the Realtors Association in good standing. Why? Well, because a lot of those MLSs have partial ownership by one of the local Realtors Associations. Isn't that a conflict of interest? I would say it is, but they get away with it. Somehow it's legal. All right. So basically, what does that mean? It means you have to be a member of the Realtors Association with your dues paid, and you had to complete your Realtor Code of Ethics training, which after you guys get licensed and you start at an office, you guys are going to become a member of a local Realtor Association, and you're going to have to take your Realtors Code of Ethics training, which you have to take every 2 years. Okay. that's when you're in good standing. So each MLS has their own membership fees. Every MLS has a listing of all the counties and municipalities, but like I was just talking to you about what's considered a primary. So we got Garden State MLS, Central Jersey MLS, which is basically its primary area, Middlesex County. We got the Monmouth Ocean MLS, or MOMS MLS. They cover all of Monmouth County and the northern part, half of Ocean County as the primary. The southern part of Ocean County is covered by Southern Ocean County MLS. Then we have the Hudson County MLS. I told you that's all of Hudson County except for the northernmost portion, which is then covered by NJ MLS, which also covers Bergen and Passaic. Trend MLS covers the southwestern part of the state. These Mercer, Burlington, Camden, Gloucester, Salem, Cumberland, Atlantic counties. They also cover Delaware, Pennsylvania, and something else. So you could find listings from those states, but you can't put listings from those states because you're not licensed from those states. And then Cape May County MLS. What area you think is their primary area of coverage?
Cape May County.
Cape May County. There you go. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. Now, these are all primarily residential MLSs. Even though in these residential MLSs, you could also put commercial listings, business listings, land, etc. There are separate MLSs that are specifically commercial MLSs as well. And this next slide talks about them a little bit. Okay. Now, you don't need to know this for exams, by the way. This is just for your information. This is extra information I'm training you guys in. Okay.
What's the fee like? Just curious.
Okay. Well, let's go back here. Garden State MLS, it's about $62.50 a year. Oh, I'm sorry, $62.50 every 6 months. So it's about $120 a year, right?
Yeah.
Garden State I'm sorry, Central Jersey, Middlesex County MLS. See, they got a little weird structure if it's your first time signing up or if it's renewal. It's between $380 and $420 a year, something like that. Monmouth Ocean.
They have the prices on the site. You told us website, box.com.
No, you would have to go to each MLS and
No, actually there's a list. And if you click on their, like, by county or something, they tell you the price.
Who does?
The website that you told us, website box.com.
Uh-huh.
They have that list there.
Oh yeah, well, you know, I would still go directly to the MLSs because each, like, what is Monmouth Ocean County? I'm sorry, the Monmouth Ocean MLS charge there? Okay.
I don't have that open.
See, Monmouth Ocean MLS, they charge. They used to charge $600 for members. Used to be one of the most expensive ones every year. And I think for brokers, it was $1,200. But now I think they lowered it. And I believe it's $300 a year now. They cut it in half. Okay. So it's $300 a year now for its members. But I think brokers, we still have to buy stock into it. So I think it's still expensive for brokers. Southern Ocean, I don't know. These people are hard to get in touch with. Same thing with Hudson County, They're like small run MLSs. They're small businesses basically that started a website and they sell these access and they manage it. There's usually 1 or 2 employees there, Some of the bigger MLSs have a lot of employees, but some of the smaller ones, maybe not so much. Trend MLS is pretty big, covers a couple states. And I couldn't tell you what its price is. Their pricing structures changed a lot over the years. Cape May County couldn't tell you either. I'm a member of this one. Garden State, Central Jersey, Monmouth Ocean. That's it. I'm not members of any of those other ones. Oh, Trend, from time to time, if I need it, I can join it. And then I let it expire and then I join it, All right. Now, so I could mark it, if I get a commercial listing, I could put it in those MLSs, but those MLSs, even though you could put commercial listings in there, if your primary business is commercial, you really need to be a member of one of these, okay? CoStar, LoopNet, CIMLS, that's commercial industrial MLS. This one is the only one that's owned by a realtors association. CoStar is the largest commercial MLS in the world. LoopNet was bought by CoStar several years ago. And there used to be another MLS that came out. They were a major competitor for CoStar, and they were a lot cheaper. However, CoStar sued them and put them out of business from that lawsuit. So once again, we got a little monopoly going on here for the commercial MLSs. Now check this out. Residential MLSs, you need to be licensed. You need to be licensed. You need to have a real estate license to be a member, to join. The commercial MLSs, you don't. You could have property owners that join these, okay? You don't need to have a real estate license to join the commercial MLSs, except for the last one, okay? They're expensive. So as long as you pay the fee, they don't care. How expensive? Well, let's see. The cheapest plan that CoStar has, last time I checked, was $325 a month. A month. All right. But what you're getting is different. In the residential MLSs, you're paying for access. In the commercial MLSs, you're paying for data. Anybody ever see that show on TV called Bar Rescue? With that guy, John Tapper. He goes in for failing bars, and he tries to turn them around. All right. Yeah. And you see, he pulls out this big map that he prints out, and it's got these couple rings on it, and it shows you everything within 1 mile, 3 mile, 5 miles of this bar, and it shows you the demographics, the income of the people. Are they mostly singles or couples or family? So you know what kind of neighborhood this bar is in, so that you could try to target the type of business for the people that are living in that area. That's a smart move to make. Sometimes people, they just open up a bar. Hey, I want to start a bar for a bar, but yet it's the wrong demographic. You know, you don't start a biker beer and shot bar in the middle of a business class business class neighborhood, right? It's not going to work. It's not going to work. So you gotta target your right clientele. So these MLSs, CoStar, LoopNet, etc., they've got databases of information that they could integrate. You could draw these maps, and you could put all kinds of information. You could find out the traffic count on a road simply by clicking a button. It'll show you how many cars drive down that road every day. Where do they get that information? Well, CoStar, I know, they got people that go out there, at least they used to do this, clicker. They count the cars, how many cars drive by down that street every day. Now there's a different way that they do it. They don't have to have that manual clicker anymore. You guys ever drive through a gas station? Remember they used to drive through a gas station and the bell would ring so the attendant knows that you drove up? You basically drove over that rubber tube and it dings. Sometimes you ever see them across the highway? Those are traffic counters. Sometimes the DOT has them out there, the Department of Transportation. Sometimes it's CoStar has them out there. They're doing traffic counts for their database. And information is valuable. Somebody will pay for it, right? So they
I've seen cameras on the lights now. They have snapshot. That also adds data to it. Someone told me.
For cameras, for the no, I don't know. I don't know what that's about. Hopefully it's not the state implementing speeding cameras now. I know God knows they want.
I've seen on the traffic lights in certain towns.
No, those could just be safety cameras that the police department has up. Or they could be leftover cameras on the poles from those red light cams that they did away with. You know, I don't know. Depends on your municipality. Sometimes if you got an intersection, got a lot of accidents at it, they'll put up cameras. You know, But I mean, we get traffic cams or these earth cams that you could see along the highway. And you could see the traffic on a highway before you take a trip. Okay. There's websites that you could go to. You could get that. You could get access to all of those cameras. By the way, they're public. Okay. But you can get the demographics and all that, and that's why you're paying. That's why these MLSs are so expensive. Okay. So anyone can pay for membership. No license is required. They're often very expensive. They're pay for data information model, whereas residential MLSs are paid for access. You got radius searches available where you could draw those circles, or you could draw an outline of a particular area. They have demographic information, which includes things like incomes, relationships, status, ethnicity, religion, owner, occupants versus renters, etc. If you had all this information in the residential MLS, that would be discriminatory. That would be illegal. But for businesses, businesses need to know who their clientele is. They need to know who's in the area. Look, if you're going to start an ethnic food store, look, anybody can eat any kind of food, right? But look, if you're going to start a certain ethnic food store, you want to be in a market where you got a large amount of the demographic that type of food is targeted towards, right? Because this way, you know your business is going to do good. You're not just hoping that people are going to want to wander in and try out this ethnic food, okay? The businesses need to be able to target and find out what the audience is that lives in the area. Okay. All right. Anytime you put a listing in the MLS, all right, we're skipping ahead a little bit. Okay, so let's go to the book now. The book talks about something called Regulation Z. Damn it. All right, you see something here in the book. It says, an ad may not indiscriminately promise financing. I want you to highlight that. Any advertisement where you talk about financing in the ad, you must discriminate. You have to qualify that statement with the term to those who qualify or to a qualified buyer. Otherwise, if you're talking about financing in an ad, you're blanketly telling people that everybody can get this financing. So when talking about financing in an ad, federal law requires you to discriminate. You have to say to those who qualify. This isn't discrimination in a negative way, okay? Discrimination is being choosy. I know when I use that word discrimination, first thing you guys probably popping into your head is like racial discrimination or something along those lines, right? Discrimination is not a negative term always, okay? We just used to hearing it in a negative fashion, okay? You guys ever remember those mustard commercials from Grey Poupon? Where those two guys pull up next to each other in their Rolls Royces, and they'll be like, one guy rolls down the window, he'd be, pardon me, would you have any Grey Poupon? It's that fancy mustard, you know? And they said, if you remember what their tagline was, it was for people with discriminating tastes, okay? I mean, you're choosy. You want the finer things, right? So the word discrimination is not always a negative thing, although it has that negative connotation to it. All right. So I want you to write above where it says, where you highlighted, an ad may not indiscriminately promise financing. I want you to write regulation and the letter Z. Regulation Z. I have to look up something in this slideshow really quick. This is slide number 21.
Where are we writing that, Victor? Regulation Z?
On right above the last thing that you highlighted, it said an ad may not indiscriminately promise financing. You're going to write Regulation Z, page 259-261. I actually found the slide. I just had it in the wrong space. Unless it's mentioned later here. Nope, it's not. Okay. So. All right, let me just rearrange these slides in the slideshow a little bit, and here we go. Here's the actual slide for this, okay? So you're writing Regulation Z, page 259, 261. That's where we talk about it later on in the book. It covers several pages, about 3 pages. We'll go there and we'll highlight some stuff in a moment. Let's first go over what Regulation Z is, because it will be on both your exams. So they may talk about the terms. You may get several questions on this, Regulation Z. What is Regulation Z? First of all, it's not pertaining to real estate. It's pertaining to anybody who advertises and talks about financing in an ad, okay? So Regulation Z is a federal law that implements the Truth in Lending Act, or TILA, the Truth in Lending Act, which requires full disclosure when talking about financing in an advertisement if certain triggering terms are used in the ad. Okay, this rule does not apply to commercial loans or cash transactions, only when you're getting financing. So what are these triggering terms? Well, first of all, make a mental note here of triggering terms, okay? These are called triggering terms that would trigger the full disclosure requirement in an ad. When talking about financing in an ad, full disclosure is required. Full disclosure, what would that be? Well, first of all, if in an ad you talk about financing, well, what would be the financing triggering terms that would trigger this full disclosure? If you mention an interest rate, a payment amount, like a monthly payment, a down payment amount, or the term, that's the number of payments or cycles or years, then full disclosure would be required. You would be required to add a statement in the ad that says, to those who qualify or to a qualified buyer. That's how you discriminate. You're basically saying, we're not offering this financing to everybody, only to those who qualify or to a qualified buyer. And then followed by, you have to also disclose the APR. That's the annual percentage rate, which is different from the percentage rate, the APR. APR factors in all those one-time incidental fees associated with getting the financing. For example, if you're getting a loan to buy a house, don't you have to get an appraisal? You got to get an appraisal done, right? But you're going to have to pay for that appraisal. The buyer pays for that appraisal. Now, that's not a recurring charge, though, but it is required in order for you to get the loan. So the APR, if you were to factor in, you take the interest rate on the loan, and you were to factor in any application fees or appraisals, any of these one-time incidental fees required to get this loan, you factor them in over the life of the loan and then break it down to the annual basis. That would raise your interest rate a little bit higher. That would be the APR, okay? No, we don't have to do that. Lenders do that. But down payment amount, if required, has to be stated in the ad, as well as the term. That's the number of payments or years, okay? And if you talk about financing in an ad, first of all, you as a real estate agent, there's no reason for you to talk about financing in that ad. We don't offer financing. We're salespeople. But if you want to start getting slick and saying, hey, get into this house for as little as X amount per month payments, first of all, you better make sure that that type of loan with X amount payments is available to people. And now you'd have to specify the profile of person with how much money they had to put down, interest rate, etc., in order to get that. And if you don't, the penalties for violating an administrative order of Regulation Z is $10,000 per day that ad is out there and that violation is continuing, plus any attorney fees, And a willful violation is a misdemeanor with an additional $5,000 fine and up to 1 year in prison. You guys ever see car commercials on TV? You know
Yes.
all that fine print they flash on the screen with the speed talker talking? If you ever pause that screen and you're able to look at what that fine print says, I know it's kind of difficult because often that text is like the same color as the background or it's very poorly there, but it's there. And the speed talker is also talking, disclosing this information. They're being in compliance with Regulation Z because they're talking about financing in the ad. So therefore, they have to disclose all these things. And if they don't, $10,000 per day. So it's not only to us, mortgage companies, car companies, anybody who talks about financing an ad. There's no reason for you, first of all, as a real estate person to talk about financing in an ad. But if you do, if you choose to go that way, you have to comply with these federal laws as well. Okay? Okay.
Got it.
All right.
Got it.
Yes, got it.
So there's a lot of stuff here. Regulation Z implements the Truth in Lending Act. Full disclosure is required when certain triggering terms are used. What are the 4 triggering terms? Interest rate, down payment amount, monthly payment, or a term. Then you have to full disclosure, you have to say to those who qualify, you have to discriminate, you have to say to those who qualify or to a qualified buyer. And then full disclosure, you have to disclose the APR, down payment if required, down payment amount if required, and the term. Okay? Don't worry, we're going to do the reviews of this stuff over and over and over again. By the time we get it, you guys will know this stuff down pat. Okay? All right. Back to the book. No advertising or sign, let's highlight this. No advertising or sign may indicate that a property sold until the sale has closed and title, meaning ownership, has been transferred. All right. So you do not have to advertise the status of a listing in an ad or on a sign. You don't have to put sold, under contract, or anything. But if you choose to, it better be accurate. You guys ever see sold sign riders on a real estate sign?
Yes.
Probably shouldn't have been there. Think about it for a second. Here, let's go over a couple of scenarios with this. Say it's your listing. Say it's your listing, and I'm working with a different company, and I bring in the buyer. Okay? I bring the buyer in. Actually, that scenario doesn't work too good. Never mind. Yeah, okay, it's your listing. Let's go with this. Your listing, and you get the buyer on the property. You slap up a sold sign rider on there. Wait, has the property sold yet? Because you got a buyer that made an offer?
No.
No. Was that offer accepted yet? Let's just say that it was, and it went to attorney review. Is it out of attorney review yet?
No.
Then it hasn't sold. Why would you throw up a sold sign rider? Think about it. Why would the agent throw up that sold sign rider then?
No one will come.
They want to try to discourage other agents from showing it or making offers or buyers to making inquiries because you already got both ends of the deal.
Right.
All right. So that sign rider doesn't belong there. Property has not sold because transfer of ownership didn't take place. That happens at closing, 45 to 60 days from now. Okay. Let's just say that now that it went through attorney review. Well, now you're under contract. Both those parties are in legally binding contract with each other, but it still hasn't closed yet. Okay. They're under contract. So now you could put up if you wanted to put up a status on the sign, you would put up under contract sign rider. You wouldn't put up sold because it still hasn't sold. Hasn't sold until it's closed and there's a new owner who got the keys and they can move in that house anytime they want. Right?
But why would the sign be up still if it's sold and they already moved in?
Exactly. Well, here's the scenario. If you were both the listing agent that also got the buyer, you could ask that new buyer, hey, is it okay if I keep my sign up here with the sold sign rider on it now for a little while, just so the neighborhood can see that I sold that listing? Okay. But still, even if they agree to that, they're not going to want it up there for a month or longer. You know, they may allow you to have it there for a week. You know, first time they cut the grass, they're like, hey, you got to get the sign out of here, you know? So think about it. In all practicality, if you ever see a sold sign rider on there and it's been on there for weeks on end, I bet you it don't belong there.
Well, unless they're doing some construction work inside or something, unless they're revamping or something.
Oh, you mean they're not living in the house yet, and then so they don't really care as much until they move in?
I mean, they're maybe doing some revamping before they move in or something like that.
Okay, so it's possible, but probably not the most common case though.
Yeah.
Right. So in most of those situations, that sold sign rider up there, sitting up there, if you're seeing it sitting there for weeks on end, probably don't belong. Okay. That agent's probably just trying to dissuade other people from making offers because they're trying to get both ends of the deal. Now, under contract is what you put only after it's out of attorney review, not when an offer came in, but when it went to attorneys and it's out of attorney review, they agreed on all the changes and you're now in a legally binding contract. Now and only then you could put under contract. Okay. Do not put sale pending. Those sale pending signs are not allowed. Okay. Some cheap real estate agents and brokers just didn't want to throw them away, so they kept them. Can't use them. What does sale pending mean? What exactly is sale pending status?
I think this is under contract. It's in the works.
Listen, I got your property listed for sale. I put up a for sale sign on your property. Sales pending. Pending that I find a buyer that makes an offer that's acceptable to the seller, right? I mean, what exactly does sale pending mean? It's so subjective, you cannot use it, okay? You have to accurately reflect the status of the property, okay? These coming soon listings, use caution. Use caution. You better have a listing. First of all, you cannot advertise a property unless you have some kind of written authority from the owner to. So what coming soon listing, why are you advertising a property if you don't have a listing? You better have a listing on the property that's just with delayed showings, and then you could put it as coming soon. But if you don't have a listing yet, don't go putting up coming soon listings. That's a clear violation. We already learned that you can't advertise a property without the owner's consent, right? So you better have a listing for that. Real Estate Commission is watching these close. There's even MLSs now that are putting a coming soon listing option in there, which I don't like the fact that they're doing that, because the Real Estate Commission is telling us not to do these coming soon listing stuff, because a lot of it is people are being deceptive with it. All right. It makes sense for HGTV. When you're the owner of your property and you're fixing it up, getting ready to fix and flip it, you put up a sign for sale coming soon, okay? But for you hire me as your real estate agent and the property's not available and we're marketing that property as coming soon, okay? First of all, we better have a listing for that property if we're marketing it. And coming soon, I better not be showing that property if it's not available for other agents to show as well. Remember, if a property is available for you to show, it has to be available for agents from other offices to show as well. Okay. All right. What we highlighted here in the book, we highlighted no advertisement or sign may indicate that a property is sold until the sale has closed and title ownership has transferred. I want you to write next to title, the word title, I want you to write page 349, giving you a cross-reference. Page 349. And we're going to discuss that in just a minute. First, let's talk about appraisals. An appraisal is done by somebody who is a licensed appraiser to value the property. An appraisal is a statement. It's basically a valuation of the property done by a licensed person who can value properties based on supported evidence and approved methods to determine the value. Okay, it's not just a number that they pull out of thin air. You should be able to have one appraiser comes in and gives the valuation of the property, and another appraiser comes in, gives the valuation of the property. They should be at least close to each other, okay? Because they're using approved methods and solid data of research to determine the value, okay? Now, we're not allowed to offer free appraisals. Why? Because we're not licensed appraisers. So how do we help people determine the value of properties? We're allowed to offer what we call CMAs, a comparative market analysis. It's similar to an appraisal, but it should never be construed as such, and it should never be called an appraisal. Sometimes real estate agents, especially new agents out there, they try being lazy and short on the words, because they know that, hey, people know what an appraisal is. Instead of me having to explain to them what a CMA is, just say, hey, I could give you an appraisal on the property if you want. No, you can't. You're not a licensed appraiser. But I can give you a pricing analysis or a comparative market analysis or a broker's price opinion, which they are all similar to appraisals, but they are not, we cannot call them an appraisal because appraisals are done by appraisers, which is a licensed profession. And we're not licensed.
Can a salesperson be an appraiser?
What's that?
Can a salesperson be an appraiser?
Yeah, and I know a couple that are.
Okay.
But you wouldn't be able to do appraisals on the transactions that you're working on, though.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Okay, so we talked about title here for a second. When we said that with the sold sign, it says that you can't put the sold sign rider up until title ownership has been transferred. Well, here's my OCD again, going a little bit off course. This is something that is mentioned much later on page 349, later chapter. But there's a lot of terminology here, and we're going to need to know this terminology before we get to that last chapter in the book. Title is a word that just means ownership. There's no document in real estate called title. Title is just a word that means ownership. Okay? It's not like a car where you get the title. The title is the paperwork. That's your ownership. Okay? It's not the same. Title is just a word that means ownership, but there's no document in real estate called title. So how do we transfer ownership or title in real estate? By some sort of deed of conveyance that's used to transfer one's right or interest in the property. Look, here's two ways of saying the same thing. A deed is a document used to transfer ownership, but it's not proof of ownership. If you want to use a little terminology and sound a little more learned, you could say a deed is an instrument used to convey title, but is not evidence of title. I just said the same exact thing, but didn't it sound like I really knew what I was talking about with real estate? I'm more real estate professional, right? A deed is a document used to transfer ownership, but it's not proof of ownership. That's like the dumbed down, the simple way to say it, easier way for us to understand it. But the terminology that they're going to use on exams is like the second one. A deed is an instrument used to convey title, but is not evidence of title. Okay, look, instrument is another word for document. Convey is another word for transfer. Evidence is another word for proof, right? It just makes you sound more learned. Now, a deed is also used to transfer one's right or interest in real property. It's not just used to transfer ownership of real estate, but it could also be used to transfer one's rights or interests in the property. What do I mean by interest? Well, you could be a co-owner with me in real estate, and you don't want to own with me anymore, so you sell your interest in that property to someone else, okay? You're not selling the whole property ownership because I own part of it, okay? Or you could also transfer what we're going to be learning about: air rights, mineral rights, subsurface rights, that's anything beneath the earth, or partial ownership interests, okay? Ownership is transferred upon delivery and acceptance of the deed itself, which does not need to be signed or dated. Deeds do not need to be signed or dated by the buyer unless they're recording the deed in the public record. All right. So why do we record documents in the public record? Well, first of all, what does it mean to record a document in the public record? It means that, you know, City Hall does not keep ownership records of the real estate. That's all kept in the county hall of records, in the county courthouse. The county courthouse keeps all the ownership records for all the municipalities, for everybody, all the properties in the municipalities within that county. They're kept at the county courthouse, okay? So when you have an interest in a property, say that you're a contractor and you built a, you know, you remodeled my kitchen, but I never paid you for it. You could put a lien on my property in the public records. So basically you go down to the county courthouse, you say, this person owes me money for work I did on their house, they didn't pay, and they file a lien. It's a document that they're adding to the ownership records in the public records. So any buyer, if I try to sell the property, any buyer that comes in, first thing they're going to do is a title search, the ownership records search. And they're going to search the public records to see if there's any outstanding loans or liens on the property. And they're going to see, oh, I got a lien on the property because I didn't pay a contractor. Would you as a buyer want to buy a property that has outstanding liens on it? I wouldn't either. But you're going to want to find out about those liens first. So that's part of the purchase process, is a buyer should get a title search done to make sure that the property that they're buying doesn't have any unexpected liens attached to it. Because if they just buy the property and they don't search that first, it's possible to buy a property and now you're buying a property with additional debts to it that you will now have to pay. So recording documents in the public record is a way for anybody who has interest in a property to make those interests known to the world who has an interest in that property. Make sense? Yeah, good. All right. Now, I told you up here, I said a deed is an instrument used to convey title, but it's not evidence of title. It's not proof of ownership. Well, what is? Well, here are the four evidences or four proofs of ownership. Evidences of title or proofs of ownership. The way they word it on exam would be four evidences of title. Abstract of title with attorney's opinion. A certificate of title. This is often oral or implied and not in writing. A title insurance policy, or a Torrin certificate, which is not used in New Jersey, but nonetheless, it is still a form of ownership, proof of ownership. See, I'm teaching you real estate concepts that will work in any state that you go to. Okay. So if we go to page 349, let's go highlight some of this stuff really quick. And then we'll come right back. 349, 349, 349. Okay, so page 349, you see where it says evidence of title towards the bottom of the page? Everybody there? You see it?
Yes.
You guys are so quiet. You know, with 21 people in the class right now, you figure
Yes,
you
yes,
make a
yes.
little more noise. All right. At the end of that first paragraph, I want you just to highlight the term in bold that says evidence of title. And then highlight there are 4 generally used forms of title evidence. And then highlight straight down the numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4. Abstract the title with attorney's opinion, title insurance policy, Torrens certificate, and certificate of title. And then after that, highlight a deed is not proof of ownership. And then next to number 3, Torrens certificate, I want you to write not used in New Jersey.
Can you please repeat that again?
Next to Torrens certificate, I want you to write not used in New Jersey. So basically you're highlighting the sentence above that list, abstract of title, certificate of title, title insurance policy, Torrens certificate. Then you're going to highlight right after that list, a deed is not proof of ownership. And next to Torrens certificate, you're going to write not used in New Jersey. Okay.
You had mentioned what was the abstract of title attorney? What was the after you put?
Abstract of title with a, well, on page 3, are you on page 349?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you're on page 349, let me get back there. On page 349, you're highlighting, there are 4 generally used forms of title evidence. Then you're going to highlight that numbered list, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you're going to highlight a deed is not proof of ownership or proof of title. And next to number 3, where it says Torrens certificate, you're writing not used in New Jersey.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's basically everything that's on this slide. This is a good slide to study from. Now, just to give you a quick rundown what these things are, we're going to get to it in that much later last chapter of the book. But what is an abstract of title? Well, first of all, what's an abstract? You guys got cars? You guys got a car?
Yes.
You got car insurance?
Yes.
When you got car insurance, didn't the insurance company first want an abstract of your driving record before they gave you a quote for the insurance?
Yeah.
Now, to pull up the abstract, they had to do a search of your driving record. That's all it is, right? An abstract is a condensed history of all the records pertaining to your driving record. Well, an abstract of title is a condensed history of all the records pertaining to ownership of the real estate in question. So somebody known as an abstractor goes down and they search the public records and they make a list in chronological order according to the date that the items were recorded in a public record. And then they turn over that list to an attorney who will then match up items to see, let's see, you got a loan on the property. Oh, that loan was paid off. If there's a lien on the property, is there any other additional document that shows that the lien was paid off? And basically, the attorney is going to be scratching things off the list to make sure that you got good ownership. Okay. The people you bought it from, was there one owner or was there more than one owner? Did all the owners sign the deed that sold the property to you or not? You know, wait a minute, one of the owners who signed the deed that sold the property to you is not listed as an owner. There was an owner here that's not listed. Oh, that person died. Oh, well, then was there a document added to the public record that shows that you were the one that was to inherit that property? Or did somebody else, and we need somebody else's signature? You know, so these are how we try to track down and make sure that you have good ownership, that nobody's going to step forward and make any claims that they have rights in the property that you're buying. Okay. We want to make sure that you're getting good, clean title. Okay. Like, we don't want you buying a junkyard title for a car. We don't want you getting a junk title for the real estate, right?
So, Victor, the question is, as in the morning, we were talking about, a right about not hiring a lawyer, right?
Yeah.
If somebody's in that situation who haven't hired a lawyer and needs to review all these details, so who's accountable? That
Title company can do it. I mean, basically what happens is when you go and you get title insurance, I mean, you don't have to have an attorney doing this. A real estate agent can do it, or the homeowner themselves can reach out to a title company and order title insurance on a property. Before they issue title insurance policy, title insurance company has abstractors on their staff, and they do a very thorough search of the public records before they're going to give you insurance.
Okay.
Basically, they're insuring you. What is title insurance? It's insuring you that in the event that somebody steps forward and makes a rightful claim that they're the proper owner of the property, guess what? You got to turn the property over to them. But what about the money that you put out to buy the house? What about the money that you owe the lender still on the house? Well, title insurance would pay you back any money you got into it, and they would pay off any outstanding amount on the mortgage because they screwed up in doing the title search.
Gotcha.
We'll get into that in more detail later. I don't want to get into all those scenarios. That's for last chapter, juicy stuff. Okay. The certificate of title is it's verbal. Okay. I personally wouldn't accept it, but a bank would. Basically, before a bank will wire over the funds to the closing agent, which is usually an attorney in the transaction. But before they'll give the final approval to release those funds for the purchase of that real estate, they're going to want some sort of proof of ownership that the seller has good title to transfer to the buyer. Before the bank allows the release of their funds to buy this real estate, they want to make sure that it's not going to be encumbered by any issues. So a certificate of title is basically, it's usually oral or implied by an attorney who says, you know what, I searched the public records personally, and I seen that there was no issues with the title work. And then the bank will take that verbal representation as evidence of title. That happens in more rural locales, okay? Lastly, a Torrens certificate, not used in New Jersey. We don't have Torrens system here. We have 21 counties in New Jersey, and in each county, we have a hall of records that has all the documents pertaining to ownership for all the municipalities within that county. In a Torrens system state, anytime that property ownership is getting transferred, it must be done at the Central Hall of Records, and it's recorded in the Central Hall of Records immediately, okay? That's a Torrens system. We don't have a Torrens system here. Look, how do we transfer ownership of real estate here in New Jersey?
Yeah, a deed.
By deed, some sort of deed of conveyance, right? Okay, so if I've got this, say this document's a deed, and I got this deed here, and I name you as the buyer in the deed, and I am the seller, and I sign this deed, and I hand you the deed. The moment of delivery and acceptance, the moment I deliver it to you and you accept that deed, you just became the owner. This is why deeds don't need to be dated or signed by the buyer, because transfer of ownership takes place upon delivery and acceptance of the deed itself, the document that transfers the ownership. Now, you've got this deed that's in your hand. You haven't recorded it in a public record yet, but are you the owner?
Yes.
Yeah, you are. See, New Jersey, you don't have to have the document recorded in a public record and you're still the owner. You're in possession of the deed, you're the owner. However, the rest of the world don't know that. So it's important for you to try to record this deed in the public record. You should record it in the public record, but the law in New Jersey doesn't require it. But let's just say that you're now the owner. I gave you the deed, you're now holding on to that document. And somebody slips and falls on that property. Who are they suing?
The seller.
They're suing whoever's listed in the public records as the owner, and that's still me, the seller. But I don't own it anymore. You own it now.
Right.
So that's why it's in my best interest as the seller to make sure that the buyer records the deed. Now,
Also, if the seller tries to double sell the property, if I don't record
I was gonna get to that, but before we get into that nefarious move, what if I sell you that property now? You're the owner, and you know what? I didn't pay some bills, or I got sued. I got a lawsuit against me, and somebody got a judgment against me. They see in the public record I'm still listed as the owner of that property. They could file a lien against that property now because I'm still listed as the owner. That's why it's your best interest as the buyer to record your interest as the owner now too, to make sure that don't happen. And also the scenario that you just said, all right, which is one I usually get to as well, where say that I'm not the most reputable character out there, right? And I sell you this property in the morning, all right? And then Diego, in the afternoon, I sell you that same property. I get another deed and I sell you that same property. Boom. Who's the owner? You both got a deed naming you as the owners. It's signed by me, the seller. Who's the owner? Legally, who's the owner?
Whoever is on record in the county office.
The race is on. Whoever records their title first in the public record is the owner.
Oh my
The other
God.
one has to find me.
Yep.
And I'm going to be in some country sipping margaritas that don't offer extradition treaties. All right. So, yeah, that can happen. Okay. Not too common, but it's possible. All right. Free offers. Let's get back to this. So the next paragraph here on page 21, any offer of a free item or service must be genuinely free and cannot be contingent upon any purchase or listing of property. And a free offer cannot be linked to a lottery, contest, game, or drawing. Hell, we live in the most regulated state in the land. You think the Gaming Commission won't have a say in that? All right. All right, so can we as real estate agents ever offer anything for free to the public?
No.
Yes, we can.
Yes, trinkets for.
As long as it's genuinely free and no strings attached that you have to do business with me. I could have at an open house, I could offer sodas and cookies or water bottles to anybody who walks in, right? To that open house. But if that's the case, if I'm giving away freebies, I got to give them away to everybody who wants them, whether they do business with me or not. Okay. So if you're offering anything for free, anything, you better make sure you're giving it free to everybody. You can't say, hey, I'm going to do a raffle at the open house where I'm going to give a free laptop away or a free iPad away to whoever, to somebody who attends the open house just to try to drum up business. Well, first of all, that's linked to a lottery contest, game of chance, or drawing. And now the Gaming Commission in the state of New Jersey may have a problem with that. You can't offer games of chance without being licensed with the Gaming Commission. All right. However, check this out. There's a way around that, but not for the general public open houses. Broker open houses, we're allowed to do that. You guys may see once you get licensed, you may get emails from other real estate agents that send you an invite to their open house where they're going to give away a free iPad or something. Okay. For attending the open house, they're going to do a raffle and give away a TV or an iPad or something like that. They're trying to drum up business they want the agents from the area who got buyer clients to come to the open house, check out their listing, who it may be good for their client. And, the way that you drew them in the door is by offering something for free or a chance at something for free. Okay. The Real Estate Commission says it's not open to the public, so you're not offering it to the public. You're only offering it to brokers. So therefore, it's legal. I don't know how a gaming commission you get a part around the part with the gaming commission though. Well, unless they find out. They don't know, won't hurt them, right? All right. That's the next section. All right, so the next thing you have highlighted is any offering that offers a free appraisal is also prohibited, although offering a CMA, comparative analysis, is permissible. We already went over that. You can highlight that there. Nothing to highlight here, but we already went over, and just in case you didn't know, you cannot advertise a property in any type of discriminatory fashion. Sometimes common sense ain't so common though, so let me make sure that that's clear. And the last statement here, we're going to highlight any advertisement that mentions a specific commission rate or amount must also state that in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. Oops, sorry. Putting these slides in order again here. To do that there. Right there. All right. So your free offers, your discrimination, all ads must follow the laws. Commission rebates. Are you guys seeing the slideshow still or no?
I'm not.
No. No.
Okay.
No.
How about now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So if here we go. So for discrimination, there's that one for discrimination, and then for commission rebates. If in an ad you mention a specific commission amount or rate, the ad must state in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. So basically, if you want to brag in your advertisement that you're offering maybe you're taking listings at a low commission rate. I'm taking listings at only 4%. If you want to advertise that, you have to also put in your advertisement in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. What is that statement indicating? It indicates that you're not engaging in a legal practice known as price fixing, a violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act. Okay. Commission rebates. To prevent fraud, only the buyer, so who can you offer rebates to? We discussed this already, but now we got it on a slide here. Only the buyer of a primary residence can receive a rebate. This does not pertain to first-time home buyers. This could be your 10th home that you ever owned in your life. Okay. However, it is going to be your primary residence that you're living out of. So only the buyer of a primary residence can be offered a rebate. It must be a direct reduction of the commission due that's paid at closing. The rebate can only be offered as a credit or check at closing. It must be in writing from the start of the business relationship with the buyer that you're offering a rebate and how much that rebate's going to be. And it must be disclosed to all parties in the transaction. Now, I would do that after the offer's accepted to prevent any interfering with negotiations. Because if a seller knows that you, as a buyer's agent, are offering a buyer a rebate, they'll say, oh, they're getting more money back from their agent and they could afford to pay me more, you know? So don't disclose to everybody in the transaction that you're giving the buyer a rebate until after the offer is accepted. And then I like to disclose it to the attorneys and have them put it in through attorney review to make it known to all that the buyer is receiving a rebate. And we need to let the seller know, their attorney, the mortgage company as well, the buyer's mortgage company. Because check this out, the buyer's mortgage company can say no. Even though you want to offer a rebate to the buyer, the lender can say no. not for the type of loan they're getting, the law won't allow it. So you got to be aware of that, okay? I've actually had that happen before where I offered rebates to a buyer and the buyer's lender did not allow the rebate. They said we couldn't allow it. And then go back and try to tell your client that you got to keep all the commission without smiling and laughing in their face. It's tough to do.
So where does the broker get the rebate money from? From the commission that they're earning?
It's a direct, rebates are a direct, rebate is offered, it's a direct reduction of the commission owed to the agent.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Okay. And it's paid in the form of a credit or check at closing. It comes out of my commission, the commission to my agency before our agency ever gets it.
Can this be used as a USP to generate a lead?
Can it be used as a what?
Right. Can this be, this statement? So if we are talking to the prospective buyers, right? Can we mention this to them?
Yeah, why not? You could advertise it that you offer rebates to everybody. Hey, use me. Everybody reach out to me. You want to buy a house? Use me. I will give you a rebate. And the rebate will be whatever amount, okay? Absolutely you can, if your broker allows it. You as an agent cannot offer rebates unless your broker allows rebates.
Gotcha.
Okay. So rebates also may not be dependent on a lottery contest, game of chance, or drawing as well. Only a broker may pay or offer a rebate. A licensee can only offer rebates if the broker allows it. If your broker doesn't allow it, you can't offer a rebate. That's like going to McDonald's and ordering a pizza. It's not on the menu. You can't offer services that aren't on the menu, right? They must advise the buyer and state in the ads offering rebates to consult with a tax professional about the consequences of receiving the rebate. Okay, so last paragraph under commission rebates, last sentence I want you to highlight. The purchaser must be advised to contact the tax professional about the income tax consequences of a rebate, and all parties to the transaction, including any mortgage lender, must be made aware of it. Got two copies of the same slide here. I got to delete one of them. Hold on. Slight differences in them. Oop. Get rid of that one. All right, price fixing. That's an agreement between competing firms to try to set or fix an industry standard on commission rates that are charged to the public. What's the federal law that makes it illegal? The Sherman Antitrust Act. Remember that? It makes price fixing and allocation of markets illegal. And let's see. Penalties for violating licensing law. I discussed this with you guys before, but now we're going to see it in a little more detail. So at the bottom of the page, it says the commission may investigate complaints against the action of licensees or investigate on its own. And what can they do? Highlight, they could place a license on probation. That's the least severe discipline. They could turn the page. They could suspend a license. I love how they define a word with the word itself. That's called suspension. Okay, so suspending a license is a temporary lifting of the license so that the agent cannot work for a temporary period of time. Okay, I like my definitions here better in the book than what they got here in the book. Let me see, page 22.
They're the same.
What's that?
The
No, I got a different, on my slideshow here, I changed the definition because in the book, they say suspend the license is suspension. See, on the slideshow, I say suspension is a temporary lifting of the license where they can't work, okay? You don't define a word with the word because if a person doesn't understand what the word means, saying the word again is not going to help them understand it, right? Revocation is the most severe discipline. The license can be taken away and often for life. Now, fines can be imposed in addition to actions against the sanctions against the license, and the minimum fine is $250,000 with a maximum of $50,000 per offense. You need to know these fines for exam. You need to know the actions against the license, least severe to most severe, and what are the fines. And the fines are then turned over to the state treasurer because the treasurer handles all the money in the state. Now, there's a procedure to it. They don't just fine you or take sanctions against your license. The Real Estate Commission will send you a 10-day notice in advance to attend a hearing. And you can bring an attorney if you like to that hearing. And the results of the hearing, if you don't like them, they could be appealed to the New Jersey Superior Court. Brokers can be disciplined as well if they had guilty knowledge. Ooh, let me see. Is that on the next? Do I have a definition for that? Yes, I do. Definition for that's on the next one here. Let me just go temporarily to this next slide. Guilty knowledge is a term you will get on exams as well. It's when a broker's aware that one of their licensed or unlicensed assistants is doing something wrong and they make no attempt to stop or prevent those activities. The broker can be held just as liable as the agent that did whatever was wrong. Okay. We actually have the definition for that here in the book too, if you guys want to just go down on page 22 to the under procedure. Actually, let's do some highlighting here. On page 22, highlight the other two bullet points about suspension and revocation, and highlight fines for violations can be no less than $250 or more than $50,000. And then under procedure, highlight the commission gives the licensee at least 10 days advance notice of a hearing. Skip the next paragraph, and then where it says guilty knowledge, highlight guilty knowledge. In other words, the broker knew what was going on and made no attempt to stop it. Continue highlighting. When brokers' licenses are suspended or revoked, their salesperson's license may be suspended until the end of the current licensing period, and during that time, a salesperson is free to affiliate with another broker or can obtain a reissued license at no charge. What does that mean? Well, it means if your broker gets their license revoked or suspended, everybody under that broker's license will be suspended. Not because they did anything wrong, but because you need to be sponsored under an actively licensed sponsoring broker in order to work. So what are your options? Either don't work until that broker gets his license back, or they replace the broker with someone else, or you could transfer your license to another broker and the Real Estate Commission will reissue you a license with the new broker at no charge. You know, you don't have to pay the license transfer fee because you didn't do anything wrong. They don't want to hold you liable for that. So they'll waive that $25 license transfer fee.
Victor.
Yes.
Let's say that you're the broker, I'm the salesperson. Do you need to tell us that you are being under investigate or your license has been suspended?
Yeah, if your license is suspended, yeah. Yeah.
You have to tell your salesperson, right?
Yeah. And listen,
Okay.
even if you don't, the Real Estate Commission is going to reach out to you and say, hey, you can't work.
Okay.
But broker's license is suspended. Your office is going to get swarmed with Real Estate Commission investigators.
Okay.
You'll know. It ain't gonna be a mystery. Okay. You're gonna have a bunch of investigators from the Real Estate Commission out there flashing their badges. Okay. It's not a common thing, but it has happened. Hey, you want to find out if one of your potential brokers has ever done anything wrong and were found guilty of any violations and fined or had sanctions against their licenses before? Do you?
Yes, yes, yes.
All right. I actually do have a link for that. But before I do, let's finish this slideshow, and then I'll share that little link with you. Okay. Violations. Licensees must notify the Real Estate Commission within 30 days of the conviction or indictment or being charged of any crime. It's kind of like, you know, if you move from one state to the next, you're supposed to transfer your license to that state within 30 days. You know, the law requires that. Well, if you ever get arrested for something, the Real Estate Commission needs to be informed about it within 30 days. Okay? Especially if it's a serious crime, you know? So repeat offenders with 3 or more violations may have their licenses revoked for life. The Real Estate Commission can deem you a repeat offender and can revoke your license for life. Okay? Now, it depends on what the violations are for. And if you're just blatantly ignoring the investigators and the Real Estate Commission's orders, you know, they'll be like, you know what, you're not worthy of a real estate license. We're going to yank it. Serious offenses may have licenses suspended until there's a resolution. Okay, even though you're innocent until proven guilty, for certain crimes like rape, murder, robbery, kidnapping, conspiracy to defraud, and certain offenses like that, the Real Estate Commission would be complicit if they allowed you to continue working until there was some sort of a resolution to the charges brought up against you. You're innocent until proven guilty, but, you know, allowing you to keep your active license and working with a key to get into people's houses. If you're under trial for rape or murder, that ain't right, right? So they would be complicit in allowing you to continue to work. So they will have to suspend your license until there's an outcome. Not that you did anything wrong, but they got to wait until there's an outcome for certain serious crimes like that. Okay. And that's what that last paragraph says here on page 22 above violations. All right. All right, that ends that slideshow for that, for this. But on the right side of page 23, underneath all the different types of violations and the actions that the Real Estate Commission can take against you if you violate any of these things. Some of them we've gone over, some of them we have not. Highlight if a licensee is guilty of a third violation. This is just above the summary on page 23. If a licensee is guilty of a third violation of any of the listed articles above, the person may be considered a repeat offender and denied ever holding a real estate license again. And don't bother asking me the question, well, can I get a real estate license in another state? Well, let me ask you a question. When you go to any state for professional license, one of the qualifying questions they ask you is, in this state or any other state, have you ever had a professional license revoked, surrendered, or suspended, right? So here's the answer to that question. All right, so we're done with this slideshow for chapter 2, and we're done with chapter 2. Now let me go here, and there's something called the disciplinary actions page on the Real Estate Commission's website. Hello. Let me see if I just got it in I may have a link to it in the browser. Give me 1 second. All right, so what we're going to do is I'll take you to the webs. Let me see, real estate class notes. All right, I'm just going to go to the Real Estate Commission's website. Here it is, statenj.us/DOBI/division_rec. This is the Department of Banking and Insurance. This is under the DOBI, the Department of Banking and Insurance. This is the Real Estate Commission, right? You can see that they have certain bulletins. They have certain bulletins for news that they post here periodically and information about CE, all kinds of stuff. It's not a bad idea for you guys to bookmark this page and make notes about it and such, or to revisit it periodically. Like they even have something here about printing and downloading your pocket card. Broker price opinions, certain things, they have reminders for you as real estate agents. Not a bad idea. Your broker should be visiting here, but you guys should be too. The questions, information about lockbox security. All right, anyway, under the Real Estate Commission, you see they have the statutes, 11.5, that's the administrative code. You can see what the latest administrative code is online. The New Jersey statutes, that's New Jersey law. They have a link to that in the legislature's website. Licensing and education, online licensing services, qualifying questions, continuing education, enforcement activity. So you go over to enforcement activity. And you see this is the Real Estate Commission's disciplinary actions page. Unfortunately, it's not searchable. But look, you could go back all these years and see, so you'd have to go through page by page to see anybody that's been found guilty of any offense. This is not showing anybody who's been accused and held trial. This is just people who have been found guilty of offenses, okay? There you go. So 2020 so far. Here's some of the cases. And you can look into them. Sometimes it's an entertaining read. You can see what happened. Look at this one. Here's the final order. Formerly licensed New Jersey real estate broker in Passaic County. There's a final order of determination you can click on and see what that's all about. Dated on January 14th, the commission determined that this person acted in violation of 45:15-17E. You want to know what that is? Look in the back of your book or look on the Real Estate Commission's website to see what that law actually is. It says that unworthiness, they demonstrated unworthiness, bad faith, and dishonesty pursuant to this other law. And this broker's license is revoked, and he shall be ineligible for reinstatement of his license until he satisfies the judgment in full. Sounds like he may have taken someone's money, including reimbursement to the guarantee fund with interest. What's the purpose of the guarantee fund? Looks like there was a payout. So it's, if you look at the final orders, you guys can read more about this, but this is not common, guys. You don't see payouts from the guarantee fund. And look at this, we're seeing one here this year. It looks like a broker took their client's money, they spent it, didn't pay them back. What's required for a payout from the guarantee fund? They took the money, they didn't pay it back. The person had to sue them, get a judgment. The person still didn't pay them. They filed a criminal complaint against them and then made a claim against the guarantee fund to get their money back. And then what happens when there's a claim gets paid out from the guarantee fund? The person loses their license, right? Your license is revoked. And look, here's an example of that happening. This is rare, guys. You actually don't see that much, but it does happen. All right. So you could go through this for years throughout and see who else and peruse through the cases. If you go back far enough, a couple years back, I'm not sure, 2015, 2016, somewhere around there, there's an interesting one about Warbucks Realty, WORBUCKS. This was a couple, a married couple, who both had their real estate licenses revoked for life. And they legally had their names changed to Warbucks, got new licenses reissued, and opened up a brokerage again. And then they started breaking laws all over again. They had offices, branch offices that were not run, but not managed by people with broker salesperson's licenses. They were spending people's money from the escrow account. You know what eventually did them in? They violated just about every rule that we've read about in the book here. It's an interesting case. What eventually did them in is when their own real estate agents started reporting them to the real estate commission because they weren't paying their commissions. They were actually keeping their agents' commissions too. That's what,
That's amazing.
When your own agents are reporting you to the real estate commission, that's when the real estate commission is like, whoa, we got to see what the hell's going on over here, And this was a company, I remember, they had like a legit looking logo with, nice looking colors to it. It had a nice color scheme. It looked like it was a legit company because I actually started looking them up because I was like, where did this company come from? All of a sudden in the MLS, I'm doing searches and I see this company has bank-owned listings left and right. They're doing short sales left and right. All these transactions, all these listings they got. And I'm like, I never heard of them before. They like popped up overnight and they got offices all over the place. I'm like, where'd this company come from? No sooner than they opened and had all this business, they got shut down again because I guess once a thief and a criminal, always one, right?
Yeah.
Well, at least in this case of these people. Anyway, that's that. So you guys can go here. This is the Real Estate Commission's website for that. You know what? I'm going to take this actual link to the Real Estate Commission website, and I think I may have it in the Word document, but let me take a look. Rec.
Yep, you do have it.
Website. I do. What do I have it listed as? What do I have the title next to it? Should I just say Rec website or Real Estate Commission or? I know I probably got it up there somewhere, but here, I'm going to put it again near the top of all those links.
Yeah, put it as fingerprinting rack page form.
I did?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, let me paste the link in there and see what I did. Fingerprinting. Oh, wait, this is a link to the main page. Let me see. Disciplinary actions page. Enforcements. It's not popping up. All right, whatever. I'm going to post it right now. I'll post it near the top here with all these links for the Real Estate Commission. I'll throw it in here that you guys can look it up. Here. I'll call it rec/disciplinary actions enforcement page. And I'll put that link there in that links folder. And I'll also take the link for the main link to the Real Estate Commission's webpage. And I'm going to put rec Real Estate Commission main page. And I'll put that link there as well in the Word document. Save it, and I'm going to upload that. Oh, I still have to upload the YouTube video that I generated yesterday. I'm going to add this to the Word document here. I will add this playlist there. I'm going to add it today. So I'm going to upload the video right now for yesterday's class and generate today's, and I'll add today's class recording to this file as well. And that being said, let me throw the poll out there for you guys. Let me stop this.